Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry was trained by a wandless mind mage. Here is short summary. After a fateful encounter, Harry is taken under the wing of a mysterious wandless mind mage, unlocking abilities even Dumbledore never dared to teach. As secrets unravel and power awakens, Harry is no longer just the boy who lived, he's becoming something far more dangerous. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Dawn stained the horizon with an angry glow as a boy with messy black hair sat at his window and watched. It had become almost a ritual now, to greet the sun every morning. He wasn't exactly sure why he did it, or why he drew comfort from watching the glowing orb slide higher into the sky. A dot appeared in the distance, quickly resolving into the form of Hedwig. Harry moved aside to allow the owl to swoop through the window, coming to perch on the end of his bed. He smiled sadly, stroking the soft feathers on her head as she hooted softly, nibbling at his fingers. Harry removed the letter attached to his owl's leg, seeing it was from Ron, and settled onto the bed to read. Harry, Mum just got word back from Dumbledore. Sorry mate, but he reckons it'll be safer for you to stay with the Muggles for the rest of the summer. Should have seen Mum, she looked like she was going to yell at him when he said that. Anyway, apparently we can't go to Grimmauld Place, either. Some of the old crowd had their houses attacked, so they're staying with Lupin. There must be a lot of them, because Mum said there wasn't enough room for us, and it's a big house. Sorry that my news is bad, but maybe Dumbledore will let you visit after all, at least for your birthday. Right back soon. Ron. Harry closed his eyes tightly, pinching the bridge of his nose, then sighed and flopped back onto the bed. Another month and a half with the Dursleys. Harry couldn't help but feel a flash of resentment toward Dumbledore, then guilt as he remembered their conversation at the end of last year, which resulted in the wholesale destruction of Dumbledore's office. He resolutely stopped himself from thinking about the cause of that conversation. The next week passed mostly without incident. Every other day since the start of the holidays, Harry had received a large food hamper from Mrs. Weasley, along with a note reminding him to eat well, and telling him to write back if he needed more food. He spent most of his time in his room brooding. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, who had evidently taken Mad-Eye Moody's parting warning to heart, were going out of their way to avoid him, and that suited him right down to the ground. He began taking long walks every evening, hoping to exhaust himself before nightfall. Hoping to drive away the nightmares where he repeatedly saw Sirius falling through the veil. A part of him still refused to accept that his godfather was really dead, but deep down he knew the truth, and it constantly threatened to tear him apart. Sometimes he wanted to just start screaming and never stop, but knew he couldn't. The world was counting on him, and every time he began to feel overwhelmed with Sirius' death, he forced himself to imagine the first time he had walked into Diagon Alley. There had been so many happy faces, so many people just living their normal lives, without fear that they could suddenly be attacked and killed as they did their shopping. He couldn't fail these unnamed, faceless people. Their lives depended on him. It was a lot of responsibility to shoulder, but he grimly carried on. He was sitting at his desk, idly leafing through his charms textbook, when Pig rocketed through the open window, colliding with Harry's shoulder. With seeker reflexes, he snatched the tiny owl from the air, being careful not to hurt him. As soon as Harry removed the letter, Pig shot into the air again, twittering madly and flying in circles around the room. Hedwig watched for a moment, then resolutely turned her back. Harry opened the parchment to see a letter from Ron, with even messier handwriting than usual. It looked like the letter was written in a hurry. Harry, there was an attack at the Burrow. Dumbledore's moving everyone. Mum and Dad are going to headquarters, but we can't all go, so the twins are going to stay with Lee Jordan, I'm going to Hermione's, and Ginny's going to stay with you. Dad'll be there soon. Ron. Harry stared at the parchment for a few seconds in consternation. Words repeatedly flashed before his mind's eye. Ginny's going to stay with you. He jumped from his chair and bolted downstairs, hoping the Dursleys wouldn't explode when he told them. He found Aunt Petunia in the kitchen, washing the dishes from lunch. Uncle Vernon and Dudley were out. Aunt Petunia. Harry gasped, out of breath. What is it this time? She snapped, glaring at him. There's been an attack. One of my friend's houses, Harry said quickly. She needs to stay here for a while. Aunt Petunia stared at him incredulously for a moment. She was about to say something when a large barn owl swept through the open kitchen window, dropped a letter bearing the Hogwarts seal into her hands, and left again. Petunia opened the letter gingerly, as if she expected it to explode. She read the contents of the letter, and her eyes widened. Finally, she sighed. Very well then, Petunia threw the letter into the trash. She can stay, so long as she understands the rules and doesn't mention that abnormality while under this roof. Thanks. Harry raced back upstairs and was halfway through scribbling a note to Ron when the front doorbell chimed. Harry raced back out of his room yelling, "I'll get it." He opened the front door to find Mr. Weasley and Ginny, both wearing Muggle clothes. Ginny was crying into her father's shoulder. "Harry, good to see you," Mr. Weasley said gravely, giving Ginny a small push in the back to start her moving. She stumbled a little as she entered the house, and Harry reached out to steady her. "Hi Harry," she said weakly, finally looking up. Her eyes were red and puffy, and her brilliant red hair was a mess. Suddenly she started sobbing again and Harry drew her into a hug. She clung to him, her face pressed into his shoulder as she cried. Charlie was the only one home. He's in St. Mungo's now, but they don't know if he'll make it, Mr. Weasley said in a low voice as they climbed the stairs, made awkward because Ginny wouldn't let go of Harry. He solved the problem by simply picking her up. She tensed briefly, then relaxed as he carried her up the stairs. Harry kicked his door open, strode over to his bed, and laid Ginny down. She curled up into a ball, still shaking slightly. Mr. Weasley pulled a miniature trunk from his pocket and enlarged it, setting it on the ground near Harry's own. He looked around the room curiously, but his eyes were strangely dead. He pointed his wand at the bed and muttered a duplication charm, and another bed appeared beside the original. "I have to go," he said finally to Harry. "All the Order members are meeting at headquarters." He sighed and passed one hand over his eyes, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. He looked like he was going to speak, but then sighed and disapparated with a sharp crack. Harry looked down at the girl sobbing on his bed, unsure what he should do. True, he and Ginny had become friends during last year, but not to the same level as he, Ron and Hermione. He wasn't entirely sure if she would welcome any attempt at comforting. Finally deciding to be brave, he sat on the bed beside her. "Ginny," he said gently, placing one hand on her shoulder. Ginny looked up at him, biting her bottom lip. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Without thinking, he drew her into another hug. She shook slightly in his arms, and he patted her back awkwardly. They sat there in silence for some time until the door was thrown open. "Boy," Uncle Vernon filled the doorway, his face livid. He pointed one beefy hand at Ginny, looking disdainfully at her slightly threadbare clothes. "She is not staying here," he growled. Harry stood defiantly. "She has nowhere else to go," he said in a deadly quiet voice, silently amazed at himself for standing up to his uncle in this way. "Her house was destroyed, her brother is in St. Mungo's, and her parents are fighting in a war." The last few words were yelled so loud that Vernon glanced at the window as if expecting to see someone there peering in, listening to their conversation. Vernon's face was alternating between dark red and a shade of purple. Finally he said, "What is this gibberish?" "What gibberish was that?" Harry asked coldly. "This, Street, Mango's place." "Street, Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries," Harry said shortly. "It's a wizard hospital." Vernon's face was, by now, the color of a ripe beetroot. "Do not mention your abnormality in this house," he roared, backhanding Harry across the mouth. Hedwig hooted in indignation, rattling the bars of her cage as Harry crashed into the desk and sprawled on the floor. Something rolled from the desk and landed in his lap. He looked down in a daze to see his wand. "Leave him alone," Ginny said in a shaky voice. She stood, facing Vernon bravely as his face turned even darker. "How dare you!" he screamed, lifting his hand to hit her. Suddenly Harry was on his feet, wand in hand. "Touch her and you will not live to see another day," Vernon Dursley, he said in a deadly voice. Vernon froze, his hand ready to hit Ginny, as his eyes darted to the wand held rock steady in Harry's hand. Harry could almost see the wheels turning in his head. You can't do anything during the holidays, Vernon said finally, lowering his hand. Wrong, Harry said, still in that chilling quiet voice. I can do anything, and I will. Sure, I'll go to Azkaban, but it would be worth it. Vernon looked from the wand to Harry's emerald eyes, and apparently didn't like what he saw. His eye twitched, and then he turned and stormed from the room. Don't expect us to feed her, he yelled as he slammed the door. I wasn't, Harry muttered to himself, then turned to Ginny, who was watching him through eyes still red from crying. Thank you, she said finally, her eyes downcast. That's all right, Harry sighed, passing a hand over his eyes in an unconscious duplication of Mr. Weasley. My uncle is a fat git. My aunt isn't quite so bad. They stood there awkwardly for a moment before Pig, whom Harry had completely forgotten about, broke the tension by launching from his place atop Harry's cupboard and circling Ginny's head, twittering madly. Ginny giggled, a sad sound that made Harry's stomach do a strange sort of backflip. Hi Pigwidgeon, Ginny said, raising her hand with one finger outstretched. The tiny owl came to rest on her finger, still hooting in excitement. He nibbled her finger before shooting into the air again, unable to contain himself. Well, Harry said gloomily as he settled into the desk chair again, welcome to my world. Ginny looked around and suddenly blushed, realizing they were expected to share the room. Harry, he looked up, is there somewhere I can, change? They both blushed furiously, neither looking the other in the eye. I didn't get much sleep last night, she finished lamely. Third door on the right, he said, quickly burying his face in a book to hide his embarrassment, not noticing that he was holding said book upside down. Thank you, Ginny said, her face now a similar color to her hair, as she drew some nightclothes from her trunk and dashed out of the room into the hall. Harry groaned and let his head hit the table with a solid thunk. The room was dark, lit only by 2 torches, one on either side of a huge stone throne. A massive snake stirred restlessly on the flagstones nearby, her mottled coils giving off a dry hiss as they rubbed together. Other than the throne, the room was void of furniture or decoration. Seated on the throne, his head held high and his expression one of cold disdain, was Voldemort. Arrayed in a loose semicircle around him were 4 Death Eaters. Voldemort surveyed the Death Eaters as they stood silently before him. Finally he spoke, his emotionless voice almost perfectly matching the hiss of a snake. Where is he? The Death Eaters glanced at one another, their eyes diluted with fear behind their stark white masks. Finally one said, My lord, he has joined with Dumbledore. Voldemort hissed, and the Death Eaters flinched as he brought his arm sharply down on the arm of the throne. You have failed me yet again, he said in a deceptively quiet tone. The Death Eater let out a small whimper as Voldemort raised his wand. Crucio! The Death Eater screamed, falling to the floor and writhing with agony. Voldemort raised his wand after a short time and stood, his face a cold mask of fury. It would appear that if I want this done right, then I shall have to do it myself. He stepped over the Death Eater now panting on the floor and made his way from the room, followed by the other 3 Death Eaters. Across the country, Harry Potter awoke with a scream. Harry sat up in bed, his hands pressed to his scar, which was burning in agony. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to bite back another scream when he felt a soft hand on his shoulder. Harry, Ginny asked uncertainly, sitting on the edge of his bed. Harry flinched back from her brief touch, doubling over and rocking back and forth. Undeterred, Ginny began to rub his back, whispering soothing words into his ear. Gradually the pain subsided and Harry opened his eyes to stare into Ginny's brown ones, filled with concern. Nightmare? Ginny asked quietly, shifting away from him a little. Harry was almost disappointed when she removed her hand from his back, although he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Not quite. Harry looked down. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating his hand and Ginny's legs where they rested on the bed. When he met Ginny's gaze again, she hadn't moved. Harry steeled himself. He knew he had to tell his friends about the prophecy sooner or later. He had just thought it would be the later, rather than the sooner. But they had a right to know what they were in for if they continued to be his friends. He briefly toyed with the notion of distancing himself from his friends to protect them, but quickly discarded the idea. Both Ron and Hermione were far too stubborn to let him get away with something like that, so the least he could do was warn them what to expect. He briefly wondered who he should tell. Ron and Hermione, of course, and Ginny. Neville and Luna deserved to know what they had risked their lives for in the Department of Mysteries, too. Hey, Earth to Harry. Harry blushed, realizing he had been silent for over a minute and Ginny was still waiting. Sorry, he said, his eyes on his bedspread. Just thinking. Well, I could see that, Ginny said with a smile as her cheeks turned pink. Harry nodded to himself, then sighed. All right, I'll start from the beginning. And so he started talking. He told her of the prophecy, he told her of his latest dream and his fears that he would be incapable of the task ahead of him. Once he began, it was as if the floodgates had opened. He eventually found himself talking about Sirius, how he had offered Harry a home when his name was cleared, and how Harry had spent most of his 4th year waiting for the all too infrequent letters from his godfather. The memories hurt, but they seemed to lose some of their bite when he was sharing them with someone else. He knew he could always talk to Ron or Hermione, but they were a little too close to him. It was nice to have a friend to talk to that could be a little more objective. Throughout his rambling dissertation, Ginny's expression ranged from shock, to horror, to thoughtfulness. Finally, nearly an hour later, when Harry had talked himself out and the sun had slipped high into the sky, she slipped her arms around his neck and hugged him. Oh Harry, she sighed as he blinked in surprise, before his arms tentatively went around her. It all seems to happen to you, doesn't it? It doesn't seem fair that you're always the one people expect to do the really nasty jobs. Harry laughed hollowly. Yeah, that's me, boy who lived, roving hero. Bring me your problems, and I'll solve them for you. Oh Harry, don't say that, Ginny said, pulling away from him. She looked thoughtful. Still, you've survived against him so many times, there's no reason you can't do it again. Harry sighed, running his hand through his messy hair. Yeah, well, one day I'm going to run out of luck, and Voldemort will kill me. You don't know that, Ginny said calmly. You heard the prophecy, the Dark Lord will mark him as equal. Obviously you're a threat, or Voldemort wouldn't have attacked you, would he? He made to reply, but Ginny pressed one finger to his lips, her blush becoming even more pronounced. Don't answer, just think about it. She stood quickly, her face flaming now almost the same color as her hair. She gathered up some clothes and quickly left the room. Harry stared after her for a few moments, lost in thought, then quickly climbed out of bed and dressed. He was buttoning up his shirt when she returned, and as he looked up he caught her staring at him. He was about to ask her what was wrong when the doorbell rang. I'll get it, Harry shouted, brushing past Ginny and out into the hall. He opened the door to find an unfamiliar young man standing there, about 25 years of age. He was tall, much taller than Harry, who wasn't exactly short. He wore Muggle clothes, and seemed very much at ease in the jeans and loose shirt. He smiled, a quirky smile that made Harry feel immediately at ease. Harry Potter, I presume? He asked, extending his hand which Harry grasped. Name's James Milton. Can I come in? Harry was immediately on his guard. He cursed himself for being lulled by the stranger's easy manner. Who sent you? James laughed, his eyes twinkling. There was something strange about them, but Harry couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Dumbledore, of course, James answered his question, taking a step back and pointing to a spot about 20 feet from the front door. I couldn't have crossed that line without Dumbledore's express permission. This was news to Harry, but he was still wary. Yeah, well, Dumbledore trusts Snape, too. James chuckled. Fair enough, he said in good humor. All right, devise a test for me then. Harry thought a moment. At the place, there's a large animal. What's its name? James raised an eyebrow. Now that's cryptic, he remarked, but I'm assuming you mean Buckbeak. Potter. A voice came from nearby, and Mad-Eye Moody's face suddenly appeared out of thin air. Will you let him in, already? Thanks, Alistair, James said as Harry opened the door wider to allow James in. Moody grunted and disappeared under his invisibility cloak again. Sorry about that, Harry said, quickly checking the lounge room and kitchen for signs of the Dursleys and, finding none, he led James up the stairs. Perfectly all right, James assured him. In these troubled times, a bit of caution might just keep you alive. They entered Harry's room, and he quickly shut the door as he heard heavy footsteps in the hall. Brace yourself, Harry muttered to James, who smiled tightly in reply. The door crashed open, and again Vernon stood looking into the room. Harry noticed Ginny flinch, and he felt a surge of hot anger towards his uncle. Who the ruddy hell are you? Vernon demanded, looking James up and down contemptuously. Another freak, I suppose. James's eyes flashed, but his reply was calm. I am James Milton, he said, come to check on Harry and Ginny, that is all. Vernon, who was at the door? Petunia appeared in the doorway behind her husband. She frowned at James, but refrained from commenting. Just another, one of them, Vernon said through clenched teeth, before turning and storming down the stairs, shaking the house with every step. Petunia followed, and Harry quickly shut the door. Sorry about that, he apologized, flopping down on his bed. James shook his head. It's all right, Harry, he said. The Muggles aren't your fault. Ginny looked hopefully at James. Do you? She trailed off, unable to put her question into words. Your brother should be fine, James assured her, and she let out a long sigh of relief. They'll be keeping him in St. Mungo's for a while, though. He's pretty badly messed up. Your mother's there with him now. His face turned serious. Now, he said crisply, Dumbledore has agreed to let you and your friends come back to Hogwarts early this year, but not yet. Most of the teachers are away, and Dumbledore wants at least most of them to be back at the castle before any students arrive. It'll probably be sometime in mid-August, and I'll be back then to pick you up, along with every Order member we can spare. Harry nodded slowly. While this meant less time with the Dursleys, it still meant another few weeks at least. Don't look so glum, James said lightly. It's not as bad as it sounds. An Order member will be around every other day to check up on you, and Molly said she'll keep sending food if you need it. Harry nodded quickly. Okay, I'll tell her. I'm sure she'll be pleased to be doing her bit to save you from those Muggles. Thank you, Harry said quietly. James waved the thanks aside. No need to thank me. Just doing my part to help. He grimaced slightly, then continued. All right, I've got to get going. I'll see you both in a few weeks, all right? He waved, a lopsided grin on his face, and dissipated with a sharp crack. The summer seemed to pass with almost agonizing slowness. As James had said, every second day an Order member appeared at the front door to check on the two teens. Some, like Mad-Eye Moody, were only good for a quick hello, while the visits from Lupin and Tonks lasted much longer. Having Ginny around was not as awkward as Harry had first thought. After the first few nights, she accompanied him on his evening walks, and they talked. Harry found it easier to talk about the wizarding world away from Privet Drive, when there was no chance of setting Uncle Vernon off. The Order seemed to be going out of its way to keep Harry informed about Voldemort's movements, a welcome change to the excessive secrecy of the last year. Ron and Hermione were sending letters by the dozen, and Harry had to laugh when Ron threatened him with the entire range of Weasley's wizard wheezes if he did anything inappropriate. He had a feeling that was Hermione's word, as he could see the remains of something much nastier scratched out underneath, with his sister. Harry would almost go so far as to say that this was his best summer ever. He had someone to talk to about school, Quidditch, Voldemort, and everything else he usually missed over the holidays. Nevertheless, late at night after Ginny had dropped off to sleep, his thoughts would inevitably turn to his godfather, and he would lay awake for hours on end, brooding. He also began to wonder why they had sent Ginny to Privet Drive and not Ron. He immediately rejected the notion that they were being forced together. That was just too embarrassing to contemplate. The best he could come up with was that it might have something to do with the Chamber of Secrets incident in Harry's second year, although he couldn't be sure. On the evening before Harry's 16th birthday, he and Ginny sat on their respective beds eating from a hamper of food that had just arrived from Grimmauld Place. They were talking quietly, and somehow the conversation moved to Ron and Hermione. I wonder if they'll get together this year, Ginny mused. Harry promptly choked on a pumpkin pasty and Ginny laughed, reaching over to pound him on the back. Thanks, he muttered, taking a long drink of pumpkin juice from a canteen. A thought occurred to him, and he asked, have you got any letters from Dean this summer? Ginny looked at him strangely, and he flushed. You know, on the train home you said you were going out with him. Ginny giggled. No silly, I only said that to get Ron riled up. Dean's nice and all, but, she trailed off, then giggled again. Oh, for a reason he couldn't quite place, that made Harry feel better. What about you? Ginny asked shyly, partially hidden behind her hair, which was loosely framing her face. Harry sighed pensively. I doubt I'll get back together with Cho, he said, idly picking at a bit of fluff on his blanket. I mean, she's nice and all, but with the whole Cedric thing, he trailed off, unable to put his thoughts into words, so just settled for a shrug. I can see how that might make things difficult, Ginny agreed. Doomed from the start, Harry said wryly. You should have seen us on Valentine's Day, it was a disaster. Ginny looked at him quizzically. We went to Madame Puddifoot's, Harry began. I really had no clue what I was doing, and there were these bloody cherubs, he mimed throwing confetti into the air, and made a face. It didn't help that Roger Davies and his girlfriend were sitting at the next table trying to snog each other senseless. As Harry told the story of his disastrous date with Cho, Ginny couldn't help but feel a little envious of the older girl. As much as she tried to convince herself that she was over her crush on Harry, even she knew that she was lying through her teeth. She also knew, however, that Harry didn't see her that way. To him, she was Ron's little sister, which made any relationship near impossible. So she was content to be his friend and stand by him, even if at times she wanted more. Harry finished his story, and Ginny forced herself back into the present. Yeah, well, no offense Harry, but you two really weren't very well suited to each other, she said. Harry sighed pensively. She noted that he did that a lot these days. Yeah, I suppose you're right, he agreed. And he smiled his tired, crooked smile, and her heart told her quite plainly that friend or not, she was not happy with their current arrangements. July 31st dawned bright and warm. Harry awoke early to find his windowsill lined with owls. Yet more sat on his desk, and Hedwig perched on the end of his bed. There were about 20 in all, and Ginny was making her way around the room removing packages and shooing the relieved owls out the open window. Finally, only Hedwig, Pig and an owl Harry recognized as Hermes were left, and there was a large pile of presents on the end of his bed. He stared at it in wonder. There are a lot of people who care about you, you know, Ginny said softly, instinctively realizing the cause of Harry's surprise. He smiled gratefully at her, then eagerly dove at the presents. First was a heavy parcel from Hermione. Predictably, she had bought him a book, entitled, Evil Incarnate, The Greatest Dark Wizards of All Time. An enclosed note told him that Dumbledore had recommended the book to her at the end of the last year, and went on to list page numbers of all the references to Voldemort. Harry smiled, wondering just exactly how Hermione had ended up in Gryffindor and not Ravenclaw. A parcel from Ron. Harry had to wonder how Pig had managed to carry both presents, as they were quite heavy, contained an extensive selection of Honeydukes sweets. Fred and George had sent him a bright orange backpack, filled to bursting point with their latest range of pranks. A lime green card on top with the words, WWW Shareholder, written in silver entitled him, according to the twins' letter, to get anything from their shop for half price. I'd be careful with that, Ginny warned as Harry made to drop the bag off the bed. Never know what could be in there, knowing Fred and George. Harry thought a moment then nodded, gently placing the bag on the floor. Good thinking, he said, picking up another parcel, this one from Remus Lupin. Inside was a baseball cap with, Prongs Jr., emblazoned across it in gold letters. Harry swallowed hard, glancing over the accompanying note. Harry, your father had this made for you after you were born. I thought you might like to have it now. Don't think badly of James just because of one incident, Harry. Your father was everything Snape was not, and he never lost an opportunity to cause trouble for the Marauders. Much like you and young Mr. Malfoy, neither could leave the other alone. You might think about that the next time Draco tries to get a rise out of you. Mooney. The words, neither could leave the other alone, struck a chord deep within Harry. Perhaps it was their similarity to a line of the prophecy, but he couldn't help shiver at Lupin's probably inadvertent choice of words. What does he say? Ginny asked curiously. Harry handed her the note, and he could tell by the way her eyes narrowed that she hadn't missed the similarity either. She didn't comment, however. Instead, she looked up with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes and said, "Are you going to put it on or not?" Harry shrugged, placing the cap on his head where it magically tightened to fit. Ginny suddenly stifled a laugh. Harry watched her in puzzlement, until she pointed at the mirror hanging on his wall. He turned to see that the text on the cap had changed. It now read, "Brush your hair, Potter." Harry laughed, pulling the cap off and trying to get his hair to stop sticking up. He replaced the cap, and the text changed again to, "That's not much better." Harry laughed again and, having an idea, tapped the cap with his wand. The text changed back to, "Prongs Jr." "Thanks, Dad," Harry whispered, quickly wiping a tear from his eye before Ginny could see. He carefully assumed a bright smile and moved to the next package. Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Mad-Eye Moody had sent him a book entitled, Horror Training, a Practical Guide. The included note from Tonks told him that, "A little cat told us you wanted to be an horror, and they thought this book might help." Most of the rest were from DA members, and most contained assorted sweets. Neville sent him a handheld faux glass, and Luna sent a postcard from Sweden where, she assured him, she and her father were hot on the trail of a crumple-horned snarkack. Holding the faux glass from Neville, Harry remembered with a jolt that today was also Neville's birthday. When he pointed this out to Ginny, her eyes narrowed. "Wait a minute," she said slowly. "If today is Neville's birthday too, and you're both the same age," she left it hanging. "The prophecy could have meant either one of us," Harry confirmed, absently rubbing his scar. "Both our parents had defied him 3 times in different ways, too, and his parents were Order members like mine. Obviously, Voldemort thought I was the bigger threat." Ginny looked at him uncertainly. "Harry, it's all right," he said quietly, his eyes downcast. "I'm going to tell him when we go back to school." He grimaced. "After what you all did for me at the Department of Mysteries, it's the least I can do." Ginny sighed, rubbing her eyes. "Harry, none of us went with you in the hopes of being rewarded, you know." He looked up sharply. "We went because we're your friends. Even Luna," she said with a wry smile. "I can't speak for the others, but if you ever need me, all you have to do is ask. You don't have to shoulder this burden on your own. In fact, if you try," her eyes suddenly twinkled, "I'll sick Fred and George on you for being a git." He laughed and threw his pillow at her. She caught it easily and sent it back. "Seriously though," she said, "don't try to do everything by yourself. I'm sure Ron and Hermione feel the same way. We all want to help in any way we can." Harry lowered his gaze, unable to look at her any longer. Her large brown eyes were filled with compassion, and he suddenly felt himself unworthy of such friends. "Thank you," he said finally, looking up again and catching her gaze. As he held it, she began to blush, but her gaze didn't waver. The corners of Harry's mouth tilted up into a smile as she suddenly looked away, blushing. Her hair caught the sunlight streaming through the window, causing it to take fire, and Harry found himself mesmerized by its shifting color. He coughed nervously, looking away quickly and noticing a letter that had been under all the other presents. "That's from Percy," Ginny said, her face still bright red. "I didn't know if you'd want to read it or not." Harry nodded slowly, carefully breaking the ministry seal on the envelope. A folded piece of parchment fell out, and Harry opened it to find a letter written in Percy's neat handwriting. "Harry, first, let me say that I am sincerely sorry for not believing you about the return of you-know-who. I realize now that I was wrong about you, and I regret ever speaking out against you. I know that it will take a long time for my family to forgive me, especially Ron and Ginny, but I hope you can find it in your heart to not hold my past mistakes against me. Let me also assure you that I am doing all I can to help the Order now, starting with preparing statements to appear in the Daily Prophet about Death Eater activity. The Ministry is doing all within its power to prepare the wizarding community for the coming war, and the Aurors are out in force, patrolling public places such as Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. We are doing all we can to ensure the safety of everyone, be they magical or muggle. I can't give you too many details, in case this letter is intercepted. I hope you can forgive me for acting like a prat for so long. I am truly sorry. Percy. Harry reread the letter, feeling a weight he had not even known existed rise from his shoulders. He had felt guilty about causing a rift in the Weasley family, but it looked like that rift was finally on the way to mending. For the purposes of this story, I'm making Ginny's specialty Transfiguration. You'll see why that's important in a minute. As evening approached, Ginny seemed to grow increasingly nervous. They had spent the day in Harry's bedroom, avoiding the Dursleys. More and more often, Harry would catch Ginny glancing out the window, as if waiting for something to arrive. Finally, as they were sharing a meal from yet another Weasley hamper, an owl swooped through the window bearing a small black box, which it deposited in Ginny's lap. She sighed in relief, taking the attached letter and reading through it quickly before nodding to herself. "What is it?" Harry asked, looking up from his charms homework. "Your birthday present, of course," Ginny said with a nervous smile. She held out the black box, and Harry took it curiously. He opened it to find a silver medallion on a chain. The sword of Godric Gryffindor was depicted point down through the center, and surrounding the hilt was a ruby-encrusted crown. Encircling the outside was a snake biting its own tail, the eternal symbol of renewal and rebirth. "Professor McGonagall showed me how to transfigure it last term," Ginny said, her voice betraying her nervousness. "I had to get Professor Dumbledore to enchant it, though. I wasn't strong enough. It should protect you." "It's beautiful, Gin." Harry wrapped an arm around her shoulder in a half-hug, his eyes still on the medallion glittering in his hand. Consequently, he missed the look of relief mixed with pure pleasure that crossed Ginny's face. "I realized at the end of last year that I never thanked you for saving me in the chamber," Ginny said quietly, taking a deep breath to steady herself as she started to shake. Harry noticed and squeezed her shoulder. "There's nothing to thank me for," he said lightly, smiling ruefully. "Ron would have killed me if I'd let anything happen to you." His eyes went back to the amulet, and in doing so he missed the look of anguish that crossed her face. Late that night, Harry lay awake in the cool darkness of his room, staring at the ceiling as his thought lingered on Sirius. He had been told countless times that what happened in the Department of Mysteries was not his fault, but that didn't stop him feeling a twinge of guilt as he thought about the consequences of their little adventure. True, they had proved beyond a doubt that Voldemort was back, but Ron and Hermione had ended up in the hospital wing for weeks afterward, and Sirius. He was jolted out of his thoughts by the sound of muffled sobs. It took a moment for him to remember that Ginny was in the same room, and she was undoubtedly the source of the quiet sounds. He listened for a moment and was about to ask her what was wrong when there was a loud crash from downstairs. Harry quickly rolled out of bed, grabbing his wand from the desk. Ginny sat up slowly, her own wand clutched tightly in her shaking hands. Harry was glad that the moonlight was too dim for either to see much, it spared them both from a potentially embarrassing moment. Harry placed a finger to his lips, and Ginny nodded, taking a deep breath to steady herself. She climbed out of bed and crossed the room on silent feet to Harry's desk, crouching behind it out of sight. Harry slipped into the small space between the door and wardrobe, and they waited. It was only a minute or so later when the door handle slowly turned, and a shadowy figure in sweeping black robes slipped through the door. Harry was on him in an instant. Stupefy. The figure crumpled as two stunners took him, one from the back and one from the front. Ginny had leapt from cover, and now stood panting in the middle of the room, her wand rock steady as she kept it on the downed Death Eater. Expelliarmus. Ginny's wand flew from her hands, and before he could do anything, Harry's followed. A second Death Eater, who had obviously been hiding in the hall, stepped over the body of their fallen comrade. Harry felt a chill pass over him as they removed their mask. "So," Bellatrix Lestrange breathed, her lips twisted into a cruel smirk. "We meet again, Potter." Harry's mind went blank, flames appeared before his eyes. This was the woman who had killed Sirius, killed him and then laughed about it. With an enraged roar, Harry leapt at Bellatrix, but with surprising strength, she sent him flying into the corner where he slumped in a daze. Don't move, Bellatrix said to Ginny as she gave a little cry and took a step towards Harry. The Death Eater's wand was pointed at the youngest Weasley, but she was looking at Harry. Poor little baby Potter, Bellatrix taunted. Didn't even realize as the Dark Lord slowly peeled away the protections of this dump. Her sneering gaze took in the room, then came back to rest on Harry. And now, he's going to die. What a shame. Bellatrix narrowed her eyes as she moved her wand to point at Harry. Pity you couldn't choose your sides more carefully, Potter, she said. But now, I shall be rewarded most richly by the Dark Lord for being the one to finally end your miserable life. Harry's eyes caught Ginny's as Bellatrix's attention remained on him. She was inching to the left, her foot outstretched, and Harry realized that she was going for the fallen Death Eater's wand. Goodbye, Potter. Bellatrix smiled triumphantly. Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light erupted from Bellatrix's wand. Harry stared at it numbly, unable to move as death approached him. With a shrill scream filled with defiance, Hedwig swooped from her place on Harry's wardrobe, taking the spell in the chest. She tumbled from the air, lifeless, landing in Harry's lap. At the same instant, there was a yell of, "Stupefy!" And Bellatrix joined her comrade on the floor. Harry stared numbly at the limp bundle of white feathers in his lap. He gently stroked Hedwig's soft chest, as his eyes filled with tears. She had taken the spell meant for him. Loyal to the end. Harry. Ginny knelt beside him, gently placing her hand on his shoulder. Harry sobbed, a hopeless sound that wrenched at Ginny's soul. She dropped the Death Eater's wand with a clatter and pulled him into a hug, Hedwig held between them. And for the first time since the start of summer, Harry allowed all the feelings he had bottled up loose. Ginny held him tightly as he cried, running her fingers through his messy hair and trying to stop her own tears from falling. Her back began to hurt from the awkward angle, but she fiercely ignored it. There was a loud bang from downstairs, and soon after Lupin, Mad-Eye Moody and Tonks burst into the room. "Harry," Lupin said in relief, almost tripping over the prone Death Eaters in his haste to get to Harry. Ginny flipped her hand at him, warning him away, as Harry continued to sob into her shoulder. Moody conjured ropes to bind the two prisoners, and levitated them outside. Tonks disapparated to let the Order know that they were okay. Only Lupin remained, although he kept his distance from the two teens as Harry, now silent, continued to cling to his beloved pet and Ginny clung to him just as tightly. Finally Harry shifted, his lips inches from Ginny's, and he whispered, "Thank you." Dumbledore arrived at Privet Drive a few minutes later, along with James, Professor McGonagall, and Snape. Incredibly, the Dursleys had slept through the whole incident. Harry felt a hot surge of loathing course through him at the sight of Snape as the four entered Harry's bedroom. He was now sitting on his bed holding Hedwig, with Ginny close by and Lupin across from him on Ginny's bed. Harry's gaze became flat at the potion master's presence. "Get out," he said sharply. Snape looked surprised, then he scowled. "Potter." Dumbledore motioned for him to go. Snape turned sharply and stalked out of the room, his robes billowing out behind him as he went. Dumbledore sighed and sat beside Lupin on Ginny's bed. McGonagall and James shared a look, then took up stations on either side of the door. "Harry," Dumbledore started quietly. "Please do not blame Professor Snape for what happened last year. I know this is hard." "I don't want to talk about it," Harry said shortly. Ginny placed a hand on his shoulder, and he angrily shoved it off. Undeterred, she replaced it. "I had thought that this was the safest place for you both," Dumbledore said, his voice tired. "Obviously I was wrong. Please, Harry, don't make this any more difficult than it already is." He passed one hand over his eyes. "I have decided to move you and certain other high-risk students back to Hogwarts somewhat earlier than I had originally planned." Harry shrugged indifferently, stroking his owl's soft feathers. "It would appear I have underestimated Voldemort yet again," Dumbledore sighed. Harry's head slowly raised, an incredulous look on his face. "Taking some of your blood to use in the spell that resurrected him was really quite clever. Not only did it allow him to overcome the protection your mother gave you when she died, but it allowed him to manipulate the wards set up around this house in such a way that I never noticed until it was too late." Harry nodded slowly, deep in thought. "Because he has some of me in him, and the wards are here to protect me." Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Very good, Harry. It took some of the Order members some time to realize that. He glanced slyly at Tonks, who had come through the door unnoticed. Tonks coughed nervously, blushing. All set, Professor, she said, handing Dumbledore an old ratty book. Excellent. Dumbledore handed the book to Harry. It's a portkey, he explained, seeing Harry's confused look. It will take you and Miss Weasley straight to Gryffindor Tower. And me, James said, coming forwards. Ah yes, and you of course, James. Dumbledore motioned the younger man forwards, and he placed a hand on the book. Ginny's slim hand came to rest on top of Harry's, and she smiled at him encouragingly. We shall bring your things up separately, but right now it is important to get you both to safety. I believe Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley should already be there, he added, and Harry brightened a little. All right, he said finally, handing Hedwig to Lupin, who took her tenderly. Dumbledore smiled. Excellent, he said with some relief, glancing at his pocket watch. Here we go, 3, 2, 1. Harry felt the familiar jerk behind his navel, and he was catapulted through the ethers to land unceremoniously in a heap on the floor in Gryffindor Tower, Ginny landing on top of him. Only James managed to stay upright. He shook his head in amusement as Ginny sprang to her feet and helped Harry up. Harry, Ginny, Ron and Hermione stood from where they had been sitting before the fire and hurried over. So good to see you, Hermione said breathlessly, keying Harry on the cheek as Ron hugged his sister. Then they swapped, Ginny hugging Hermione and Ron slapping Harry on the back. As the friends greeted each other, James made himself scarce. What happened? Ron asked as they all took seats before the fire. Kingsley Shacklebolt showed up at Hermione's and said that we had to get back to Hogwarts right away. Something about an attack. You right, mate? Harry nodded absently, not really wanting to talk. It was Ginny who answered the question. It was Death Eaters, she said quietly, and Ron and Hermione paled. One of them was Bellatrix Lestrange, she added. Seeing their blank looks, she said in exasperation, you know, the one that killed Sirius. This was news to both of them. When Sirius had died, only Harry and Neville had been present. Ron had been entangled in the brain's tentacles, and Hermione had been unconscious. Harry, Hermione asked uncertainly, but Harry didn't answer, just stared into the fire. The three looked at each other, wordlessly coming to an agreement. Ron and Hermione disappeared up the stairs to the boys' dormitories, returning a few minutes later with 4 blankets. Ginny was curled up next to Harry, using his chest as a pillow. The boy who lived was fast asleep, and an empty potion bottle on the table nearby explained why. Ron looked about to comment on the sleeping arrangements, but Ginny snatched a blanket from him and shot him a look filled with such venom that he quailed, sliding onto the other couch. Hermione gave Ginny a small smile before mimicking her position with Ron. Ron looked rather surprised, but quickly settled down, running one hand through Hermione's bushy hair, a smile on his face as he settled down to sleep. Ginny glanced over at Hermione and winked, before her eyes closed and she promptly went to sleep, her earlier tears completely forgotten. Harry awoke early the next morning feeling strangely refreshed. He lay on the comfortable couch in the common room, his mind blurry with a pleasant half-sleep, until he noticed a weight on his chest. He opened his eyes and looked down to see a vividly red head resting on his chest. Ginny's face wore an expression of soft contentment. The barriers usually present during the waking hours were absent, making her seem exceptionally vulnerable. For the first time, Harry really studied her face. She had a light smattering of freckles across her nose, which contrasted to her creamy skin. Her lips were full, and he briefly wondered what it would be like to key them. Harry pulled himself up sharply. This is Ginny, he told himself sternly, not some brainless airhead like Parvati. He winced at that last thought. Sorry, Parvati. Even so, he couldn't help but notice how silky her hair felt where it brushed against his bare arm, and the warm feeling radiating through his chest where her head rested. He glanced over at the other couch to see Ron and Hermione in the same position, and with Hermione wearing a similar expression to Ginny's. Ron was also awake and watching him closely. He seemed to be fighting internally with himself about something. Harry guessed what it was about and shrugged slightly, and Ron nodded, somehow managing to look downcast and pleased at the same time. Their brief movements were obviously not quite as subtle as they thought, as both girls began to stir. "Morning, Ron," Hermione said sleepily, shifting into a more comfortable position, but obviously not ready to get up. Ron grinned a silly grin in Harry's direction, who smiled back. "Morning, Harry," Ginny said quietly, raising her head to look into his face. She smiled a little uncertainly, as if not sure how her close position would be received. Harry wondered if keying her forehead would be too forward, and settled on running his fingers through her hair with a smile. She sighed, letting her head rest on his chest again. He leaned down to whisper in her ear. "Thanks for last night." She started guiltily, and her eyes went to the empty potion bottle. "It's all right," Harry assured her, "I needed it. And, thanks." She smiled gratefully at him, settling back down, idly running a hand across his chest. "You're welcome." She seemed to realize what she was doing suddenly and stopped, blushing furiously. She made to get up quickly, but Harry held her down, running his hand through her hair again. "It's all right," he assured her, smiling that tired, crooked smile that always made her knees go weak. "I don't mind." With a sigh she settled back down, her hand once more tracing his chest. Her eyes flicked across the room to where Ron and Hermione lay to find Ron staring at her, or more precisely, her hand. He grimaced, as though fighting not to speak. Ginny's brown eyes held a challenge to her brother, who finally shook his head and lay back down. Hermione's eyes captured Ginny's and she winked. It felt peculiar to be at Hogwarts without the usual crowds of students filling the halls. As far as they could tell, the only other students present at the castle were Neville and Luna, who had climbed through the portrait hole around mid-morning. It didn't take a genius to figure out what Dumbledore had meant when he said, "high-risk students." They met after lunch in Dumbledore's office. James, Professor McGonagall, and Snape were also there. Harry had tensed when Snape entered, but Ginny's hand on his shoulder stopped him from commenting. Dumbledore surveyed the 6 students from behind his desk. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him, and much of the life had gone from his face. Harry had noticed the same changes in the other teachers he had seen so far. Even Snape looked more careworn than he had at the end of the last school year. "I suppose you all know why you are here," Dumbledore said eventually. "The Department of Mysteries," Luna said dreamily. "Indeed, Miss Lovegood," Dumbledore nodded. "When you foiled Voldemort's plan to acquire a copy of the prophecy, you all became known to him, and that makes you all targets. Following last night's incident." "Please, Professor," Hermione said quickly. "What happened last night?" "I told you," Ginny said impatiently. "Death Eaters attacked Harry and me at the Muggles' place." She gave Dumbledore a sidelong look that held a barely veiled accusation. Dumbledore sighed heavily. "I believe I owe you an explanation, Miss Weasley," he said, his blue eyes catching her brown ones. "I sent you to stay with Harry for a very good reason." "I wondered about that," Ron said, sitting up a little straighter. "Indeed you should, Mr. Weasley. The truth is, the attack on the Burrow had one specific purpose, and that purpose was not to wipe out the Weasley clan. Although that would have been a beneficial side effect, to Voldemort's mind, he has far more important targets to go after. No, the truth is that the attack was aimed specifically at Miss Weasley." There was a stunned silence. Only Snape looked unsurprised at the news. Of course, Harry thought bitterly, he's probably the one who supplied the information to Dumbledore. Beside him, Ginny tensed. "Me?" she asked uncertainly, and Harry placed an arm around her shoulders in comfort. "Indeed, the Death Eaters were after you. Voldemort has been informed of the chamber incident in your first year, and he evidently seeks to use you to his own ends by means of that connection." Ginny stared at the headmaster incredulously, then slowly nodded. "I had a feeling Tom would find out," she said quietly. She gently disengaged Harry's arm from around her shoulder, and stood. "Since I have now become a liability, I will leave." She pushed past McGonagall, walked quickly to the door, opened it somewhat harder than necessary, and left. "Ginny." Harry stood to go after her, but Ron grabbed his arm. "Let me," was all he said, then quickly followed his sister. Harry looked helplessly at Hermione, who was looking at him with sympathy. "Let Ron take care of her," she said, gently pulling his back into his seat. Dumbledore looked unsurprised at Ginny's quick exit. Fortunately for us, he continued, adjusting his half-moon glasses, Bellatrix disobeyed her master and attacked you before he was ready. From what Professor Snape has said, he indicated the sneering potions master, Voldemort was most annoyed. I'm surprised that you didn't feel anything, Harry. Ginny forced me to drink a dreamless sleep potion, Harry said, absently rubbing his scar, which was prickling slightly. Ah, Dumbledore said delicately. In any case, Bellatrix is now back in Azkaban, although how long she will remain there is anyone's guess. Now that the Dementors have left, Azkaban is no longer secure. I only hope I can convince Minister Fudge of this before it is too late. But that is my fight, the headmaster said firmly as Hermione started to speak. You all have too much to do already without worrying about this. Harry, Professor Milton has given his consent, if you wanted to start the DA again as an official school club. Professor Milton, Harry asked in confusion. What, forgotten me already? James asked, waving. Hey, over here. Indeed, Professor Milton will be teaching defense against the dark arts this year, Dumbledore said. Which I hope you will all be taking this year. James glanced at all 4 present students. Of course, Harry said absently, his mind only half on the conversation. Dumbledore chuckled. Well, I can see that we're not going to get much more accomplished today. You can all go back to Gryffindor Tower, if you wish. We shall talk more tomorrow. By the time Ron got to the gargoyle guarding the entrance to Dumbledore's office, Ginny had vanished. He knew that there were only a few places she would go and, guessing the most likely one, he started walking. He found her at the top of the astronomy tower, sitting on a ledge hugging her knees and gazing out over the lake. She didn't acknowledge him as he approached. He sat down on the ledge opposite her and waited for her to speak first. They all hate me, don't they? She asked in a voice barely over a whisper. Of course not, Ron said immediately. They do, Ginny said, her eyes closing as tears prickled behind them. Voldemort's after me, and I'm putting you all in danger. Ginny, Ron said gently, you know who's been after Harry for 16 years, and he's still here. But he's Harry, she burst out, shaking her head angrily. He can always get out of these things. And he'll help you get out of this, if you let him. Ron stood and walked closer, but she shied away from him. Why would he help someone he hates? Ginny, Ron said in exasperation. Don't be a prat. Firstly, Harry doesn't hate you. Secondly, he'd even help Draco Malfoy if he thought it was the right thing to do. And thirdly, Ron hesitated, took a deep breath, and plunged on. Third, he's totally crazy about you. Slowly, Ginny's head raised until she was looking into her brother's eyes. You're just saying that, she said finally. No, I'm not, he said forcefully, approaching her again. This time she allowed him to sit next to her, and she rested her head on his shoulder. You haven't seen all the looks he was giving you all last year while you weren't looking. And this morning, Ron trailed off as he thought about the look on Harry's face that morning as he had watched Ginny sleeping. When he spoke again, his voice was higher than usual. Trust me, he's nuts about you. He just doesn't realize it yet. Ginny wiped her eyes with one hand, and then said in a small voice, really? Ron smiled, although it came out as more of a grimace, and he swallowed hard. Trust me, he repeated, his voice normal again. Ginny sighed, giving her brother a one-armed hug. Oh, Ron, she said, burying her face in his shoulder. Awkwardly, he stroked her hair like he had seen his mother do when she was comforting her daughter. They stayed like that for a long time, just enjoying each other's presence. They hadn't spent much time together since Ron started school, a separation that had been most painful for Ginny. His presence now, when she needed him most, was all she could have asked for. Ron and Ginny joined the other 4 students in the Gryffindor common room some time later. Harry waved Ginny over to a seat on the lounge next to him. Ginny hesitated, indecision momentarily gripping her until Ron gave her a gentle shove in Harry's direction. She sank onto the lounge, but kept a little distance between her and Harry. It was Hermione who broke the silence. Okay, Harry, we're all here. What did you want to tell us? Harry took a deep breath to steady his nerves. This was it. Until now, The only person he had told about the prophecy and his role in the coming war was Ginny. He glanced at her now. Her eyes were downcast, seemingly focused on the fire roaring on the hearth. He looked around at his other friends. Ron was watching him curiously. Hermione had her bottom lip caught between her teeth in anticipation. Neville looked anxious. Luna was looking at him intently, not at all like her usual dreamy self. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hands of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry repeated the prophecy quietly. He had gone over it so many times he had it committed to memory now. As he spoke, he watched his friends' faces. Ginny was scowling, the same scowl she had worn every time they had discussed the prophecy at Privet Drive. Ron looked puzzled, and Neville's face went deathly white as Harry finished speaking. Luna was watching him like a hawk. Hermione, however, was looking at him in horror. "But, you have to." "Surely not." She bit her lip, then sighed, running her hands through her hair in frustration. "Oh, Harry. What's it mean?" Ron asked, obviously puzzled. "Simple," Luna said, as if discussing the weather. "Either Harry kills you know who, or you know who will kill him." Ron gaped at her in horror. "But, Harry can't." "He couldn't, can you?" Ron looked hopefully at Harry. "Look," Harry said, catching each set of eyes in turn. "If any of you don't want to go on, I'll understand. Chances are if you hang around me long enough, you'll get killed, so if you want to pull out, I won't blame you." "Don't be daft," Ron said absently, obviously still struggling with the whole concept. "I told you once before, Harry," Ginny said, resting her head on his shoulder. "You won't get rid of us that easily." "Of course I'm with you," Hermione said, shaking her head. "Honestly, do you think any of us would leave you at this point? It could have been me, couldn't it?" Neville's face was still deathly pale. Harry nodded reluctantly. "Yes," he said truthfully. "It could have been." Neville closed his eyes, his lips moving slightly as if talking to himself. Finally he opened them, and his face took on a determined look. "I'm with you," he said firmly. "I don't know how much help I'll be, but I'm with you." Harry looked at the round-faced boy gratefully. "Thank you," he said quietly. "All of you." Hermione waved his thanks aside. "If you don't have any choice in any of this, then I think the first step is to get as many students to join the DA as possible when term starts." When Harry gave her a puzzled look, Hermione sighed. "Think, Harry, if he's after you, what's going to be his first target?" Harry's face went pale. "Hogwarts." "Exactly," Hermione said crisply. "We need to train as many students as we can so that they can help the teachers defend the castle if Voldemort, oh really Ron, it's just a name, attacks." Ron had flinched violently when Hermione had said, "Voldemort." "Yeah, but it's the name of the git who's trying to kill my best friend," he retorted. "Maybe I should just leave," Harry said pensively. "Go to London, let myself be seen. Then Voldemort wouldn't have any reason to come after the school." "Don't be silly," Ginny said sharply. "I'm serious." Harry sat up straight and made to stand. "Get back here," Ginny pulled him back into his seat. "If you go traipsing off to London and get yourself killed, who's going to stop Voldemort?" "You don't understand," Harry said hotly. "What if Voldemort attacks the castle? How could I live with myself if some little first year, or the whole student body, gets killed in a fight I'm the cause of?" "I don't think they'd leave us alone just because you weren't here," Neville said quietly. His face was still drawn and pale, and he was trembling slightly. "That's true," Luna said. "Hogwarts is far too tempting to the Dark Lord for him to just pass it by, if only for the fact that it is Dumbledore's base of operations and there are several powerful members of the Order of the Phoenix stationed here." Everyone in the room stared at the blonde Ravenclaw girl. "What?" she asked, her head tilting to the side slightly. Hermione gained her composure first. That's very true," she said carefully. Luna gazed at her. "You know, there is a reason that I'm in Ravenclaw," she said serenely. Harry was trying very hard not to laugh at the look on Hermione's face. "Okay," he said, drawing everyone's attention back to him. "I'll stay, but I'll need help from all of you if we're going to start training students. We definitely need to speak with Professor Milton, Hermione said thoughtfully. He could probably help you get some sort of training program together. What about wandless fighting? Neville asked. I know that Aurors get training in fighting without their wands, and fencing, and other stuff like that. That's a good idea, Neville, Hermione beamed at him and he flushed. We'll have to find someone to train with, though. She frowned slightly, her brows knitting together as she thought. What about Tonks? Ron suggested. You want to let Tonks in the same room as you with a long pointy object? Harry asked incredulously. Ron grinned. Definitely. One day over summer, he trailed off, took a deep breath, and continued, before the attack on the burrow, she had the day off and came around to visit while Bill was there. When he mentioned that he was a curse breaker and had done a bit of Auror training, she insisted on having a duel with him. Ron shook his head. It was embarrassing. Fighting with wands wasn't too bad, but when they got to fencing, Bill only lasted about 3 seconds, and I'd thought he was good before then. He's nothing on Tonks. Okay, well the least we can do is ask her. Harry looked at Hermione, who still looked dubious. She may not be able to get time off from the ministry, especially if Death Eater activity is on the rise again. That morning at breakfast, the Daily Prophet had arrived with the headline, 23 dead in Death Eater rampage. How important is this training? Harry asked cautiously. Hermione looked exasperated. Didn't I just say it was really important? Harry smiled. Okay then, I have an idea. Like what? Ron asked. Harry grinned at his friend. Wait and see. Tonks arrived about 2 hours later. When she entered the Gryffindor common room, she was met with 5 incredulous looks and 1 pleased smile. Not happy to see me? She teased, dropping into a seat beside Hermione. What? But, how, huh? Harry and Tonks exchanged a look and burst out laughing. Very smooth, Ron, Ginny said, shaking her head. Hi Tonks, she added. Hello Ginny, Tonks said, her currently blue eyes taking in the girl's close proximity to Harry with a broad smile as Ginny flushed. Thanks for coming, Tonks, Harry said gratefully. You're welcome. She paused. Now, why exactly am I here? And so Harry explained his plan. He had slipped out and spoken to Dumbledore after their previous conversation, telling him of their plans and their need for Tonks. Dumbledore had agreed to his plan and immediately contacted Minister Fudge. Harry had waited outside Dumbledore's office during the conversation until the headmaster called him back in. It's all settled, Dumbledore said, gazing at Harry from behind his steepled fingers. As you said, I suggested he place an Auror here permanently to guard you and the school. He was surprisingly accepting of the idea, so I suggested Nymphadora on the basis that you already knew her and were comfortable with her presence. She will be here within a few hours. As Harry finished his recital of his conversation with the headmaster, Tonks laughed. Anyway, she took up the story. Shacklebolt came to me a few hours ago and told me I'd been restationed to Hogwarts. I should have had my suspicions by that point, but I thought it was just Dumbledore. Imagine my surprise when the first thing he said when I walked into his office was that I should speak with you lot. Everyone laughed, and Ginny nudged Harry. Are you sure you should be in Gryffindor? That sounds like a Slytherin's plan. The hat suggested it, Harry said casually. The laughter abruptly ceased. Oh come on, he said exasperatedly. Don't you all get it? Remember the Sorting Hats song last year? We should be trying to get along with the other houses, not fighting them. So long as you don't try to make me be friendly with Malfoy, I'll be alright, Ron declared. Ginny grinned at her brother. Ron, it's hard enough trying to stop you two from murdering each other. Believe me, we have no delusions that you will ever be friends. Everyone laughed at that, dispelling the tension that had built up at Harry's comment. It reminded him, however, of just how far he had to go. He himself was rather painfully beginning to get over his prejudices, but it may take a lot longer for some to get the idea. He sighed pensively as Ron and Hermione explained their ideas to Tonks. Only Ginny noticed his sigh. She didn't speak, but her arm snaked its way around his waist as she squeezed him slightly. Harry smiled slightly, glancing down into Ginny's brown eyes, seeing them wide with concern. Seconds later, His scar exploded with pain. Lord Voldemort stood in the middle of a huge stone room, surrounded by a ring of Death Eaters. Another was sprawled on the floor in front of him, his head bowed. Voldemort stared at the cringing figure with cold disdain, his serpentine eyes narrowed to slits. "I had thought of all my Death Eaters, you at least were competent, Severus," he hissed, and several of the Death Eaters visibly shivered. "It would appear that I was wrong." The figure raised its head slowly, climbing painfully to its feet. A voice that unmistakably belonged to the potions master of Hogwarts emanated from behind the stark white mask. "Forgive me, my lord," Snape said, bowing slightly. "Dumbledore is not as foolish as I once assumed. He does not tell me everything as he once did. I am truly sorry for not bringing this matter to your attention sooner." Voldemort looked at Snape with a mirthless smile. "Do you truly think me so foolish, Severus? Do you expect me to believe that Dumbledore would not inform you of a new staff member?" "Forgive me, my lord," Snape said again. "I had not left my rooms for some days until this morning, and I was unaware of his presence at the castle until a few hours ago." Voldemort hissed in annoyance. "Very well," he said finally. "What of the Potter boy?" "He and his friends were brought to the castle yesterday, my lord," Snape replied, his eyes downcast. Voldemort hissed again. "I am most displeased with Bella," he said, his voice like the dry hiss of snakes' scales. "She has ruined all my plans with her reckless attack." Voldemort's gaze roamed the room, resting on each Death Eater in turn. "She was, however, the most loyal of my followers," he continued, his eyes again resting on Snape. "Not like some others I could mention." Snape remained silent. "Very well then," Voldemort said eventually. "You shall return to Hogwarts and watch that fool Dumbledore carefully. I want to know what he has planned for the Mind Mage." "As you wish, my lord." Snape bowed again, wincing visibly as he did so, and his hand twitched almost involuntarily to his side. Voldemort smiled cruelly. "Mr. Milton will come to regret his hasty decision," he said, his slitted eyes burning bright red, almost the color of blood. "But first, you must be punished for your failure." "Crucio!" Snape screamed, and many miles away, his scream was echoed through Gryffindor Tower. Harry's scar felt like it was on fire. Black spots danced before his eyes and his ears were ringing, making it hard for him to recognize the voice. A cool hand rested on his scar, and the pain began to dull, although it was some moments before it faded entirely. He opened his eyes and flinched from the bright light. Screwing them shut again, he concentrated on getting his breathing to its normal rate. He opened his eyes again to find Ginny's blurry face hovering above his own, her eyes filled with concern. He was lying on the floor in front of the fire. Behind her, Hermione was forcibly restraining Ron from running to his side as he attempted to slap her hands away. Neville's face was white, his lips pressed tightly together as he stared at Harry in horror, and Luna looked oddly thoughtful. "I'm all right," Harry said weakly, allowing Ginny to help him into a seated position and replace his glasses. The details of his vision came back to him suddenly, and he would have fallen backwards if Ginny hadn't been supporting him. "Snape, being tortured," he muttered, as Ginny helped him to stand and take a seat on the couch again. "Serves him right," Ron said, sinking back into his chair as he saw that Harry was all right. "Greasy git." Harry didn't have the strength to argue. Privately, he couldn't help but feel sorry for Snape. He angrily pushed those thoughts down. After all Snape had done, he didn't deserve pity. "James," Harry said suddenly, sitting up straighter. "What about him?" Tonks asked. She had been so quiet since Harry's vision he had forgotten she was there. Harry's face screwed up, this time not from pain but from the effort to remember. "Something about a hasty decision," he said finally. "Voldemort wasn't happy." "He wouldn't be," Tonks said absently, then started suddenly as if she had said the wrong thing. Hermione and Luna were both staring at her expectantly. "Oops," she offered weakly, then sighed as their expressions remained the same. "Okay, fine, James. That's Professor Milton to you, by the way, was approached by Voldemort some weeks ago, wanting him to join the Death Eaters. He called James a Mind Mage," Harry said, then told Snape to watch him, and that he'd pay for turning down their offer. Tonks looked thoughtful. "I'm not really surprised," she said finally. What's a mind mage? Ginny asked curiously. It's a wizard who doesn't need to use a wand, Hermione supplied. They're usually really powerful, but there are some things they can't do. Like what? I expect Professor Milton will cover this in your first lesson, Tonks said pointedly. Harry sighed, running his hands through his sweaty hair. The pain in his scar was down to a dull ache, but he still felt as if he had run a 50-mile marathon. He tuned out the others as their conversation continued. He yawned, his eyes drifting shut. He lay down, his head on something soft, and promptly went to sleep. Ginny was somewhat surprised when Harry lay down with his head on her lap. She could feel her face burning as she watched the raven-haired head resting across her legs, and knew from the lack of talking that the others were looking at her. Absently she ran a hand through his messy hair, as he himself had done moments ago, then glanced up. Ron was smirking at her. Hermione gave her a wink. Luna was gazing dreamily out the window, and Neville was trying hard to disguise his jealousy of Harry. Tonks, on the other hand, was staring at them in shock. Suddenly she smiled. Just wait till Molly hears about this. She rubbed her hands together in glee. Ginny laughed nervously as Ron went into a coughing fit and Hermione rubbed his back. She glanced down at Harry again to see a peaceful smile across his face, and she couldn't help but smile as well. It was later than night when Harry awoke. The fire had burned down to embers, and by its dim light he could see he was still in the common room. Across from him, Ron and Hermione were once again sharing a couch, although this time it was Hermione who was being used as a pillow. Surprisingly, Neville and Luna shared the third couch. Tonks was nowhere in sight. He briefly wondered where Ginny was, until he looked up to find himself resting on her lap. She had gone to sleep sitting up, and her head was lolling to the side in what looked to be a very uncomfortable position. Obviously she had decided to endure the discomfort rather than wake him, and he was touched by her gesture. Gently, so as not to wake her, he lay down lengthways and repositioned her so she was laying with her head once again on his chest. He smiled, gently tracing the line of her jaw with one finger, then drifted off to sleep again. Ginny awoke to bright sunlight streaming through the windows of Gryffindor Tower. It took her a while to notice that she was not in the same position as she had been when she went to sleep. She raised her head slightly to see Harry's eyes open and watching her. That looked uncomfortable, he remarked quietly, as the others were still asleep. It wasn't that bad, Ginny lied, but her neck betrayed her as she moved it cracked loudly. Ginny winced, rubbing her neck with one hand. Okay, maybe it was. Here, Harry said, repositioning her until she was facing away from him. He raised his hands and began to rub her neck and back, his fingertips probing between the joints in her neck. There were several cracks as vertebrae snapped back into position, followed by muffled gasps from Ginny. When he finished her neck, he started to rub her shoulders. Ginny sighed, resting back against him as he continued to rub gently, relaxing her shoulder muscles. He continued to rub for a few minutes until he heard the unmistakable sounds of someone stirring from sleep, and stopped abruptly. There we go, he said lamely, blushing furiously as Hermione looked around the room in a daze. Hi Hermione, Ginny said brightly as if nothing had happened, simultaneously grasping Harry's hand and giving it a squeeze. Hermione yawned, blinking at the bright light. Hi yourself, she grumbled, poking Ron in the shoulder. Wazamata, Ron mumbled sleepily, his eyes screwed shut. Get off me, Ron, Hermione said impatiently, but Harry had known her long enough to see that she wasn't really annoyed. Ron sat up quickly. Sorry, he said, shaking his head to clear it and blinking rapidly. It's all right, she said, smiling and surprising all present by keying him on the cheek. What? She asked calmly as she saw Harry and Ginny's face. Nothing, Harry said quickly, trying to conceal his smile. Soon Neville and Luna were stirring as well. Neville looked extremely embarrassed by the fact that Luna had slept with her head in the crook of his arm, but Luna looked completely unbothered by the fact. It's not as if we're going out or anything, she said calmly, causing Neville to blush even harder and Ron to snort in amusement, which in turn earned him a jab in the ribs from Hermione's elbow. As the girls and Neville disappeared to shower, Harry sat back on the couch with a broad smile on his face. Ron watched him from the other side of the room. They were silent for a few moments until Ron suddenly spoke. "Don't hurt her." Harry blinked, the smile disappearing in an instant. "I'm serious," Ron said, sitting up straight on his couch. "If you hurt her, I'll kill you." His face was deadly serious, and Harry couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Take it easy, Ron," he said hastily. "We're not going out, you know. We're just friends." Ron stared at him intensely for several minutes, until Harry could feel his face flaming. He didn't look down, however, but kept his eyes locked on Ron's. Emerald green met sapphire blue, and Harry wondered who would be the first to look away. Finally, Ron spoke again. "I won't bring this up again, but I am serious. If you hurt her, I will kill you. Best friend or not." "Fair enough," Harry nodded. "And since Hermione doesn't have any brothers to do the honors, I give you the same warning." Ron looked startled, so Harry shrugged. "She's a sister to me in everything but blood, you know that." Ron nodded slowly, imitating Harry's previous movements. "Fair enough," he echoed Harry. Suddenly he grinned. "We'd best be careful then," he said. "I know you could beat me in a duel, but the whole Weasley family is another matter, Mr. Potter." Harry laughed, and the two headed off to the showers. The next week passed quickly. They didn't see much of Tonks, who wouldn't be officially staying at Hogwarts until term started. Hermione and Ron spent most of their free time in the library looking for anything useful, although Harry privately suspected that studying was not very high on Ron's list of priorities. Neville and Luna seemed to be spending a lot more time together, too, although Neville seemed to be of two minds about this. It was common knowledge among the group that he had a crush on Ginny, although at times she herself seemed oblivious. Harry couldn't help but smile at the thought of Ginny. He found it hard to believe that he had been dense enough to ignore her for so long. Now that they were friends, and Harry was privately willing to admit that he sometimes felt far more than friendship for the youngest Weasley, she seemed to glow with an inner radiance he had never noticed before. Every time they touched, it was as if a spark jumped between them. Increasingly he had found himself watching her as she went about her day, admiring the way her hair shifted colors in the differing light of the common room, be it firelight or sunlight. Unfortunately for his ears, he saw the other side of her usually gentle personality up close when she got riled up at Ron one day. The two were arguing so loudly that a harassed-looking Professor McGonagall appeared and told them both off. "Stupid git," Ginny muttered darkly as Ron left the entrance hall, the scene of the argument, with Hermione. "What was that all about?" Harry asked, having come in halfway through, by which point the argument had degenerated to name-calling. Ginny took a deep breath to steady herself. "He was asking about Michael," she said shortly. "Ah." Harry knew her well enough by now not to press the issue. "Oh, that's right," he said, suddenly remembering the reason he'd been looking for her. "Professor Milton wants to see us." By the time they had reached James's office, Ginny had more or less regained her composure. They entered the office to find James seated behind his desk, scribbling furiously on a piece of parchment. Opened in front of him were several large books, all bound in black leather. "Ah, Harry, Ginny, please sit," he said, pausing from his writing and indicating two comfortable-looking chairs in front of his desk. "Lesson plans," he said when he noticed Harry's curious glance at the parchment. "Honestly, how any of you have any knowledge in this subject is beyond me. Your teachers so far have been hopeless. Except Lupin, of course," he added hastily when Harry looked furious. "But he still had a bit of a one-sided approach, didn't he? But that's not the point of you being here," he continued before either students could speak. He looked directly at Harry. "Professor McGonagall informs me that you have decided not to take potions this year, even after Professor Snape said he would accept you into his class. May I ask why?" Harry sighed heavily. "In all honesty, sir, I don't think I could put up with Snape for another 2 years. You realize that this will affect your chances of becoming an Auror, don't you?" James looked at him intently. "The way I see it, this is going to end 2 ways, Harry said. Either I kill Voldemort, or he kills me. In the second option, I doubt very much I'll be in need of a job. In the first, do you really think they'd turn me down just because I didn't have a passing potions grade?" James smiled briefly. "I doubt it," he said. All right, since you're not taking potions, can I ask what subjects you are taking? Defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, charms and care of magical creatures, Harry answered promptly. That's only 4 subjects, James noted. What about the 5th? Harry hesitated. Professor Dumbledore told me to keep one subject free, he said finally. That was true. He had mentioned it when they had spoken a few days after Harry arrived at Hogwarts. James nodded almost to himself. Yes, that's what I expected, he muttered, then smiled. All right then. Dumbledore has decided that you can all go to Diagon Alley to get your school supplies, but you are not all going together. You two will go tomorrow with me and Tonks. Ron and Hermione are going the day after with Professor McGonagall and Lupin, and Neville and Luna will be the day after with Professor Snape and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry winced at the thought of Neville being forced to spend the day with Snape, but he couldn't help but think that it was better Neville than him. At least he'll have Luna, he mentally smirked. Ginny seemed to be thinking the same thing. Poor Snape, she murmured as they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. Why poor Snape? Ginny smirked. In my 3rd year, I had potions with the Ravenclaws. Luna drives Snape absolutely mad. Harry laughed. I can imagine. Ginny grinned. The worst part is, she does every potion perfectly, so he can't even complain about her without looking really silly, she said gleefully. And so it was that they found themselves portkeyed into the storeroom of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes the following morning, with Harry wearing his, Prongs Jr., cap to hide his scar. Fred and George were there to greet them. Harry. Fred was grinning as he leapt forward, taking Harry's hand and shaking it vigorously. Absolutely corking to see you again, old boy. Simply spiffing. George grabbed his other hand, and Harry found himself being shaken like a rag doll. Help. He looked over his shoulder at Ginny to see her doubled over with laughter. That's enough, you two, Tonks said, trying to conceal her own smile. The twins let go, and Harry rubbed his shoulders. Is that any way to treat a shareholder? Harry demanded, flashing the card he had received for his birthday with a grin. George laughed delightedly. Ah, the first visit to our store by a shareholder, he declared, putting his arm around Harry's shoulder and leading him into the front of the store. Fred preceded them, opening the door with a flourish and a grand bow. Harry couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't imagine a year at Hogwarts without the twins. The shop wasn't large, but it was filled to overflowing with all the twins' latest products, which for the most part, Harry and Ginny had seen in the bag the twins gave Harry for his birthday. Lee Jordan was manning the front counter and gave them a wave in between customers. Fred asked them if they wanted to see their experimental items, so they spent an enjoyable half-hour in the development room, which was built with plain concrete covered in scorch marks and odd-colored stains. Finally, and with promises to return at the end of the day, Harry, Ginny and Tonks escaped the shop. James had left some time ago, but now they saw him striding up the street towards them. Seems clear, he said when he reached them. A few unsavories, but nothing unusual. Unsavories? Harry asked. It's an Auror term, Tonks said, looking at James quizzically. It means someone that's suspicious. Come on, Gringotts first, James said, pointedly ignoring the question implicit in Tonks' gaze. As they made their way to Gringotts, James leaned down and whispered in Harry's ear, I'd advise you to take out a significant amount of gold today. When Harry looked at him blankly, James smirked. Trust me, he added. Harry shrugged, and when he got to his vault he filled an extra bag full of galleons and tucked it into his robes. He noticed that, although he had been steadily spending it since his first year, there actually seemed to be a lot more money in his vault than before. When he commented on this to Tonks, she smiled sadly. What do you think happened to the Black family fortune? Was all she said. Harry felt a wave of grief crash over him. He had tried to put Sirius to the back of his mind, tried to forget that the closest thing he had to a parent was now dead. He took a deep, shuddering breath and felt tears well up in his eyes as his mind once again replayed those last moments in the Department of Mysteries. An arm snaked around his waist, and a head rested on his shoulder. Harry's nostrils filled with the scent of Ginny's hair, something subtle that he couldn't quite place. His arm almost automatically went around her waist in return, and with his free hand he dashed away the tears. Together, They left Gringotts, with Tonks and James trailing behind, the latter with a mysterious smile on his face. Harry and Ginny stayed in their half-embrace all the way to Madame Malkin's, where they parted reluctantly. Harry opened his mouth to thank her, but she pressed a finger to his lips. "Don't," she breathed, shaking her head slightly before being pulled away to try on some new robes by Tonks. James was still smiling mysteriously. "I'd just like to point out that you're not the only one who has a birthday in the summer holidays," James said, but shushed Harry when he tried to speak. "Robes," he commanded. Harry was still trying to work out the meaning of James's comment when they had finished at Madame Malkin's and had moved on to Flourish and Blots. If it was a hint that James's birthday was coming up, it was horribly obvious. No, he must have meant something else. It was only when Harry saw Ginny looking wistfully at a broom display in the window of Quality Quidditch Supplies that it finally clicked. He had never noticed that Ginny didn't celebrate her birthday while she was at school, so it must fall on the holidays, and from James's comment, it must be soon. As he watched her admiring the brooms with an air of one who knows they will never own one, he also realized why James had told him to withdraw so much money, and he found himself liking the idea immensely. Harry pulled James aside quickly. "When is it?" he hissed. James shook his head. "Took you long enough. Honestly, I'd thought you were smart." "When?" "Next Monday." James glanced at Ginny, who was now chatting with Tonks about the brooms, but still had a sad, wistful look about her. "Thanks," Harry said gratefully. He raised his voice. "Come on, James, I need some new Quidditch gloves, mine are almost worn out." "Okay, Harry." James winked at him, then turned to the girls. "Why don't you two go get something to eat, and we'll meet you in the Leaky Cauldron." Tonks got the idea quickly enough and dragged Ginny off, who stared longingly back over her shoulder at the brooms. James tugged at Harry's sleeve. "Come on then," he said, ushering Harry inside the shop. It didn't take long to pick a broom. Harry remembered Ginny saying that she would be trying out for Chaser this year, which made him immediately gravitate to the all-new Lightning Bolt, a new, Chaser-specific version of his own Firebolt. He didn't even balk at the price. It was serious money anyway, and he didn't want nor need it. Far better that he use it to spoil Ginny a little, who had never really had a lot of money. Harry paid for the broom and told the clerk to send it to Hogwarts, care of the headmaster. He would get it from Dumbledore on Sunday night, and until then there would be no chance of Ginny accidentally stumbling onto it. Feeling very pleased with himself, he followed James from the shop. When they arrived at the Leaky Cauldron they found Tonks and Ginny sitting together on the far side of the room. Ginny waved to Harry, who waved back, a rather silly grin on his face. He began threading his way through the tables towards them, when suddenly someone grabbed his arm. "Hello, Potter," Draco Malfoy breathed. Off Malfoy, Harry snarled, wrenching his arm free of Draco's grip. "Language, Potter," Draco smirked, and for the first time Harry noticed Draco's wand in his left hand, pointed discreetly at Harry. "So easy," he murmured when he saw the object of Harry's gaze, to make it look like an accident. "So many people. Mr. Malfoy, I presume." Draco spun to find James standing behind him, arms crossed and eyes flashing dangerously. "What's it to you?" Draco said loftily. "What's it to me?" James mimicked. "What do you think you're doing, threatening another student?" Draco glared coldly at James. I know exactly what you were, merely, doing, Mr. Malfoy," James cut him off. "If you do it again, I'll see you expelled." Draco looked at him incredulously. "Oh yes, did I forget to mention? It's Professor Milton, Draco." Draco's gray eyes went dangerously flat. "You will both pay for this," he hissed, then turned and stalked away. Harry shook his head. "What a jackass," he said scornfully. James smiled wryly. "I could think of a lot worse things to call him." They finally made it to where Ginny and Tonks were seated. As Harry slid into a seat next to Ginny, she frowned. "What did Malfoy want?" she asked. "Who cares?" Harry shrugged. "It's just Malfoy. I'm not going to let him ruin my good mood." "What brought this on?" she asked curiously. Harry just grinned. "Secret," he said. She pouted. which distracted Harry significantly, and he was on the verge of telling her when James cleared his throat loudly. "You'll find out, Ginny," he said. "Soon, I should think," he added, with a glance at Harry's face. Monday couldn't come fast enough in Harry's opinion. His initial euphoria at buying Ginny's birthday present had worn off very quickly when they had walked past the magical menagerie. He noticed a snowy owl perched in the window, and his heart turned to lead in his chest as he thought of his own beloved owl, Hedwig. For the second time that day, tears welled in his eyes, and also for the second time, Ginny wound herself into that peculiar half-embrace to comfort him. Their final stop that day had been Street Mungo's. There they had visited Charlie, who looked rather like he'd tried to swim the English Channel through a school of sharks. He was covered in bandages, even after 2 weeks in hospital, and his face had a deathly pale hue. Nevertheless, he was alert and rational, and the Medowitch on duty assured them that he would make a full recovery. They couldn't stay long, and soon Harry found himself herding a teary-eyed Ginny from the room, amid promises to visit again before term started. Harry felt strangely awkward about Ginny's tears. When she comforted him, it seemed like the most natural thing in the world, but he wasn't sure how she would take it if he tried to do the same for her. He eventually settled for wrapping his arm around her shoulders and giving her a light squeeze. She looked up at him, her brown eyes wide with mute gratitude, then buried her face in his shoulder. Harry had never considered just how much her brother's injuries had affected Ginny. He himself was not very close to Charlie, and so could look at his injury from an outsider's perspective. For Ginny, however, this was not some vague acquaintance, this was her brother, and Harry felt a little ashamed for being so self-absorbed that he had not noticed Ginny's own grief. Monday dawned bright and warm and was, in Harry's opinion, a perfect day for flying. He glanced down at Ginny, once again sleeping with her head pillowed on his chest, to find her eyes wide open and her lips moving soundlessly. "Ginny," he asked quietly, but she ignored him. He waved his hand in front of her face, but she continued to stare unseeingly at nothing, her lips moving as if she were speaking. This continued for a few minutes, then she let out a soft sigh and her eyes drifted closed. Harry stared at her in confusion, for she was quite obviously still asleep. He mentally shrugged. For all he knew, this was a normal occurrence that happened to everyone. He wouldn't mention it unless it happened again. It wasn't long before her eyes fluttered open again, this time as she properly awoke. She stretched out, arching her back like a cat, and then settled back down with a soft sigh of contentment. "Happy birthday," Harry said quietly, causing her to jump slightly. She obviously hadn't realized that he was awake. "How did you know?" she asked in a whisper. Harry just grinned at her. "Secret," he told her. She stuck her tongue out at him, and he tapped her on the nose with a finger. Surprise sparked in her eyes briefly, then she growled. "I'll get you for that, Potter," she threatened. "No you won't," Harry said angelically. "Because if you try, I'll do this." And with that he attacked her ribs unmercifully with his fingertips. He had discovered early in her stay at Privet Drive that Ginny was horribly ticklish. Her squeals pierced the silence of the common room, and Harry was distracted briefly when Ron started in surprise, toppling off his couch and pulling Hermione after him. The latter's indignant snort of protest was drowned out by Ginny, who had by now herself fallen off the couch. Harry launched himself after her as she tried to crawl away, flipping her over and pinning her beneath him, arms held above her head. Harry's triumphant grin faltered when he saw Ginny's face. She was breathing hard, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. Her face was tinged red, and her eyes were wide. There was an inherent question in those brown orbs, and Harry found himself drowning in their depths. "Oi!" Ron's voice shattered the moment, and Harry looked away from Ginny quickly. Ron was standing next to Hermione now, wearing a smirk from ear to ear. Hermione also had a pleased smile. "When you two are done playing," Harry felt his face going red at the not-so-subtle innuendo implicit in Ron's choice of words, "we have presents to give and some missing students to find." He indicated the couch where Neville and Luna usually slept, and Harry was somewhat surprised to see it empty. He couldn't help but match Ron's smirk. "Do you mind?" Ginny asked playfully, bringing her leg up and kicking Harry lightly in the back. He realized with a start that he still had her pinned to the floor, and leapt off her so fast he tripped and fell flat on his face in front of the fire. Ron and Ginny burst out laughing, and Hermione was trying very hard not to smile as she helped him up. Harry's face was by now the color of a ripe tomato, and he was extremely grateful to Ginny when she changed the subject. "So, what was this you mentioned about presents?" she asked casually, a playful smirk crossing her lips. "Oh, I didn't mean from me," he assured her innocently. "I just thought your boyfriend would have bought you something." That little comment earned him a cushion to the face from Harry. Seriously though, Hermione handed Ginny a carefully wrapped present that was obviously a book. "Happy birthday, Ginny." "Thanks, Hermione," she said gratefully. "Yeah, Harry, I mean, happy birthday," Ron grinned, ducking a second cushion from Harry's direction. "Oh, I got you a present," Harry assured her when her gaze turned to him. "But you'll have to find it first." That turned out to be a mistake. Harry's friends immediately began tearing the common room apart looking for the present. Hermione eventually found it, hidden under a table which she had just blown into with a well-placed reductor curse. Harry blinked at the wholesale destruction of the common room. "Remind me not to do that again," he muttered. Ginny took the unmarked box containing her new broom from Hermione, glancing curiously at Harry. "Go on," he urged her as Hermione magically repaired the table. Slowly, Ginny opened the box. As she caught a glimpse of its contents her face went pale. "Harry," she breathed, reverently drawing the lightning bolt from its box. Ron gaped at it, his jaw almost hitting the floor. "That's an international standard broom," he said in awe, obviously overlooking that Harry's own firebolt was also an international standard broom. Hermione just beamed at Harry. "I can't accept this," Ginny said, making to slide the broom back into the box. "You can and you will," Harry said firmly, taking hold of her wrist and pulling the broom from the box, which he threw into a corner. "I want you to have it." "Harry, no buts," he said, quirking a smile. "If you're going to make the team this year, you'll need a good broom." Her eyes filled with tears suddenly, and she enveloped Harry in a hug. She tried to speak several times, but no words would come out. Harry stroked her hair softly, his heart strangely uplifted as she clung to him. "You're welcome," he whispered into her ear. She pulled away from him, a massive smile on her face. "You shouldn't have," she said firmly. "I did anyway," he said, his own smile almost as wide as hers. Ron cleared his throat pointedly, and Harry stepped away from her, raising his wand and saying, "Accio Firebolt." His own broom came flying down the dorm stairs, coming to a stop in front of Harry. "Care for a quick morning fly?" he asked, gripping the handle of his firebolt with his right hand and extending his left to Ginny. "I'd love to." Ginny took his hand in her own, and the two made their way from Gryffindor Tower, completely ignoring Ron and Hermione, who watched them leave with expressions of amusement and happiness, respectively. "They're very good for each other," Hermione said after they had vanished through the portrait hole. "Yeah," Ron agreed. "I know. Harry's barely been thinking about Sirius at all. I thought he'd be really broody again, like he was after Cedric last year. But he hasn't been, has he? I figure if Ginny can distract him enough that he doesn't spend all his time moping, that's got to be a good thing." Hermione looked at Ron affectionately. "You know, that may be one of the most mature things I've heard you say." Ron flushed at the compliment, and offered his hand to Hermione as Harry had done to Ginny. Smiling, she took it, and they also left the common room, although not headed for the Quidditch pitch. As soon as Harry and Ginny reached the Quidditch stadium, Ginny was in the air. She let out a whoop of delight as she tore from one end of the pitch to the other at insane speeds, only to loop around the goal posts and blow back past Harry in the other direction. For a few moments, Harry just admired her from the ground. Her hair flowed loosely behind her as she ripped up and down the pitch, and her face wore an exultant expression not unlike the look Harry himself wore in the few photographs he had seen of himself flying. She did a loop-the-loop of sheer joy and came to rest upside down in front of Harry, their noses almost touching. "Coming?" she asked cheekily. Harry smirked and launched himself into the air, his broom carrying him effortlessly high above the pitch. Ginny followed, now wearing a dreamy smile. "Now this is what flying is supposed to be like," she said, doing a slow horizontal twirl in the air as she pulled alongside him. Absolutely, Harry agreed. He squinted speculatively towards the castle. Race you to Greenhouse 3. He flipped his broom around and tore off, leaving Ginny to turn and chase him. He beat her to the greenhouse by a good few meters, but then she raced off towards Hagrid's cabin, laughing as he rocketed after her. Harry's firebolt was marginally faster, but Ginny's lightning bolt could turn better, owing to the need for chasers to be able to intercept other players. They flew for a couple of hours, eventually just gliding side by side over the castle. Neither spoke much, just enjoyed each other's company. It was something Harry couldn't really do with either of his best friends. Ron was always looking for something to do, and Hermione was usually reading or studying. To just spend time with someone, without actually doing anything, was very pleasant. As they did a lazy spiral of the astronomy tower, Ginny broke the silence. "You shouldn't have done this," she murmured so quietly that Harry almost didn't hear her. "It must have cost a fortune." "Yes," Harry said sadly. "The Black family fortune." Ginny wisely chose not to comment. She knew the pain of Sirius' death was still fresh on his mind, and also knew that the broom was Harry's way of thanking her for what she had done to help him forget. It wasn't really necessary, but if it made Harry feel better, who was she to complain? The majority of the Weasley family arrived at Hogwarts later that day, and they held a party for Ginny in the Gryffindor common room. Even McGonagall attended briefly, although Snape was not to be seen. No one even thought to invite him. September 1st was on them almost before they realized. At about 9 o'clock, Professor Milton came into the Gryffindor common room holding a battered old boot. "Portkey," he explained at the confused looks that greeted him. "Dumbledore's decided that you have to catch the train with everyone else. Let's not give away the fact that you spent the last month at Hogwarts." So it was that they found themselves standing on platform 9 3/4 later that day amid a flock of Hogwarts students. All 6 wore their Hogwarts robes, and Ron and Hermione had their prefects' badges pinned to the front. Harry had been pleased to learn that Ginny had not been made a prefect, although he immediately felt ashamed for thinking so. She seemed to catch his mood and grinned. "Remember in your 4th year, that time the Slytherins' robes all turned pink at breakfast?" Harry remembered the day well. It had been not long after the first task, and the entire hall had been falling off their chairs laughing at the Slytherins, who had rather quickly departed the hall. "I charmed the benches," Ginny said casually, and Harry laughed. "That explains a lot," he said, returning her grin. "You should have seen the look on Malfoy's face in Transfiguration that day when McGonagall asked him if he was the one that started the new trend. I swear, he looked about ready to slide under the desk. That or try to strangle McGonagall." Ginny laughed, and they moved off towards the train, looking for a free compartment with Neville and Luna trailing after. Ron and Hermione had disappeared to the prefect's car. They found a compartment near the back of the train and climbed in. Soon after, the train began to move. Harry and Ginny chatted about the upcoming Quidditch trials which Harry, as the new captain, would be in charge of. The position had fallen to him by default. As the only player with more than 2 years on the team, he was the only one qualified. He had a hell of a job ahead of him. He needed to fill all 3 chaser positions, as Angelina, Katie and Alicia had all left at the end of last year, although he had a pretty good idea who would be getting one of the places. While not as good as Angelina, Ginny was still very good, especially with her new broom. It began to rain, a soft, silvery drizzle that obscured anything more than a few feet from the windows. The lunch trolley came past, and Harry deliberately bought far more than he needed and then insisted on sharing some with Ginny, proclaiming that he was full. She looked at him suspiciously, but didn't comment, even when he started stuffing his face with chocolate frogs. Eventually Ron and Hermione arrived. "What a bloody nightmare," Ron sighed, flopping down onto a seat. "Ron," Hermione said reprovingly, seating herself with a little more dignity. "Well, it is," he protested. "They've doubled everyone's shifts," Ron explained. "And, get this, they've made it a rule that every prefect has to go to the DA meetings." Harry's face hardened. Yep," Ron scowled. "Malfoy." "Wonderful," Harry sighed, slumping into his seat. "That's the last thing I need. So nice to be appreciated, Potter." Malfoy stood in the doorway, scowling down at Harry. For once, he was not flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. "Sod off, Malfoy," Harry said shortly. "Watch your tongue, Potter," Malfoy said blandly. "I'm still a prefect, you know." "Well, so are we," Hermione said testily. "Oh yes, Potter's faithful little mudblood," Malfoy sneered. Harry saw Ron's jaw clench and his hand tighten into a fist. "I'm warning you, Malfoy," Harry said quietly. "Leave now." "Or what, Potter?" Malfoy smirked. "You'll set the weasel and the mudblood on me. Or maybe the weaselette." That did it. Harry was on his feet in an instant, eyes blazing with green fire. His fist clenched in the front of Malfoy's robes, and with apparent ease he lifted the other boy off the floor. "If you ever insult my friends again, I'll kill you myself," Harry snarled, his face inches from a now very scared-looking Malfoy. "Do you understand?" Malfoy nodded quickly, his silver eyes wide. Harry could almost smell the fear rolling off the platinum-haired boy, and it seemed deeply satisfying. "Harry," Ginny placed her hand on his shoulder gently. "Put him down." The fire in Harry's eyes dimmed, and he shook himself slightly. With a look of disgust he shoved Malfoy out of the compartment and slammed the door, rattling the walls and windows. He turned to find everyone staring at him. "What?" he snapped. "Hey!" Ron raised one hand as if to defend himself. "We're your friends, remember?" Harry glared at him for a few seconds, then sighed and flopped back into his seat. "Sorry," he apologized. But Malfoy, he couldn't find words to describe how he felt, so settled for shrugging. "How did you do that?" Neville was looking at him with awe. "Do what?" Harry asked. "Harry, you lifted him about a foot off the ground." "Did I?" Harry looked around in surprise. "I thought I just grabbed him." "Nope, there was definitely lifting involved," Ron confirmed. "Huh." Harry glanced at the door, and noticed a large crack running through the wood in the frame where he had slammed the door. He clenched his fist a few times experimentally. He didn't feel any stronger. He mentally shrugged. He had had a growth spurt over the summer. He was bound to be a bit stronger than he was before. But strong enough to lift Malfoy off the ground with one hand. His thoughts were interrupted as the door slid open again. Harry turned to snap at Malfoy but stopped short when he saw who it was. "Can I have a word with you, Harry?" Cho Chang asked uncertainly, glancing around the compartment. Ron was looking at her with open hostility, and Hermione wasn't much different, although she tried to hide it. Ginny was glaring daggers at the older girl, and as Harry stood up, he found her hand and gave it a light squeeze. "Sure, Cho," he said aloud, releasing Ginny's hand and following Cho out the door and down the corridor a short way. "Harry," Cho hesitated, her eyes clearly showing how uncomfortable she was. "I'm sorry about everything that happened last year. Between us, I mean. And I'd like to try again, if you do." Harry looked at the girl who he now thought of as only mildly attractive. He had long since gotten over his crush on her. She looked at him hopefully, and seemed to be holding her breath. Finally, Harry shook his head. "I'm sorry, Cho," he said, and genuinely meant it. "It could never work between us. There's too much baggage. I'm sorry." And without another word he turned and walked away, leaving a stricken Cho shaking with silent tears in the middle of the corridor. He re-entered the compartment to 5 questioning stares. Even Luna was watching him curiously. He sat back down, his head lowered. It was Ginny who finally broke the silence. "Harry," she started uncertainly. "I've already told you, Jin," he said firmly. "Cho and I could never work." His words broke the tension as everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, which amused Harry considerably. Ginny hesitantly edged closer to him, finally laying her head on his shoulder. His arm went around her waist, and it stayed there as Ron challenged him to a game of chess. It was a bit awkward to play with his left hand, but he didn't mind. The drizzle turned into real rain as they got closer to Hogwarts, and the lights came on all along the train. Harry was playing his 3rd game of chess against Ron. He had lost the first 2 rather spectacularly, when the door slid open again, and 2 people walked in, a boy and a girl. They looked so similar that Harry was sure they were twins. Both had long black hair coming to just below their shoulders, the same bright blue eyes, and they were even the same height. They seemed to be about the same age as Harry, Ron and Hermione. Harry Potter, we presume. The boy said, bowing flamboyantly in Harry's direction. Yes, Harry said cautiously. Allow us to introduce ourselves, the girl said. I'm Cassandra. She curtsied gracefully, although her cheeky smile ruined the effect somewhat. And I'm Alexander, the boy bowed again, wearing an identical grin. Okay, Harry said uncertainly. Cassandra sighed. He's no fun, she said to her twin. Father said his father was a marauder, Alexander shrugged. Hard to believe, Cassandra commented, her eyes twinkling. Quite, Alexander said, his eyes also twinkling. Harry shook his head to clear it. Whatever else they were confusing. Excuse me, but what do you want, exactly? Alexander laughed. Sorry about that, he apologized, sliding into the seat next to Ron, who gaped at him. Couldn't resist, Cassandra agreed, sliding into the seat next to Harry. Seriously though, Alexander said, call me Alex. And me Cassie, Cassandra added. Okay, Harry said resignedly. They both laughed. You're about as much fun as a wet blanket, Alex said with a smirk. Father said you were quick on your feet, Cassie added, then sighed theatrically. So much for that theory. Who's your father again? Hermione asked, obviously nonplussed with the twins' abrupt arrival. I'd thought that would be obvious by now, Alex commented. You do know him, Cassie added. Harry looked closely at Alex, who grinned back at him. There was something about the eyes, and the shape of the jaw, that reminded him of someone. You look a little like Professor Milton, he said slowly. But he's much too young. You're what, 16? It's impolite to speculate about a lady's age, Harry, Cassie said lightly. Good thing you're not a lady, then, Alex grinned at her. Quite, she agreed. Anyway, he's older than he looks, Alex said. Suddenly Hermione was looking at him intently. Is James Milton his real name? Alex shook his head with a smirk. What about Joseph Milter? She asked triumphantly. Oh, you're good, Cassie said admiringly. Huh, Ron was clearly confused, and Harry didn't blame him. Joseph Milter was a mind mage in the service of Grindelwald, Luna supplied. He disappeared when Dumbledore killed Grindelwald, and hasn't been heard of since. Hermione looked slightly offended at the Ravenclaw girls butting in. Not quite, Alex said. He changed his name and hid out for a while, Cassie told them. Alex nodded. About 20 years ago he started moving around again as a mercenary, providing his services to the highest bidder. Until he met our mum, Cassie finished. Harry blinked. He's even slower than we thought, Alex commented to his sister, who nodded solemnly. Not much hope for the wizarding world then, is there? Hey, Harry said indignantly, and both twins laughed. Sorry, Alex grinned. Slip of the tongue, Cassie agreed. Well, Alex stood and offered his hand to his sister, who used it to pull herself up. Now that we have you thoroughly confused, we'll take our leave. We'll look for you once we get sorted into Gryffindor. Bye, Harry said weakly as they left the compartment. What was that about? Ron asked in bafflement. Hermione sighed in exasperation. Honestly, Ron, it means that Professor Milton used to work for Grindelwald. By the time the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station, the rain was heavier than ever. Harry leapt from the carriage onto the platform before turning and helping Ginny down. She raised an eyebrow at his unnecessary attempt to be chivalrous but didn't comment. He was a Gryffindor, after all. Hagrid bellowed something to Harry, but his words were lost over the combined din of the rain and students. Harry waved anyway, watching as the half-giant herded the first years down towards the lake. They raced towards the horseless carriages, Harry barely looking at the thestrals hitched between the shafts. They climbed in quickly, the 6 of them barely fitting in before the door snapped closed and the carriage began to move. Harry sank back into the leather-clad seat, his mind more on the opening feast to come than his current surroundings. He gazed out the window, watching as Hogwarts came into view. The carriages passed through the main gates flanked by the winged boars, and as they turned up the curved path, Harry glanced back in time to see the gates swing shut after the last carriage. He was sure he imagined it, but he could have sworn he heard a sullen clang as the gates came together. The carriages slowed to a stop in front of the castle, and the students scrambled up the steps and into the entrance hall. Somewhere along the way they got separated from Luna, who took a place at the Ravenclaw table. The remaining 5 hurried to the Gryffindor table, thoroughly soaked. "Bloody hell," Ron said, trying to wring some of the water out of his robes. "This is ridiculous. At least there's no Peeves waiting in the entrance hall with water balloons this year," Harry remarked. "True," Ron granted, taking off his shoes and socks and wringing the soggy fabric out. By the time everyone was seated, Hagrid had entered the hall and taken his seat, and soon after McGonagall led the terrified-looking first years into the hall. After the odd encounter on the train, Harry couldn't help but glance at Professor Milton. He was startled to find him staring back, one eyebrow raised slightly and a small smile on his face. The professor nodded almost imperceptibly and winked at Harry, who smiled weakly and turned to look at the sorting hat, which had just been placed at the front of the hall. The song was similar to last year's, warning the houses to stand together and not segregate. Harry glanced at the Slytherin table to see most of them sniggering amongst themselves, obviously dismissing the hat's warning. A few were looking speculatively around the hall at the other tables, and more were staring at the Gryffindor table, or more specifically, at Harry. He met a few sets of eyes and tried to smile encouragingly, although few of his smiles were returned. "When I call your names, please sit on the stool and place the hat on your head," McGonagall was saying. Harry turned his attention to the front of the hall, where the long line of first years was shifting nervously. "This better be quick," Ron said. "I'm starved." "When are you not starved?" Hermione asked pointedly. "Good point," Ron admitted. "Ashlyn, Bradley, Hufflepuff." As the sorting continued, Harry noticed that a lot more students were being sorted into Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff than Slytherin. In fact, Slytherin only had about 3 new students by the time McGonagall had reached the letter S. Settler. Lisa. Lisa was a tall girl, for a first year, with long black hair and a very nervous expression. She made her way carefully over to the stool and sat, gingerly placing the hat on her head. Slytherin. Lisa removed the hat, staring blankly at the Slytherin table. "Go on, dear," McGonagall urged. Lisa's lip trembled, and suddenly she burst into tears. The hall broke into whispers as 2 Slytherin 7th-year girls hurried up to the crying girl and led her to a place at the Slytherin table. Harry glanced at Snape. His sneer didn't quite reach his eyes, and Harry could tell that he was concerned. "Don't blame her," Ron whispered to Harry. "If I was sorted into Slytherin, I'd feel the same." "Ron," Hermione hissed. "Well, I would," Ron said defensively as McGonagall called out the next name. "Most of the Slytherins aren't so bad," Ginny said, her eyes still on Lisa Settler, who was being comforted by the 2 7th years and their friends. Ron was about to reply, but Hermione shushed him as Dumbledore stood. "Well then," Dumbledore said, his eyes sweeping the hall. "This year we are privileged to have 2 students joining us from the Melbourne Institute of Magic in Australia. Please give a warm Hogwarts welcome for Alexander and Cassandra Milton." The twins entered through the same door that McGonagall had brought the hat through. There was a light smattering of applause as they made their way across the hall to where McGonagall stood. She nodded at Alex, who sat on the stool with a cocky grin and slid the hat onto his head. "Gryffindor." Alex stood, handing the hat to his sister, who was wearing the same grin as she placed the hat on her head. "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table broke into applause as the twins made their way to where Harry and his friends were sitting. "Told you," Cassie said smugly as they sat. Dumbledore waited until the hall was relatively quiet before speaking again. "Now that the sorting is out of the way, I think it is time for us to eat." He clapped his hands sharply, and the tables groaned under the sudden weight of food. Finally, Ron piled his plate high, sighing happily as he began to eat. Hermione looked over at Harry. "You noticed, didn't you?" He didn't have to ask what she meant. Slytherin had a total of 4 new students this year. Each of the other houses had at least 12. Not really surprising, is it? Everyone knows that Voldemort was a Slytherin. Ron, who had barely flinched at the Dark Lord's name, swallowed and nodded. "Reckon the Slytherins will get it pretty hard this year, too. Not that they all deserve it," he added hastily as Ginny glared at him. "But I can't really feel sorry for Malfoy, you know." "Yeah, I know," Ginny sighed pensively. But that little girl doesn't deserve it, does she? Harry glanced at the girl again, who was now smiling at something one of the seventh years had said. No, she doesn't. Something we missed? Alex asked quizzically. Some girl cried when she was sorted into Slytherin, Ron said with a shrug. Can't say I blame her. Ouch. Ron rubbed the back of his head where Ginny had just whacked him. What was that for? Sometimes you have all the sensitivity of a tree stump, Hermione said, glaring at him. But, Ron looked pleadingly at Hermione, who turned away from him. Bloody hell. Cassie smirked at him. Not quite the right thing to say, Ron, she chuckled. Finally the remaining food disappeared and Dumbledore stood. Welcome all to another year at Hogwarts. He spread his arms wide to encompass the entire hall as there was another light smattering of applause. Firstly, a few start of term notices. You will be pleased to learn that we have yet another new defense against the dark arts teacher this year. There was some laughter from the older students at that. Professor Milton. James stood and bowed slightly ironically as Alex and Cassie booed, identical smirks on their faces. Thank you, the Milton family, Dumbledore murmured. More laughter from the hall. Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you all that magic is not allowed in the halls between classes, Dumbledore continued, and that the Forbidden Forest is called that for a reason. He glanced meaningfully at Hermione, who blushed. Quidditch trials will be held during the second week of term. Please see your house captain for details. Most of the Gryffindor table turned to look at Harry, who was painfully aware of the engold badge pinned to his robes. He had noticed similar badges pinned to both Malfoy and Cho's robes, in their own house colors, although he didn't know who the Hufflepuff captain was. Also, this year I am pleased to announce the formation of an optional class for third years and above, to be taught by Mr. Potter. Harry's head jerked up and he stared incredulously at Dumbledore. Most of the students, on the other hand, were now staring at him. This class will cover practical methods of defense, such as dueling, fencing, and advanced defensive spells. Professor Milton and a ministry-appointed Auror will aid Mr. Potter. Please note that this class is not optional for prefects. Harry stared at Dumbledore, mouth hanging open. Ginny giggled and pushed his jaw closed with one hand. Bloody hell, Ron said, looking around the hall at the students now staring at Harry. Malfoy looked like he had been forced to swallow stinksap, while most of the other students looked either surprised or skeptical. The members of the DA from last year were looking around with pride. He got me in. Oh, in defense against the dark arts, Ernie Macmillan could be heard telling his fellow Hufflepuffs. He didn't tell me it was a class, Harry said with barely suppressed fury. I thought it was just going to be a club, like last year. Well, there's not really that much difference, Hermione said bracingly. There's all the difference, Ron objected. It's not like a student has ever taught a class before, have they? This'll just make it even worse for Harry. Hermione bit her lip. Well, cheer up Harry, Alex said with a grin. We'll protect you from the swarms of girls throwing themselves at you and knocking on your door at all hours. Cassie nodded solemnly. Thanks, Harry said sourly. All around them students were standing to leave the hall. Dumbledore had obviously dismissed the students. Harry stood and resolutely walked to the head table, ignoring the calls of his friends. He spotted Dumbledore still sitting at his place at the head table, obviously waiting for Harry. What are you doing? He hissed at the headmaster. I believe we need to discuss this tomorrow, Harry, Dumbledore said calmly. Believe me, there is a very good reason for what I did, and I will tell you everything if you will come to my office after breakfast. Fine, Harry said shortly. He turned and stormed away, students melting from his path as he left the Great Hall. He was halfway to Gryffindor Tower when Ginny finally caught him. Harry, she grabbed his arm, doubling over as she fought to regain her breath from her sprint up through 3 floors. What did he say? He didn't say anything, Harry said, anger still tinging his voice. Ginny straightened and released his arm. He should have told you before making that sort of announcement, she said with a glare in the general direction of the Great Hall that made 3 Ravenclaw second years who happened to be coming up the stairs scurry away. Yeah, well, Harry started walking again. Since when does he ever talk to me about anything important? I'll come with you tomorrow morning, Ginny said firmly. "I've a few things to say to our illustrious headmaster." She glared at the fat lady so intensely that she quailed and opened without the password. "Hey, that Weasley temper does have its uses," Harry attempted humor as they climbed through into the common room. Ginny's lips twisted into a half-smile. "That's better. Seriously though, it's not so bad." "It is," Ginny said sharply. "I think Professor Dumbledore needs a quick wake-up call." Harry glanced at the redhead beside him, and he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Dumbledore. Harry awoke very early the next morning and was surprised to find himself in his own bed. He had grown so used to sleeping in the common room with the others that it felt very strange to be back in the dorms. There was another thing missing, of course, Ginny's presence. He felt a pang of loss that he couldn't quite explain as he looked down and saw nothing where usually Ginny's head rested on his chest. He thought back briefly to the first morning he had found her sleeping there. It had been strange, sure, but nice at the same time. Physical contact wasn't something that he was big on, but with Ginny he found himself constantly wishing that he could touch her face, or hold her hand, but he was usually far too nervous. He sighed softly, opening the hangings around his bed. Dim starlight filtered through the window, augmented by a half-moon. He flipped back the covers and climbed out of bed, wincing when his feet encountered the cold stone. He dressed quietly to avoid waking the others, momentarily confused to find there were now 6 beds instead of 5 until he remembered Alex. As early as he was, however, Ginny was earlier. He found her sitting in the common room on their couch, staring moodily into the fire and absently hugging a pillow. "Couldn't sleep?" Harry asked quietly, sitting beside her. She jumped, the pillow spilling onto the floor. "Harry," she scolded lightly. "Don't sneak up on me like that." She leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. He tilted his head to rest lightly upon hers. They were silent for a long while as dawn stained the horizon with a faint orange glow. Harry was forcibly reminded of his time at Privet Drive before Ginny's arrival, when he had watched the sun rising every morning and waited for Hedwig to arrive with letters from his friends. "This is nice," Ginny said finally, snapping Harry's mind back to the present. "Yeah," he said helpfully. Ginny giggled. "Seriously," she said, reaching around and playfully slapping him on his free shoulder. "I used to think that I'd never even get to know you, because I couldn't string a coherent sentence together whenever you were around. Then the chamber happened," she trailed off, her eyes distant. "It was even worse after that, because you'd saved me." Harry didn't know what to say to that. His hand found hers, and he squeezed it tightly. "And then last year," Ginny's voice trailed off again, and Harry glanced down at her face. Her eyes were closed, but he could see the tears that threatened to escape. "Hey," Harry said gently, catching her chin in one hand. He turned her head so she faced him. Her eyes were open now. "I don't think you realize just how much you did for me when you came to stay," Harry said, his eyes searching hers. When Sirius, he hesitated, all his suppressed feelings threatening to overwhelm him. He took a deep breath and continued somewhat shakily. "When Sirius died, I didn't think I could go on. It was like," he thought a moment, but couldn't put his feelings into words, so settled on shrugging. "It nearly killed me," he smiled wryly. "I nearly killed Dumbledore when he tried to talk to me about it." Ginny's eyes were wide, and her lips parted slightly. Harry found himself drawn into those bottomless brown pools, and almost automatically his head tilted forwards, even as Ginny's eyes widened in shock and recognition. They were so close Harry could see the flecks of gold through those brown eyes. Her head tilted back as their lips touched. A loud crash made them fly apart as if they had been electrocuted. Ginny's cheeks were flushed with the trademark Weasley blush, and Harry imagined he wasn't much better. "Interrupting something, am I?" Right at that moment, Harry felt an almost overwhelming urge to strangle Alex. "Of course not," he managed to stammer, fighting to control his homicidal impulses. Ginny seemed to sense his inner fight, perhaps because she shared it. "We were just trying to decide whether or not to go to breakfast," she said pointedly, although her rosy blush gave her away. Alex was obviously trying not to smirk, and failing miserably. "Well then, I'll leave you to it." He winked at Harry and left through the portrait hole. Harry let out a breath he hadn't even realized he was holding. He sat awkwardly next to Ginny, trying valiantly to decide what to do next. Ginny, If you apologize for that, I'll never forgive you, Ginny warned. Harry's mouth snapped shut. Okay, he said. Ginny ran a hand through her hair, unconsciously shifting away from Harry a bit. We should probably go to breakfast, she said finally. Right, he agreed, as Parvati and Lavender descended the stairs from the girls' dorms, giggling as they saw Harry and Ginny together. Hermione wasn't far behind, and Harry leapt at the chance to put a little distance between he and the youngest Weasley, smoothly inserting Hermione in between them as they went to breakfast. Hermione looked shrewdly between them, taking in their mutual blushes and uncomfortable expressions, and broke into a smile. All through breakfast Ginny kept sneaking glances at Harry, both blushing whenever their eyes met. Hermione was no help, she just kept smiling. Finally Ron arrived, and he was even worse. He took one look at both Harry and Ginny and burst out laughing. What? Ginny snapped, her face coloring even more. Nothing, Ron said innocently, taking a seat next to Hermione. Ginny muttered something under her breath. What was that? Cassie asked, coming to stand behind the redhead. Nothing, Ginny shook her head. Sensing that this wasn't going to get any better, Harry decided to rescue her. Come on Ginny, he said, standing and extending his hand to her. She looked up at him incredulously as Ron snickered. We have a meeting with the headmaster, Harry reminded her. She nodded quickly and took his hand, pulling herself to her feet. The two left the great hall, ignoring the whispers generated by their joined hands. Quite deliberately, Harry glanced back, caught Ron's eyes, and winked. You did that deliberately, Ginny accused him as they climbed the marble staircase, although she didn't remove her hand from his. Yep, he admitted, swinging their linked hands forward and back with a smirk. Ginny laughed. Oh well, she said resignedly. I suppose I could do worse. Thanks, said Harry, I think. Ginny giggled as they arrived at the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to Dumbledore's office. Harry's mood darkened as he saw it, as he remembered his reason for being here. Ginny seemed to sense his mood change and squeezed his hand briefly before releasing it. It was only now that Harry realized he didn't know the password. He was about to start guessing when the gargoyle sprang aside and revealed the moving staircase. That was easy, he muttered to Ginny as they rose up to the door at the top of the stairs. Harry knocked, and the door swung open automatically. Good to see you, Harry, Dumbledore greeted, indicating a squashy armchair set in front of the desk. Please sit. He hesitated when he saw Ginny. Miss Weasley, would you mind? She stays. Harry cut him off. A look of surprise flitted across his face, then he nodded. As you wish, he said, creating another chair with his wand, which rotated briefly on the spot and then dropped with a thud next to the first. Harry and Ginny took their seats, and Harry gave the headmaster a flat unfriendly stare. Ginny was about to speak but Harry placed one finger gently to her lips, silencing her. Explain, he said shortly. Harry, Dumbledore said disapprovingly. Regardless of our personal relationship, I am still headmaster of Hogwarts, and I would have you show appropriate respect. Fine, Harry snapped. Explain, sir. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Very well then, I see you are not to be swayed. In truth, I did what I did to help you. Oh, really? Ginny said, her voice thick with sarcasm. Yes, Dumbledore said, clearly not bothered by her comment. By choosing to make your group a proper class as opposed to a club, I gave you executive rights within a classroom environment that are normally reserved for professors. Harry looked at him blankly. In short, within your classes you will have all the authority of a professor, such as the ability to assign appropriate punishments and give students instructions. He can order students around, take points and give detentions, Ginny summarized. More or less, Dumbledore granted. This would probably not be necessary if you were a prefect, as you would already have some limited authority. As things currently stand, you need to be on an equal or greater footing to the students in the class, and that means limited professor status. All right, Harry said finally. That's not so bad, I guess. The problem is that you didn't discuss this with me first. Yes, Ginny butted in, staring hard at Dumbledore. Harry's got enough on his plate already, He doesn't need surprises like this. Miss Weasley, Dumbledore started. No, Ginny half shouted. You just don't get it, do you? Her face was red again, this time from anger, not embarrassment. You have no idea what Harry has to go through. It was only the end of last year when everyone stopped thinking of him as a deranged mental case. All last year, people were doing everything short of spitting on him, but what did you do? Nothing. Umbridge spent the whole year putting him down, and punishing him for telling the truth. She grabbed Harry's hand and turned it to face the headmaster. Still faintly visible was a scar reading, "I must not tell lies." Do you think this is acceptable? She demanded, shaking Harry's hand rather violently. By now Harry was staring at her incredulously. He was almost as surprised as Dumbledore at her outburst. He had no idea she was this concerned, and it touched him deeply. Dumbledore sighed, passing one hand wearily over his eyes. No, I do not think it is acceptable, he said finally. Well, bloody do something about it. Ginny half screamed. He steepled his fingers and gazed at her from behind them as she glared at him from the other side of the desk. I know very well what Harry has had to go through, and I know very well exactly where the mistakes I made have forced events upon him. But I am doing everything in my power to prevent that from happening in the future. Then talk to me, Harry said quietly. Stop trying to make all my decisions for me. I'm a person, not a dog. I can think for myself, and I do have some good ideas occasionally. Dumbledore surveyed him for quite some time. You were right, of course. I apologize. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply. When he opened them again, some of the twinkle had returned to his blue eyes. Very well, Harry, I am willing to give it a try if you are. Harry extended his hand across the desk. Friends. Friends, Dumbledore said firmly, taking Harry's hand in his own and giving it a firm shake. Oh, and I'm not telling you where the spelling mistake was. So NYA, I fixed it, so don't bother looking. Later that afternoon, Harry was wandering alone through the castle. He really hadn't had an opportunity to be alone since they had returned to Hogwarts, and with classes starting tomorrow he would have even less time to himself. He needed to be alone to think. He was terrified of what had happened that morning in the common room. Had he really nearly keyed Ginny? At the time it had seemed like the most natural thing in the world, and yet now, in the clear light of day, he was mortified. How could he? What if she hated him now? But then she had stood up for him with Dumbledore, hadn't she? Harry wanted to scream in frustration. What he really needed was a window into her head so he could see what she was thinking. That would make things so much easier. But no, they had to make it difficult. He ran his hands through his hair absently, his mind still wrestling with the problem of the youngest Weasley as he entered the Charms corridor. By the time he reached the Transfiguration corridor, 4 stories up and across the castle, he was still struggling. He eventually made his way down to the entrance hall, slipping out the main doors and into the grounds beyond. He wandered down to the shore of the lake, watching the giant squid gliding effortlessly across the surface. He sat down next to a tree, resting back against the trunk and staring unseeingly across the lake to the mountains beyond. It was dusk before he moved again. The sun was setting behind the mountains, igniting the underside of the clouds to a brilliant orange red, reminding him sharply of the reason he was sitting alone on the shore of the lake. He shook his head ruefully, standing slowly and stretching his stiff limbs. It seemed that he was doomed to be constantly reminded of Ginny. He wasn't any clearer on his feelings about that morning. If anything, he was more confused than ever. He made his way back up to the castle, finding a steady stream of people heading for the Great Hall for dinner. He entered and made his way to the Gryffindor table, spotting Ginny and Neville sitting near the far end. Ron and Hermione were nowhere to be seen. Where have you been all afternoon? Ginny asked as he sat next to her. Thinking, he said shortly, piling his plate with food. I see. She looked at him shrewdly. What were you thinking about? Can we talk later? He asked, glancing at Neville and blushing slightly. It's okay, Harry, Neville said, standing quickly. I'm all finished here anyway. I have to meet Luna in the library. He left the hall. Well, Ginny raised one eyebrow. Harry buried his face in his hands. Bloody hell, he muttered, then raised his head. I was thinking about you, he answered finally. Good things, I hope, she smirked. Stop that. Not too likely, she grinned. So what were the conclusions you came to after your afternoon of brooding? Thinking, he corrected. And I didn't really come up with anything. What a waste, she sighed theatrically. Harry groaned and buried his face in his hands again. Cheer up, Harry, she rubbed his back lightly, and his stomach lurched. I don't think I'm hungry, he said, standing abruptly. Oh, sit down, she yanked him back into his seat. I'm going now anyway, she smiled at him as he stood. Don't think too much, she said as she walked away. Near the doors she passed Alex and Cassie. They laughed at something she said and made a beeline for Harry as Ginny left the hall. Having problems, Harry? Cassie asked sympathetically, placing one hand on his shoulder. We can help. Alex dropped into the seat Ginny had vacated. Oh, piss off, Harry said, his voice muffled by his hands. The twins looked at each other and burst out laughing. None of them noticed a pair of dark eyes staring in their direction from the Ravenclaw table. The following day was the first day of classes. McGonagall came around at breakfast and handed them all their class schedules. Double defense first, Hermione said brightly. Yay, Alex and Cassie said together in a flat monotone. Ron laughed. Come on, it can't be that bad. 20 minutes later they were standing outside the defense classroom. The door creaked open and Professor Milton's voice came from within the classroom. Enter. They filed in and took their seats. Harry, Ron and Hermione were sitting in the front row, while the twins had deviated to the very back. Harry scowled to see that the class was mixed Gryffindors and Slytherins. Malfoy smirked at him from the third row. Settle down, you lot, Professor Milton ordered, then called the register. When he had finished, he came around to the front of his desk and stood facing them with his arms folded. Right then, first things first. He raised one hand in front of his face and snapped his fingers. A small flame appeared on his opened palm, bobbing merrily in the slight breeze from the open window. Most of the class gasped. Alex and Cassie rolled their eyes and faked yawns. How did I do that? James asked the stunned class. No one was particularly surprised when Hermione's hand shot up. You're a mind mage, she answered promptly. And that means? A mind mage is a witch or wizard who can cast spells without the need of a wand to act as a channel for their magic. Their bodies are more attuned to magic than normal, so they can channel the magic energy to form spells without any external influence. She said all this very quickly, and the whole class was staring at her by the time she had finished. I take it you earn your reputation as a walking encyclopedia honestly, James chuckled, and Hermione glowed. Right, now who can tell me the limitations of a mind mage? Hermione's hand shot up again, but James shook his head. Someone else this time if you don't mind, Miss Granger. Dean raised his hand, and James nodded at him. A mind mage can't cast spells that cause direct harm to another living thing, he said. Correct, 10 points to each of you. For another 10 points, can anyone tell me why a mind mage can't cause harm? Because they feel the spells they cast in themselves, Seamus said from his place next to Dean. Excellent, 10 points, James smiled at the class. A mind mage such as myself feels every spell they cast as it flows through the body. For most spells, such as what I did earlier, he indicated the flame still burning on his palm, it's not much more than a tingle at the exit point, in this case my fingers. However, if I were to cast, say, the Cruciatus Curse, I would feel the pain I was intending on inflicting within myself. Which wouldn't be fun, I'm guessing. He smiled again then glanced at Neville, who was sitting in the second row, and turned away slowly. So quickly Harry could barely see what he was doing. He pointed his suddenly flame-less hand at the round-faced boy, snapped his fingers, and yelled, "Stupefy!" Neville toppled sideways from his chair, stunned. The whole class gaped at James, who walked over to the prone boy and awoke him with a muttered spell. "That is the first, and possibly the most important, lesson I can teach you," he said calmly as Neville looked around in shock. "Never assume you are totally safe, even with people you know and trust." He threw a guarded glance around the room. Suddenly James's left hand was pointing at Harry. Impedimentia. Harry was ready. He leapt sideways out of his seat, narrowly avoiding the jet of red light which hit the floor behind him and left a small scorch mark. James nodded. "Much better," was all he said, then made his way back to the front of the class. "Periodically I will be testing your reflexes and awareness by sending a spell your way. It may be in class, or in a corridor around the school, or on the grounds. It is your job to be ready." "Well," he slapped his hands together, "now that the unpleasantness is out of the way, I want to test you all to see how far along you are, and what I'll need to teach you over the year." He thought a moment, tapping 2 fingers against his chin. "Dueling, I think. All right then, I'll pair you up with someone and you can duel them, and I'll watch and evaluate you that way." He glanced at the register, his eyes stopping halfway down. Potter and Malfoy first. Harry and Draco moved to the front of the room, the former scowling and the latter smirking. James motioned for the rest of the class to move to the back of the room, and when they had he banished the desks to one side with a wave of his hand. "Nothing that will cause any permanent damage," James warned the two as they drew their wands and took up dueling positions. "If it can't be fixed in 2 minutes without the hospital wing, don't use it, got it?" "Yes sir," Harry said. Draco's smirk widened. The 2 archrivals glared at each other from across the room. Finally Draco whipped his wand forwards. Expelliarmus. Protega. Draco's disarming hex ricocheted off Harry's shield charm and almost hit Parvati, who dived out of the way. The 2 exchanged hexes for a few minutes, neither really doing the other any damage. Suddenly Harry remembered the first time he had dueled Malfoy, and a smirk crossed his lips. Serpensortia. A look of fear crossed Draco's face as a massive anaconda unwound itself from Harry's wand. Several of the girls screamed as the 50-foot snake reared its head and looked at Harry. "Yes, master," it asked. "Bind him," Harry indicated Draco. "Gently." With pleasure, the snake slithered towards Draco, who seemed rooted to the spot, unable to move as the snake curled its upper half around the blonde boy and held him. Malfoy's wand clattered to the ground. "Very good, Harry," Professor Milton applauded, prompting the rest of the class to follow suit. All that could be seen of Malfoy was his eyes, which were wide with fear. And with good reason. The snake he was currently wound up in could kill him in a heartbeat. Lesson number 2, James turned to the class. "Do not be afraid of using any talents you possess if it will mean victory, especially something as unique and special as Parseltongue." He smiled warmly at Harry, who felt a sudden surge of pride. He turned to go, but Professor Milton cleared his throat. "Harry, Malfoy." "Oh, right." Harry turned to face the snake. "You can let go now," he said politely. The snake complied, sliding down until it once again rested on the floor. Draco collapsed, breathing heavily as Crabbe and Goyle hurried forwards to drag him out of range of the snake. "Thank you." "My pleasure, master." The snake performed a peculiar half-bow in Harry's direction and vanished. The class stared at Harry in shock as he made his way over to where Ron and Hermione were standing, both smiling widely. "What was that?" Ron whispered. "Did that snake just bow to you?" "Yep." Harry grinned as Professor Milton called Neville to duel with Blaise Zabini. The duel ended when Blaise was hit with a tripping hex and fell flat on his face, his wand skittering out of reach. It was quite impressive, really, the amount of progress Neville had made through last year's DA meetings. "Well done, Neville," Harry said loudly, causing the other boy to blush and wave thanks. Ron was partnered with Crabbe. That duel lasted for all of 10 seconds when Ron hit Crabbe neatly in the stomach with a stunner. Hermione dueled Millicent Bulstrode, seeming to remember the end of last year when she had been flattened into a wall by the bigger Slytherin in Umbridge's office. Hermione was particularly vicious, toying with Bulstrode as the older girl fought vainly to retaliate. Finally growing bored, Hermione took her opponent down with one well-placed stunner. "Very good, very good." James praised them after the last duel had finished. Cassie against Pansy Parkinson, who was currently on the floor trying to stop the blood coming out her ears, eyes and nose. "There's some room for improvement, but I think you'll all do very well this year." The bell rang soon after, and the trio left the room first, trailed by Neville and the twins. "That was awesome," Ron said as they entered the Great Hall for lunch. "I got to stun Crabbe, right in front of a teacher. Pity he didn't put up a bit more of a fight," I suppose it must be difficult for a baboon to remember spells though. Harry laughed as they sat at the Gryffindor table. Ginny was already there. She smiled at Harry as he sat. How was it? She asked casually. The trio looked at each other, then smiled. Best defense lesson ever, Harry said firmly, then launched into the story of the duels. Ginny smirked when he told her of Draco's fate, and laughed aloud when Ron finished describing Hermione's torture session with Bulstrode. Serves her right, she said, glancing sidelong at Ron, who was watching Hermione with something very close to adoration in his expression. Ginny caught Harry's eyes, and winked at him. They all shared a laugh as Pansy entered the hall, a scowl on her face under heavy bandages. Apparently, Cassie's hex hadn't worn off yet. Good one, Ginny giggled when Cassie explained what she had done to the Slytherin girl. "Excuse us a moment," Alex said, motioning to his twin. Cassie grinned, and the two hurried off towards the Slytherin table. "All right, Harry, spill," Hermione ordered, her face alive with curiosity. "How did you summon that anaconda? That spell is only supposed to summon a common carpet snake." "Dunno, exactly," Harry shrugged. "I found out about it last year, when I was practicing for the DA one night. I wanted to see if I could do that spell, because I remembered Malfoy using it against me in second year at the dueling club. When I cast the spell, the anaconda kind of slithered out of the end of my wand, sat there on the floor and asked me if I wanted anything." He shrugged again. "Nice enough anaconda, really, except that it insists on calling me Master." "It was the same one?" Hermione asked, startled. "Close as I could tell, yeah," Harry said, a little surprised by her reaction. "Why, is that important? It shouldn't even be an anaconda, much less the same one twice." Hermione fretted. About a dozen times, actually," Harry said sheepishly. "It was a nice snake. He defended himself when everyone turned to stare at him." "Maybe it's because he's a Parselmouth," Ginny suggested. "Maybe the spell works differently for him than a normal person." "So I'm not normal now?" Harry asked with a half smile. "Oh no, definitely not," Ginny said playfully. "Later, children," Hermione said absently, obviously still struggling with the whole idea. Alex and Cassie, who had just returned, seemed to think this was tremendously funny and burst out laughing, earning a glare from the bushy-haired girl. "What did we do?" they asked in unison, wearing identical looks of exaggerated innocence. Hermione's lips twitched as a smile threatened to form. "Stop that," she scolded. "We're sorry," they said, lowering their heads contritely. Hermione sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. "What did I do to deserve this?" she muttered. "Ah, cheer up, Hermie," Alex grinned at her. "Yeah, don't mind us," Cassie agreed. "We're just here to brighten your day with smiles and laughter," Alex continued. "Absolutely harmless fun. That'll make all this more bearable," Cassie finished. "Thanks," said Hermione sourly. "And if you call me Hermie again, I'll hex you." The twins looked at each other, then at Hermione. "Yes, Hermie," they said in unison. Hermione's head hit the table with a solid thunk as a shriek echoed through the hall from the Slytherin table, and Pansy bolted from the hall, her hands grabbing at her bandages, which had been transfigured into snakes. "I thought Slytherins liked snakes," Alex said in an injured tone, and everyone within earshot burst out laughing. The rest of Harry's day was fairly easy. He had a double free period after lunch, which he assumed was when his class would take place. After that was double transfiguration, which mostly consisted of taking notes. Only Ron was in this class with him. He was pleased to find that transfiguration was a mixed class, consisting of all four houses, and Malfoy was not present. As he and Ron were leaving, McGonagall stopped him. "The headmaster would like to see you after dinner, Potter," she said simply. When Harry finished dinner, he briefly told his friends about his meeting and stood to leave. Ginny followed him, catching him on the marble staircase. "Need some company?" she offered, falling into stride beside him. "Sure," he shrugged casually, although his head and heart were screaming at him. The problem was, they were screaming very different things. "Sorry about yesterday," she said as they reached the top of the staircase and turned right. "But you looked so cute I couldn't resist." Harry almost choked on the word, cute. He noticed that Ginny was blushing bright red, obviously embarrassed. "That's all right," he said finally. "I've had worse." She giggled, then tentatively slipped her hand into his. Her hand was small and warm, and Harry gave it a small squeeze of reassurance. They reached the gargoyle, and once again Harry realized he didn't have the password. "Why didn't McGonagall?" he started, but as soon as he spoke the gargoyle sprang aside to reveal the moving staircase. Harry stared at it with one eyebrow raised. "That was easy," Ginny remarked as they were carried to the ornate door at the top of the staircase. Harry knocked, and Dumbledore's voice came from within. "Come in, Harry, Ginny." Harry pushed the door open to find Dumbledore sitting as usual behind his desk. Standing off to one side was Tonks, today with deep purple hair, and next to her was Remus Lupin. "Professor!" Harry exclaimed, releasing Ginny's hand and hurrying over to the werewolf. Lupin smiled wanly. "Hello, Harry," he said, his voice almost dead. Harry stopped in his tracks. "Professor?" he asked tentatively. "I'm not your professor anymore, Harry," Lupin said with a half-smile. "Please call me Remus." "Okay," Harry said uncertainly. "Besides, I think I should be the one calling you, Professor," he added. "Oh," Harry shrugged. "Not entirely my idea." "Hello, Remus," Ginny said, coming to stand beside Harry and slipping her hand into his again. Remus looked at them both, and a smile threatened to cross his worn face. "Watch her, Harry, Ginny," Tonks said with a smirk. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Harry, a moment of your time." "Of course," Harry said, although he was reluctant to leave Lupin. "I'd better be going," Lupin said, quickly making for the door. "I'll be in touch," he said to Dumbledore, then he was gone. The headmaster gazed after him for a moment. "That's the closest to smiling I've seen him since Sirius died," he said quietly. His godfather's name hit Harry like a punch in the gut. It had been some time since he had last thought of him, and he now felt a little guilty for forgetting him so easily. He cleared his throat painfully, swallowing hard, and sat on one of the chairs in front of Dumbledore's desk. "What did you want to see me about?" he asked dully. Ginny sat in the chair next to him and took his hands in her own, squeezing gently. "I'm sorry, Harry," Dumbledore said sympathetically. "I know you are hurting from this, and I want to help any way I can." "If you want to help, then talk about something else," Ginny said testily, being the only one who could feel Harry's hands rhythmically clenching and unclenching. "Very well," Dumbledore said, lifting a heavy book from his desk. "This is for you, Harry." The book was bound with black leather, with gold trim outlining the borders of the cover and spine. Emblazoned across the front of silver letters was the inscription, "A Guide to Hexes, Curses, and Spells. The How to, Where to, When to, and Why in Merlin's Name to, by the Lord and Lady Hex." "What you hold there is one of only 2 copies of that book in existence," Dumbledore said, watching Harry carefully. "I don't think the Lord and Lady would be too pleased if anything happened to it." "You know them?" Harry asked, looking up from the book. Dumbledore was more than a little relieved to see the dead look had been replaced by one of curiosity. The headmaster chuckled. "Indeed I do," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "Very well indeed. I'll take care of it," Harry promised, opening the book at a random page and reading the spell written there. It was a spell that mummified the victim in duct tape. Harry blinked and read the spell again, just to make sure he hadn't misread it. "They do have some peculiar ideas," Dumbledore said, watching Harry's reaction in amusement. "The lady in particular is known to be particularly vicious at times." "I can see that," Harry said, flipping through the book to find more spells, some gruesome, some merely amusing. "I thought the book might help when you begin your class next week," Dumbledore continued. "Next week?" Harry's head jerked up. "So soon? Whatever happened to talking things over? Or is your memory that short?" Ginny asked in a voice that made Harry wince. "Miss Weasley, I am headmaster here, and I am in charge of compiling a timetable that works for everyone, not just Harry Potter," Dumbledore said seriously. "There are many students eager to begin classes with Harry, and the sooner we start the more prepared the students will be." "It's okay, Ginny," Harry put a hand on her shoulder when she looked ready to retort. "Where?" he asked the headmaster. There are several spare classrooms in the defense wing, Dumbledore answered. They are all at your disposal. Perhaps you could use a different classroom for each aspect of your classes, one for spell work, one for fencing, and one for unarmed combat. Harry nodded. Sounds good, he said, looking down at the book in his hands again. So you want me to teach you lot to fence, huh? Tonks grinned cheekily. Don't know if it's possible, really. Bunch of clumsy oafs from the looks. You're one to talk, Harry smiled. I remember when you lot came to pick me up last year from the Dursleys, the first thing I heard was you breaking something. Tonks laughed. Shish, you're not supposed to mention that. Sorry, Harry smirked. He's right though, Ginny added. Remember when you tried to help Mum last Christmas? Tonks winced, raising her hands in surrender. Okay, I give up. She laughed. I can't beat a Weasley female, your mother taught me that. No one can, Harry said, grinning at Ginny, who stuck her tongue out at him. Dumbledore cleared his throat again, looking amused at their antics. Now that's all settled, if I could have my office back. Sorry sir, Harry grinned. We're going. He extended his hand to Ginny, and, smiling, she took it. They headed for the door, followed by Tonks. Keep them out of mischief, he called to Tonks as she slipped out the door. The young Auror turned back briefly and winked. Dumbledore shook his head and smiled. The first week of classes seemed to fly by, and the weekend was soon upon them. Harry felt that the week was particularly pleasant as at one point he had not seen Snape for 3 whole days. His decision not to take potions this year was, to his mind, a brilliant one. Lord knew he'd never liked potions in the first place, and it wasn't like he really needed to take the class. His conviction was strengthened when he saw the huge pile of homework Hermione brought back from her first class with Snape. Instead, he spent his spare classes preparing for his own class. He spent some time talking with James and Tonks about what to teach, and by the end of the week had hammered together a rough plan for the year. He saw Cho a few times in the corridors, but she passed him with her head down, pretending she hadn't seen him. He didn't mind. It was one less problem for him to worry about, although he still felt a small twinge of guilt whenever he saw her. Although he hadn't been avoiding Ginny as such, he hadn't really seen much of her, either. She had her own friends back at the castle now, so her time with the trio was limited. Even so, she smiled at Harry every time they saw each other, and her found his heart leaping every time. He wasn't sure what he wanted, and he wasn't sure what she wanted, but he was sure that the whole dating thing was much overrated after his disastrous time with Cho. So why did he constantly feel like something was missing when she wasn't around? He had scheduled the Gryffindor Quidditch trials for the first Saturday afternoon. Saturday morning saw he, Ron, Jack Sloper and Andrew Kirk on the Quidditch pitch, devising tests for each position's candidates. Although the two beaters had improved dramatically over the last year, Harry didn't have the heart to tell them that he was on the lookout for replacements. As good as they were still nothing on the Weasley twins, and Harry desperately wanted to put together a team good enough to win the cup this year. Ginny, Alex and Cassie showed up just after lunch. Harry waved from his position near the far goal posts, then flew over to greet them. All set, Ginny? He asked, dropping to the ground in front of her. She smiled and held up her lightning bolt. Ready, she confirmed, then mounted her broom and flew to where Ron was hovering in front of the goals. Thanks for asking us, Alex said, holding up his own broom. You play? Harry asked, a little surprised. As far as he knew, Quidditch wasn't very big in Australia. Of course, Cassie said with a slightly superior smile. Yeah, it's really big in Melbourne, Alex confirmed. Not so much in the other states, though, Cassie added. Okay, Harry shook his head slightly. Talking to these two was worse than talking to the Weasley twins. What position do you play? Guess, Alex said with a cheeky smirk. Please tell me you play beaters, Harry almost begged. Bingo, Cassie said. Got it in one, Alex added. Thank Merlin, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Those two are hopeless, he indicated Jack and Andrew, who were currently racing each other up and down the pitch. Don't panic, Cassie winked. We'll show them how the game is played. Alex jumped onto his broom and shot into the air, blasting past both beaters and blowing them a key as he passed. They stared after him, glanced at each other, and sped off after him. "What type of broom is that?" Harry asked, noticing the odd construction of Alex's broom. It was thicker than usual, and the wood was a very deep red. "It's a Holden GTS, Cassie said, holding her own broom out for inspection. "It's made by a car company. A few years back they hired a wizard who told the CEO about the wizarding world, and how he could make more money by making brooms as well as cars. They have a whole range for sale in Australia now. It's certainly fast," Harry noted, although he also noted that it wasn't as fast as his Firebolt or Guinea's Lightning Bolt. "Not the fastest," Cassie caught his expression. "But it moves well, so it's good for beaters. We used them in games back home. Better than Kirk and Sloper." Harry indicated where Alex had just flown a tight figure eight through the goal hoops and the two beaters had tried to follow, resulting in them colliding when they tried to go through the hoop at the same time. Alex swooped down to where they stood, pulling his broom up to hover in front of them. "Pitiful," he said disdainfully, watching the beaters trying to untangle themselves. "Looks that way," his sister agreed with him. "Come on then." He floated away. Cassie smiled quickly at Harry, climbed onto her broom and kicked off, following her brother. Half an hour later, Harry, Ron, Andrew and Jack stood in front of a small crowd of people, all holding brooms and looking hopeful. Ginny and the Milton twins stood slightly off to one side. Watching from the stands were most of Gryffindor House. "Right," Harry called the group's attention. "Well, welcome to the Quidditch trials. We've devised different tests for each position, so we'll watch you play and then decide on the best people at the end. You will be evaluated not only on your skill, but on your teamwork, because if we're going to win the cup this year it's going to take a strong team that can work well together. Any questions?" There were none. "Okay then. Chasers to Ron, beaters to Andrew and Jack, and seekers to me." They had decided to try for a full reserve team this year, after the disasters last year with Harry and the Weasley twins being banned. That and Harry had a nasty habit of ending up in the hospital wing on the day of the final. Unfortunately, there were no candidates for a reserve seeker. The assembled group split up into two, one half going to Ron and the rest going to Andrew and Jack. "Oh well," Harry shrugged. "Makes my job easier." He kicked off, coming to a stop about 15 feet above the center of the pitch. He smiled briefly at Ginny, who waved back, then he straightened on his broom. "Okay then, Chasers, you have to try and score against Ron in groups of 3, while 2 beaters try to stop you and I run interference." He smiled at the looks of apprehension as he said the last bit. Everyone knew how good a flyer he was. "It's as close as we can come to real game conditions for a test, and later we'll put the best of you into a mock game and see how you do." "Okay." Everyone got that. There was a chorus of "yes" from the crowd. Harry glanced down at the sheet of paper in his hand. Every candidate had written their name and what position they were trying out for on it as they had entered the stadium. First Chasers are Ginny Weasley, Evan Goody, and Jane Watson, and the beaters are Alex and Cassie Milton. The 5 he had named flew up to take their positions. Evan Goody was a third year, although he was fairly big for his age. Jane Watson, on the other hand, was tiny. She was a 4th year, but she looked like a 2nd year at best. "Ready," Harry called. Everyone nodded, and Jack threw him the quaffle from the ground. "Go," he called, passing the quaffle off to Ginny and then flying directly after it. Ginny snagged the quaffle and easily dodged him, passing to Jane who passed to Evan. The 3rd year freaked out when he saw Harry flying directly towards him and missed the catch, cursing and diving to catch up with the ball. "Keep your head, Goody," Harry shouted. He nodded, looking embarrassed, and passed off to Ginny, who reverse passed back to Evan. Ron was constantly adjusting his position in front of the goal hoops, his eyes intently on the approaching Chasers. "Now," Harry yelled, and Jack and Andrew released the bludgers. Alex and Cassie were on them almost before they were out of their box, sending them rocketing at the Chasers. Ginny easily dodged the first while Jane, who now had the quaffle, narrowly avoided the second. It was Evan who had the first shot onto Ron's goal. He feinted left and threw right, but Ron was ready and easily saved it. "Bad luck, Evan." Ron tossed the quaffle back to him. Back to the middle, Harry yelled. Try again. On this approach they had the bludgers to contend with the whole way. Alex and Cassie were superb, and Harry had to wonder if there was something about twins that made them such great beaters. There had been so many narrow misses that Harry knew it was deliberate, and each miss made Evan and Jane lose their nerve a little more. Ginny, on the other hand, easily dodged the bludgers and made the first score on Ron. Way to go, Ginny, Harry yelled as the quaffle sailed straight through Ron's outstretched fingers and through the center goal hoop. She did a little loop-the-loop of sheer delight, grinning back at him. They went on for a few more minutes. Jane managed to score once, Ginny several times, but Evan was by now too frightened of the bludgers, flinching violently every time one passed and dropping the quaffle if he had it. Time. Harry blew the whistle Madame Hooch had given him, and Alex and Cassie each dove on one of the bludgers, wrestling them back to the ground and holding them. Harry hadn't told them to do that, although the Weasley twins had done so frequently at practices, more evidence that they were good beaters. That was good, Harry said as the players approached him. All right, go sit down while we test these others. He glanced at his list again. Next chasers are Dean Thomas, Greg Redfield, and, he stared at the paper, trying to make sure he hadn't misread the name. Melinda Chong. He swallowed hard. Cho had a sister. She was in Gryffindor. How had he missed that? Beaters are Seamus Finnegan and Ewan Waterhouse. Melinda was a second year, built like her sister. She smiled impishly at him as she took her position, snatching the quaffle as he threw it and speeding off towards the goals, Dean and Greg trailing along behind. By the end of the day, after a quick mock game, he had his new team firmly chosen. He motioned for Ron, Andrew and Kirk to follow him. Ginny, Melinda and Greg for chasers, he said firmly. The other three nodded. Good choices, Ron said, glancing back over his shoulder at the milling crowd. Harry hesitated before saying the next bit. The Milton twins for beaters, he smiled apologetically at Andrew and Jack. Hey, we know when we're outclassed, Jack said, motioning at the twins, who were chatting with Ginny. They're way better than we could ever hope to be. And we can still play reserves, Andrew added. Thanks guys, Harry said gratefully. We want Gryffindor to win the cup too, you know, Jack said with a half smile. Harry nodded. Ginny, Melinda, Greg, Alex and Cassie then, he said, and the others nodded. Okay, Harry called when they returned to the group. We have 3 new chasers. Ginny Weasley, Greg Redfield, and Melinda Chong. The new beaters are Alex and Cassie Milton. Sorry to the rest of you, but we're still looking for reserves, so there will be another tryout in a few weeks for the reserve team. Hope to see you there. There was some muttering about favorism in the departing crowd, but for the most part they took their dismissal well. Harry addressed the team. I checked with Madame Hooch, the first match is against Slytherin in November. We'll have practice once a week until it gets a bit closer, okay? They all nodded. Let's head back to the castle. Ron, could you help me carry the balls back to the shed? Sure. Ron grabbed one end of the heavy chest as the rest of the team left. Together they carried it over to the storage shed and shoved it away. See you in a bit, Harry said as Ron secured his Clean Sweep 7 in the broom shed. When Ron looked at him questioningly, Harry held up his firebolt. Right, Ron nodded. See you. They headed up to the castle together, parting ways in the entrance hall. Harry climbed the marble staircase, heading for Gryffindor Tower, while Ron went into the Great Hall. Harry stowed his firebolt in his dormitory. When he came back down to the common room, he found Ginny waiting for him. Why aren't you at dinner? He asked as she fell into stride beside him. Same reason you aren't, she said. I'm not leaving my broom in the broom shed. Fair enough, Harry said, and they fell silent. They were almost back to the entrance hall when Ginny grabbed Harry's wrist and stopped him. Harry, her eyes were wide, and she was shaking slightly. What? Harry asked, concerned. What's wrong? She turned away from him. Did you put me on the team just because I'm your friend? The question caught him completely off guard. It wasn't quite what he had been expecting. Of course not, he assured her, placing one hand on her shoulder. You made the team fair and square on your own skills. She seemed to sigh softly, and under Harry's hand her shoulder slumped. He didn't know whether it was relief or not. "Why did you put Cho's little sister on the team?" she asked suddenly. "Same reason I put you and Greg on the team, because she's good." "It doesn't have anything to do with Cho," she pressed. "Of course not." Harry was by now growing alarmed. "You know I don't like her that way anymore." Once again he found himself wishing for a window into her head so he could see what she was thinking. She turned to face him, and Harry was startled to see tears in her eyes. "This is hopeless," she declared. Whatever she had been about to say was cut off by a loud laugh. Peeves shot through the wall, stopping abruptly when he saw Harry and Ginny. "It's wee Potty Potter," he cackled. "Get lost, Peeves." Harry turned away, placing one hand around Ginny's shoulders and making to lead her away. There was a sharp pain in the back of his head, and he turned abruptly in time to catch an ink pellet in the forehead. "Peeves!" he yelled angrily. Peeves cackled and swooped towards him, abruptly vanishing through the ceiling with a curse. Harry turned to see Professor Milton striding down the corridor towards them. "Thrice damned poltergeist," he muttered, snapping his fingers in Harry's directing. The ink on his forehead vanished. "Thanks," Harry said gratefully. "No problem. Shouldn't you two be at dinner?" He raised his eyebrows at them. "We were just going," Ginny said, throwing a glance at Harry. She gasped to see him standing rigidly straight, his scar glowing with a red light. He gasped, and would have collapsed if Ginny hadn't caught him. "Hospital wing," James said tersely, draping one of Harry's arms over his shoulders. Ginny took the other side, and together they half-carried Harry through the castle. Before Harry was really aware, he knew where he was. "I should have my own bed here," he thought groggily. Suddenly his mind awoke, and his dream came back to him in stark clarity. His eyes flew open to find Ginny hovering over him anxiously. "Harry," she cried in relief, hugging him tightly. He felt warm and tingly all over, and he knew exactly what he had to do. He gently reached up and disengaged her arms from around his neck, pushing her away slightly. Her eyes widened, as if she could pick up on his thoughts. He smiled gently, braced himself, leaned forward, and leapt into the void. He keyed her. His scar throbbed painfully. Harry closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again he found himself on a featureless white plain. It was just empty. He looked around curiously, stamping his foot experimentally on the nothing he was standing on. It was a peculiar experience, to know he was standing on something even though there was nothing there but white. He spun quickly as a voice hissed behind him. Finally. Lord Voldemort stood not 10 feet from Harry, his sweeping black robes contrasting starkly against all the white. His serpentine eyes glowed red, and his snake-like nostrils flared as he breathed heavily. Harry reached instinctively for his wand and was startled to find it absent. "You wouldn't be able to use it anyway," Voldemort said almost conversationally, seating himself on a replica of his own huge basalt throne that had suddenly appeared. Harry gaped at his worst enemy, totally confused. He managed. Voldemort shook his head. "Pathetic," he muttered. "This is a dream world, Mr. Potter. It exists solely in our minds, linked as they are." His eyes glowed brighter as he spoke. "Why, what?" Harry was, if anything, even more confused. Voldemort sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. It was such a normal thing to do that Harry found himself quickly reassessing several of his preconceptions. "I have created this plane in order to speak with you. I am going to be reasonable, because I know that threats and intimidation will have absolutely no effect on the vaunted Gryffindor courage," he sneered. "What makes you think I'll listen?" Harry shot back. "You'll listen," Voldemort said calmly, "because I come to you with an offer." An offer?" Voldemort nodded. "Yes, Mr. Potter, an offer." "Well?" Harry asked, crossing his arms. "I recognize potential when I see it, Mr. Potter. Within you I see a lot of myself. You are powerful, no doubts there. You have done an incredible amount in your short life. I wish to capitalize on that." "What do you mean?" Harry asked warily. "I am offering you a place at my side, Mr. Potter." Voldemort's slitted eyes glowed even brighter, until Harry needed to shield his own eyes. "I offer you unlimited power, wealth, whatever you desire at your fingertips. With you as my prince and heir, we could take over the world." Unbidden, Images floated across Harry's vision. He saw himself living in a palace with innumerable S**avs doing his bidding, responding to his every whim. Gold piled everywhere, and scantily dressed women fawned over him. No, Harry pushed the images away. I don't want any of that. Oh, but you do, Mr. Potter. Voldemort watched him carefully from his throne. It is a part of human nature to want these things. Power, wealth, women, all could be yours. The price is small, when you consider the gains. No, you listen here, Harry said coldly. It will be a cold day in hell when I join a monster like you of my own free will. Voldemort smirked. I could arrange that. More images appeared. In one, Hermione and Ron were working in a South Avenue gang while men with cruel whips watched from horseback. In another, Neville was strung up by his ankles, being repeatedly subjected to the Cruciatus curse while men and women in Death Eater robes watched and laughed. Another contained Ginny. His mind shuddered back from what was happening to her, from what she was being subjected to. As he watched, helpless, she was repeatedly BP'd, all the while sobbing her misery. It tore at his heart, and he fell to his knees in agony. I seem to have hit a nerve, Voldemort said cruelly, and the images intensified. Harry turned away and closed his eyes, trying to escape the awful images, but they seemed to be burned onto his very eyeballs. I can make it stop any time, Mr. Potter. If you don't join me for yourself, join me for them. You could stop this from ever occurring. A choked sob escaped him as his mind filled with a new wave of sensations, images, smells. The feel of Ginny's skin against his own when they touched, the smell of her hair, an image of her laughing the first time she rode her new broom. He clung to his memories desperately, and Voldemort's images began to lose their intensity, like a television picture going out of focus. Finally they disappeared altogether. Voldemort was watching him curiously. How in Slytherin's name did you do that? He asked, his voice missing its usual scorn. Harry opened his eyes and struggled to his feet. He was breathing heavily, and he was shaking violently. You can't win, Tom, he said, deliberately using Voldemort's real name to vex him. None of this is real, you and I both know that. Oh, isn't it? Voldemort smiled thinly. I see how you did it now, I see the truth staring at me from your worthless mind. The lovely Miss Weasley. Harry gaped at him. Oh yes, I know all about Miss Weasley. After all, I did possess her some years back. How did you know? Harry blurted. Do you really think I had no link to my diary? Really, Mr. Potter, I had thought you intelligent. If you touch her, Harry said threateningly. You'll what? Kill me? Voldemort laughed, a mirthless sound that chilled Harry to the bone. Possibly. But the opposite is also possible, is it not? He stared at Harry for a long while, and finally sighed. I see that I am wasting my time. You are far too stubborn to join me. Oh well, I shall enjoy destroying everything you love while you watch. Starting, I think, with Miss Weasley. Leave her alone, Harry shouted. Why, Mr. Potter, why should I leave her alone? Do you love her? Harry trailed off, his mind going into overdrive. Did her really love her? Maybe, he wasn't really sure, but in any case, he wasn't about to let Voldemort have her. I will stop you. Oh, I don't doubt you'll try, Voldemort smiled cruelly. But how many of your precious friends will die in our little battle? Will you yourself die? Time will tell, I suppose. In the meantime, I will leave you to ponder on my words. My offer remains open. He stood, and the throne vanished. Farewell, Mr. Potter. We shall meet again. Voldemort smirked and performed a mocking half-bow in Harry's direction. Quite suddenly he vanished. Thought he'd never bloody leave, a very familiar voice grumbled. Harry spun quickly. The empty whiteness vanished as he did so, and he found himself standing in the Gryffindor common room. It wasn't quite how he remembered it though. The couches in front of the fire were different, seeming older. In fact, everything appeared to be from several decades ago. Standing in front of Harry, looking the same as he had at Harry's parents' wedding, was Sirius Black. Sirius! Harry cried, launching himself at his godfather. Sirius laughed, tears streaming down his cheeks as he hugged Harry fiercely. Hi kiddo, he said finally, disengaging Harry's arms from around his neck. Long time no see. Sirius, Harry began, uncertain on how to proceed. Sirius sighed, running one hand through his black hair absently. Why don't we sit? He suggested, indicating the couches in front of the fire. Okay, Harry agreed, and they sat. There was an awkward silence until Harry said, how? Sirius quirked a half smile. Long story, he said, leaning back on the couch. It's all very complicated. Because I never actually died, as such, all the rules are a little hazy. I don't have a body anymore, that disintegrated when I fell through the veil, but my consciousness still exists. Well, obviously, because I'm here now. Thank God. Harry leaned his head on Sirius' shoulder. His godfather smiled. Yes, he said finally. Thank God indeed. But there's more to it than that. Although I had a consciousness, there was nothing I could do with it. I mean, you'd think there would be something to do after you died, but there's just nothing. I tried to talk to you in your dreams a few times, but your mind was too strong and kept repelling me. Sorry, Harry said quickly. Not your fault, Sirius assured him. If you can repel me, then you can repel most others as well. In any case, when Lord Voldemort created this dream plane, it was almost perfect. I just had to wait for him to leave, otherwise he could have banished me. Oh, Harry considered Sirius' words. So you're not really dead. Physically, I'm dead, Sirius corrected. And there's not really much I can do this way, although I'm working on that. What do you mean? Harry asked curiously. I'm negotiating with the higher powers. There's a chance they may let me reincarnate. You could come back. Harry sat up straight again. Not quite, Sirius chuckled. Sometimes, if a wizard dies and they have something very important left undone in their life, and they have very strong ties to a particular person, they can reincarnate, but not into human form. Harry's face fell. I could only come back as an animal. Harry thought he knew what Sirius meant. Like, say, a dog. Exactly, Sirius confirmed. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. It's taking a while, though. Time really doesn't mean anything on the higher planes. That's all right. Harry rested his head on Sirius' shoulder again. It'll be great to have you back, even as a dog. Now don't get your hopes up, Sirius warned. They could still say no. They won't, Harry said confidently. Maybe, Sirius sighed. They were silent for a long moment. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with Voldemort, Sirius said finally. Harry snorted. He's an idiot if he thinks I'd ever join him. Peter did, Sirius said quietly, and Harry felt a hot flush of anger flow through him as the betrayer's name. But that's not what I'm taking about. Was he right? What? Harry asked, confused. He asked you about Ginny. Was he right? There was an intensity to Sirius' face that Harry found a little disturbing. I don't know. I don't know. Harry burst out, standing quickly and beginning to pace. Did I ever tell you about Amanda? Sirius asked. Harry stopped his pacing briefly, considering. No, I don't think so. She was my fiancée, Sirius said quietly, and Harry's blood chilled. We got engaged a few weeks before you were born. He smiled, although it was a painful smile. She was keyed by Dementors for consorting with Death Eaters. No trial, no proof, just keyed. Sirius closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Harry felt his heart constricting in his chest. Unbidden, an image rose of Ginny being held down by two oars as a Dementor pulled back its hood. I loved her to distraction, Sirius said finally. I had done since our 6th year, I just couldn't admit it. I wasn't brave enough. He opened his eyes and gazed at Harry. By the time I finally got the courage to ask her, it was far too late. All that time we could have been together, and I wasted it all by being too chicken to do anything about my feelings for her. Suddenly the scene around them changed. They were in the hospital wing. Harry could see himself laying in a bed at the far end of the ward, and hovering anxiously over him was Ginny. For some odd reason his scar was glowing bright red. You've been unconscious for 5 days, Sirius said quietly, placing one hand on Harry's shoulder. In all that time, she hasn't left your side. Not to eat, not to go to classes. She screamed at Dumbledore when he tried to get her to leave. She sleeps on the bed next to you, when she sleeps at all. She thinks only of you, doesn't spare a thought for herself. Ron and Hermione have to force her to eat anything, and if they didn't she wouldn't even notice she was hungry. If that isn't love, I don't know what is. He looked at Harry directly. I want you to be happy, Harry. Don't wait too long. Harry tried to speak, but his throat constricted. He couldn't breathe suddenly, and the room was spinning. The planar spell's wearing off, Sirius said, his voice sounding very far away. Remember what I said, remember. Suddenly Harry was rushing towards his body. He was spinning, revolving on the spot as he was catapulted forwards, landing with a thump in his body. By the time Harry and Ginny parted, they were both breathless. Ginny's eyes were closed, her lips curled into a soft contented smile. Then her eyes opened and Harry almost lost himself in the depth of emotion he saw there. Wow, she breathed, stroking his face softly with one hand. Harry could have sworn he heard a ghostly chuckle from the other end of the ward. What took you so long? She leaned down and once again caught his lips with hers. There was a loud cough. The two teens reluctantly parted to find Albus Dumbledore watching them with an amused twinkle in his eyes. I won't keep you long, he said, coming to stand by Harry's bed. Harry noticed that Ginny kept her eyes firmly on the floor, and remembered what Sirius had said about her yelling at the headmaster. Clearly you have more important things to attend to. Dumbledore winked at Harry, who flushed a deep red. We were just. It's all right, Harry, Dumbledore assured him gently. That love can bloom in such dire times as this is a truly wonderful thing. But I must speak with you briefly about your experience on the dream plane. Harry looked at the headmaster sharply. How did he know where Harry had been? I know that Voldemort came to you, Dumbledore continued. I just need to know what he told you. He offered me an opportunity to join him, Harry answered honestly. Ginny gasped, her hands covering her mouth. And what did you say? Dumbledore's face was expressionless. I told him he could stick his offer, for all I care. I'll not join him, he said the last mostly to Ginny, and smiled at her in reassurance. She smiled back, and Harry felt that familiar leaping sensation in his chest. Very well then, Dumbledore turned to leave. As you were, Harry. I will speak with you later. After Dumbledore left, Ginny quickly drew the curtains around Harry's bed, returning to his side once they completely concealed the bed and its occupants. She lay down beside him on the bed. As you were indeed, she breathed. Ginny, there's something I need to tell you, Harry said hesitantly. A strange look passed over her face, but her expression quickly turned curious. He told her about meeting Sirius on the dream plane, and the gist of their conversation. When he told me about Amanda, Harry said after he finished the story, it was like this bubble burst inside me, and suddenly I just knew, like it had been there all along just waiting for the right moment to come out. Knew what? She asked, at the same time needing to know and dreading the answer. He tried to speak, but couldn't get the words out. He took a deep breath, his mind blank. I can't do this. Suddenly he heard serious words in his head. I loved her to distraction. I had since our 6th year, I just couldn't admit it. I wasn't brave enough. The pain in Sirius' voice as he had said those words was beyond Harry's ability to comprehend. Sirius had wasted so much time and regretted it the rest of his life, and Harry swore then and there that he wouldn't do the same. He had taken the plunge, now he needed to take the next step. I love you, he said simply, staring into Ginny's brown eyes. I think I always have. I just never noticed before. Oh Harry, she threw her arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. I love you too, she whispered as tears formed in her eyes. So what are we going to do about this new revelation? Harry asked her, his emerald eyes sparkling and his mind whirling. We'll think of something, she said impishly, moving closer to him again. Ginny's head was spinning. She couldn't believe this was really happening. She was keying Harry Potter. Not only that, he was keying back. Enthusiastically. When Harry had said, "There's something I need to tell you," her mind had immediately gone into overdrive, summoning all sorts of possibilities for what he was about to say. Her heart sank as she told herself that the most likely thing he was about to say was something along the lines of, "I thought you were someone else," or, "I was delusional." She forced herself to look interested in what he had to say, even though she was dreading hearing him say it. When he told her the story of meeting Sirius on the dream plane, her doubts grew. How was that relevant? Then he had dropped the bombshell. He had told her he loved her. And she didn't doubt it for a second. The look in his eyes when he had spoken those fateful words was so sincere, so honest, so Harry. She sighed as they parted, laying full against him on the bed, snuggling up to his side. He ran his hands through her flaming hair, and she shivered with pleasure. It was strange, really, how his slightest touch sent shivers down her spine and made her whole body down to her toes tingle. "I love you," he whispered again, as though he were trying the words out. It suddenly struck Ginny that he had most probably never said those words to another person before. He had never really had the opportunity. Her heart went out to him all over again as she thought of the lost little boy he had been the first time she had seen him, dumped at King's Cross Station by relatives that didn't care less if he got the train or not. Back then, she hadn't realized who he was, but the first time she laid eyes on him, somehow she knew, right through the depths of her being, that he was the one. Even at age 10, she had known. And now, 6 years later, she sighed in absolute contentment as they simply lay together, and she knew that everything would finally be all right. "I love you too," she whispered back. She glanced at his face to see his eyes closed and a peaceful smile. His regular breathing told her that he had fallen asleep. She smiled too, settling down with her head pillowed on his chest, and promptly fell asleep, her long hours of vigilance at his side finally catching up to her. By the time Harry was released that evening, somehow the story was all over the school. It was a constant source of bafflement for Harry as to how these things managed to get around so quickly, although he privately suspected a certain painting hanging near the doors in the hospital wing. For once he wasn't worried about the rumors. As he entered the Great Hall for dinner, he found himself surrounded by prefects. Ron and Hermione were there of course, as always. Ernie Macmillan nodded solemnly as he, Hannah Abbott, Justin Finch Fletchley and Padma Patil took up positions around him to escort him to the Gryffindor table. The public show of support touched Harry deeply, far more than he was willing to admit. It seemed almost as if the whispers died abruptly as Harry made his way across the hall. Far more importantly in Harry's eyes, however, was the fact that Ginny was firmly by his side. Her arm was around his waist and his was around hers, and Harry could feel the eyes upon them as they sat at the Gryffindor table. It also seemed to be public knowledge that she had spent the last 6 days with Harry in the hospital wing, refusing to leave even for the headmaster. Soon enough the whispers started again, although they didn't have anything to do with Voldemort. "Good to have you back," Justin whispered to Harry as the honor guard returned to their respective tables. Harry looked across the hall and caught Malfoy glaring at him, fingering his wand. "Harry, mate," Alex bounded up to him, followed as always by his twin. "Great to see you up and about again," Cassie chimed in as the two took seats. Just then Dumbledore stood. "Attention, please," he called, and every eye in the hall turned his way. "I am pleased to announce that this year there will be a Halloween ball here at Hogwarts. It is open to any students above 3rd year, although younger students may attend if invited by an older student. There will be a special Hogsmeade weekend for anyone who doesn't already have dress robes to purchase some. Now, let's eat." Harry turned immediately to Ginny and smiled shyly. "Come with me." "Love to," she smiled back, firmly linking her hand with his. Ron leaned over and whispered something into Hermione's ear. Her eyes went very wide, and she suddenly smiled. She tilted her head slightly in the direction of the doors, and without a word both left the hall. Alex blinked. "Did I miss something?" Neville politely excused himself and left, heading for the Ravenclaw table. As Harry watched him leave, his eyes suddenly caught Cho's. She was watching him, taking in his close proximity to Ginny and their linked hands. She smiled weakly at him, quickly turning away, and Harry thought he saw a tear running down her cheek. He turned back to Ginny to find her also looking at the Ravenclaw table, although she was scowling. A boy Harry recognized as Michael Corner was motioning between himself and her, smiling hopefully. Very slowly and obviously, Ginny pointed to herself, then Harry, then shook her head. Michael's face fell, and after Ginny turned away he glared at Harry. "What was that all about?" Harry asked her curiously. "He's been trying to get back with me all year," Ginny said absently, now munching on a buttered roll. Oh, has he now? Harry glanced back at Michael, who was speaking tersely with another Ravenclaw boy next to him. Yep, Ginny confirmed, giving his hand a squeeze. Now I have an excuse to turn him down. Alex, who had been watching the exchange, raised his eyebrow. I take it the rumors are true, then. You two are together now? Cassie asked with an impish smile. Harry and Ginny looked at each other briefly, wordlessly agreeing. Yes, they said simultaneously. Alex laughed, clapping Harry on the back. Good for you, mate, he said. How did Ron take it? Surprisingly well, Harry admitted. He said pretty much the same thing you just did, actually. Maybe that's because he's finally growing up, Hermione said as she and Ron returned. Harry wasn't about to say anything, but Ron had a smudge of lipstick on his cheek that was precisely the shade Hermione was wearing. It seemed the twins didn't have his self-restraint. Oi Ron, is that lipstick on your cheek? Alex asked, jumping to his feet. No, Ron said immediately, rubbing his cheek furiously, the wrong cheek. Don't worry, we'll get it for you, Cassie said, also standing. Both grinning widely, the twins approached Ron, one from each side. They both had handkerchiefs, and they held them extended before them. Really? I don't, Garoff. Ron cried as they leapt at him, swiping his face furiously with the kerchiefs. Ron toppled over backwards, sending all three of them crashing down and knocking over Neville, who was returning from the Ravenclaw table. Hermione, trying desperately not to laugh, pulled Ron back up. Stop it, you two, she said, although the corners of her mouth twitched. We're sorry Hermie, they said contritely as Ron helped Neville back onto his feet. Harry and Ginny looked at each other and burst out laughing. It was odd for Harry to know that, while his experience on the dream plane had seemed to take only 10 minutes, it had in fact been 5 days. He had some trouble adjusting to the fact that it was no longer Saturday, but was now the following Friday. He mentally shrugged. Just one more bizarre experience in the magical world. He had been excused from classes until Monday, and he spent the time reviewing class notes supplied by Hermione and trying to catch up on some of the homework he had missed. His own class would start on Monday morning, and he didn't know whether to look forward to it or dread it. Dumbledore had simply dubbed it Advanced Defense, and told Harry to concentrate on things that were not in the normal curriculum, like the Patronus charm. By the time Ginny, Ron and Hermione climbed through the portrait hole after classes, he had given up on getting any work done and was staring moodily out the window. Ginny made directly for him and dropped into the seat beside him. "Lo, you," she said, keying him on the cheek. He immediately brightened, wrapping one arm about her waist as Hermione looked over the notes he had been making. "These are fine, Harry," she said, indicating the work he had done. "Stop worrying. Easy for you to say," Harry said pensively. "You don't have to teach a class with Malfoy in it on Monday." Ginny squeezed him slightly in silent reassurance. Ron's face suddenly lit up. "Hang on, didn't Dumbledore say you could take points?" Harry's smile was immediate and vicious. "I'd forgotten that." "Serve the git right," Ginny growled. "Remember last year, when he was in the moron squad? And besides, we'll all be there. And so will Professor Milton and Tonks," Hermione said soothingly. "I don't think Malfoy's going to try anything, is he?" Harry smirked. "You know, this could be more fun than I thought." By Monday morning, however, he wasn't quite as optimistic. In Dada they were learning dueling techniques, and Harry had now missed 3 classes worth. He did, however, manage to dodge the tripping hex that Professor Milton sent his way as they entered the room, earning him 10 points and Neville a broken nose when it hit him instead. When Neville's nose had been repaired, James divided them up into groups of 4. Harry was with Ron, Hermione and Dean Thomas. "I want you to practice the techniques we've been going over in the last few lessons with your partners," he instructed. "Practice makes perfect, and there was a lot of sloppy work last lesson. Begin." While Hermione showed Harry what he had missed, Ron and Dean set up a mock duel so they could practice. It ended when Ron managed to disarm Dean after a good 10 minutes. "Good one," Dean gasped, massaging his ribs and wincing. "Sorry about that," Ron said sheepishly, handing the other boy's wand back. Got a bit carried away there. It's all right, Dean assured him. Just smarts a little. I'd hate to have to take you lot on in a real duel. The last was directed to Harry and Hermione as well. It's Harry's fault, Ron grinned. Ron, Hermione scolded. It's all right, Hermione, Harry laughed. He looked at her speculatively. Want to show them what a real duel looks like? Hermione smiled a little mischievously. All right, Mr. Potter, she said, standing. They took up places where Ron and Dean had dueled while the latter two looked on in great interest. Harry bowed impishly, his wand held in a dramatic position. Show off, Hermione laughed, then leveled her wand. Petrificus totalis, stupefy. The spells came at Harry so fast he didn't even have time to think, so he didn't. Running on instinct he dodged to the right to avoid the body bind, then beeped in his stomach and leaned back to avoid the stunner which passed so close it grazed his robes. He recovered in an instant, his wand aimed at Hermione. Expelliarmus. Hermione easily blocked his spell, firing off another stunner. Harry blocked this with a shield charm, causing it to ricochet off and almost hit Dean. Sorry, Harry yelled at Dean, immediately sending an impediment jinx at Hermione, who dodged. A peculiar feeling came over him as he dueled, like there was another awareness guiding his actions. It wasn't malevolent, more like a friendly hand guiding his. He concentrated on the feeling, and suddenly it was like time slowed down. He could see Hermione's arm moving forward, inscribing her wand through the air in the movements of the disarming hex. Before she had even finished the spell he had dodged to the side, still in that peculiar slow motion, and leveled his own wand. Petrificus totalis. The spell caught Hermione completely by surprise. To her eyes, Harry had simply vanished from where he had been standing to reappear an instant later some 3 feet away and with his wand leveled. Before her spell had even reached where he had been standing, her limbs sprang together and she found herself toppling forward, until Harry caught her and performed the counter curse. How did you do that? She asked breathlessly as Ron and Dean hurried over. Do what? Harry asked, confused. Move like that. I've never seen anyone move so fast. Did I? Harry asked in surprise. Just then the bell rang. Hermione gave Harry a look that plainly said, "This conversation isn't finished," as they packed their bags and hurried out, heading for the classroom Harry had decided to use for the magic part of his class. When they got there, they found the room had been magically enlarged so it was now roughly the size of the Great Hall. Covering the floor were brightly colored beanbags, and at the far end of the room where the teacher's desk would usually have been was a raised platform, almost like a stage. Tonks stood off to one side, flipping her wand into the air and catching it again with a smile. Like it? She asked, spreading her arms wide. Thanks, Harry said a little uncertainly, but why? Tonks looked at him incredulously. When was the last time you looked at the sign-up sheet? In fact, Harry hadn't looked at the sheet since before his time in the hospital wing. A while ago. Tonks shook her head. Harry, there's over 150 students coming today. I thought you knew that. Harry gaped at her. When they heard you'd faced Voldemort again on a dream plane, half the school signed up, Ron said. You're really popular now, Harry. People are starting to see you as a symbol against Voldemort again, Hermione added earnestly. Harry looked around the room in panic. Oh hell. It's all right, Harry, James said as he entered the room, obviously having caught his last comment. You've got lots of help. It'll be fine, you'll see. But the natives are getting restless, he indicated the door behind him. You'd better let them in. I'll get it, Ron volunteered, heading for the door. I can't teach that many. Harry whispered urgently to James. There were only about 30 last year. Just don't panic, James said sternly. These kids are relying on you to teach them how to stand up to Voldemort. What they learn in these classes from you may decide whether they live or die later, when they meet Death Eaters. Are you going to take that chance away from them? He smiled reassuringly. Me and Tonks are here, but it's your show. We're just here for support. Harry couldn't reply as just then students from all 4 houses filed into the room, taking seats on the beanbags. James led Harry up to the dais, where they were joined by Tonks, Hermione, Ron and Ginny. Finally all the students were seated. Harry saw Malfoy glaring at him from near the back, along with Pansy Parkinson, Crabbe and Goyle. Surprisingly, there were quite a few Slytherins, mostly from the lower year levels. "Settle down," James commanded, and immediately all conversation ceased. Harry looked at him gratefully. James winked, before continuing. "You are all here to learn how to defend yourself from Voldemort and his Death Eaters." To the students' credit, few flinched at the Dark Lord's name. "Now, Harry here has agreed to teach you, as he has faced Voldemort many times and lived to tell." "Prove it." A Slytherin girl stood abruptly. Harry recognized her as a fifth-year prefect. She had long black hair, and looked vaguely familiar. Angry mutterings filled the hall, and many Gryffindors and not a few Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws were looking murderous. "No, hear me out." The girl held up her hands to pacify the crowd, although it didn't work. "I'm just as willing to learn as the next person, but I want to know exactly what Potter's basing his knowledge on. What experience has he had? We know in a vague way that he's faced he who must not be named, but I want to know specifics." "Sit down and shut up, Snake," a yell came from the crowd, and Harry immediately scanned the room. "Who said that?" he demanded. "I did." A fourth-year Ravenclaw stood proudly, glaring at the Slytherin girl. "Bigot," she glared back. "Traitor," the Ravenclaw shot back. 20 points from Ravenclaw, Harry said through clenched teeth. The hall stared at him blankly, everyone totally confused that he would defend a Slytherin, no one more so than the Slytherins themselves. The Ravenclaw fourth year stared at him incredulously. "But, it's only a Slytherin," he spluttered. 5 more points from Ravenclaw, Harry said coldly. "She is a person, not an it. Sit down and quit making a fool of yourself. Before I take more points." The Ravenclaw sank down onto his beanbag again, and Harry noticed with some satisfaction that Michael Corner was glaring at him. The Slytherin girl, however, just looked confused. "Your question is a good one," Harry told her. "If I was in your position, I'd want to know the same thing." Harry sighed heavily, mentally preparing himself. He hadn't wanted to have to go through this, but quite obviously it would help his position. If the only way to teach them to defend themselves involved them putting him on a pedestal, so be it. He glanced sideways at Ginny, who smiled encouragingly. "Very well, I'll tell you all the whole story." And he told them. He told them of the Philosopher's Stone in his first year, of saving Ginny from the Chamber of Secrets in his second. He glossed over the events of his third year, instead telling them about the end of his fourth, when Voldemort was resurrected in front of him, and the duel in the graveyard. His voice caught briefly as he described how Cedric had died, and he made a special point of not catching Cho's eyes. Finally he described what had happened at the Department of Mysteries, and his recent experiences on the Dream Plane. By the time he had finished, the entire hall was in stunned silence. Harry looked the Slytherin girl directly in the eyes and quietly asked, "Does that answer your question?" With some awe in her face she rose to her feet and gracefully curtsied. "I would be honored to learn from you," she said in a choked voice. There was a murmur of agreement from the rest of the assembled students. "Good," Harry said wearily. Then the effort wasn't wasted. The bell rang for the end of class, and the students jumped as one. They had been so engrossed in Harry's story that they had obviously forgotten where they were. Almost reluctantly, it seemed, the students stood and began to file out of the room. Malfoy was one of the first out the door, shoving younger students out of his way in fury. Finally, when there were only a few people left, the Slytherin prefect approached the dais where Harry was talking quietly with Ginny. "Potter," she started hesitantly. Harry looked up from Ginny. "Yeah, I just wanted to say sorry," she muttered, her eyes firmly fixed on the floor. "What for? As I said, in your situation I'd do the same." "Yeah, well, thanks for standing up for me, as well. Not many of you lot are that decent." He looked at the girl curiously. "What's your name?" "Isabel." She raised her head and looked him in the eye. "Isabel Lestrange." Harry rocked backwards as if she had slapped him. Was she? She couldn't be, could she? "Are you?" he began weakly, but couldn't finish the sentence. "Bellatrix Lestrange is my mother," Isabel confirmed. "She went to Azkaban not long after I was born." "Oh." Harry didn't know what to say. He could sense Ron and Hermione standing just behind him, and Ginny slightly off to one side. They all knew that Bellatrix had nearly killed him over the summer and had been the one that killed Sirius, and all three had tensed when Isabel had told them her last name. "See you around, Potter," Isabel said, quickly making her way out of the room. Harry just stared after her, at a total loss for words. "You did good, Harry," James said simply, laying one hand on Harry's shoulder. Ginny wormed her way into his arms, a smile tinged with pride on her lips. Harry split the students up into pairs and told them to practice their disarming hexes, much as he had on the first DA meeting. He appointed Hermione, Ron and Ginny to help James and Tonks as they circulated amongst those practicing, offering advice and demonstrations as they went. As he found other members of the DA, he pressed them into service as well, and by the end of the class he had a small army of helpers. Malfoy's scowl seemed to deepen as more students leapt at the chance to help Harry, who made a special point of loudly pointing out what Malfoy was doing wrong when he failed to disarm Crabbe, culminating the lecture with a demonstration that sent Crabbe's wand soaring across the hall to hit Pansy Parkinson in the nose. As Harry was walking off, a pleased smile on his face, Malfoy leveled his wand at Harry's back, but James spotted him. 20 points from Slytherin, Mr. Malfoy, and if that spell is launched it will be 50 and a detention, he said calmly. Malfoy spluttered in rage, whirling and stalking off to a corner to sulk. Pansy glared at the defense teacher before following. "Lucky he's so annoyed at you," Ginny whispered. "Otherwise he wouldn't have been so obvious." She frowned. "It's funny though, I'm sure he knows how to disarm someone." At the end of the lesson, Harry and the DA members that had been helping him gathered near the front of the room with James and Tonks. Harry was the first to speak. "Bad," he said. "Pitiful," Hermione sniffed. "Worse," Ernie Macmillan agreed. "Shocking," Ginny finished. "So what do we do?" Harry asked, his expression pained. "Work with them," James suggested. "That's what this class is all about. Not getting through the exams, but actually being able to use these spells to defend themselves in the real world." "Yeah," Ron agreed, "a lot of these twits will need it." "Ron," Hermione scolded. "What? It's true," Ron defended. "He's right," Tonks agreed. "Umbridge did more damage here than I thought. Most of these students haven't cast a defensive spell in over a year, and they're woefully inept. If Voldemort attacked tomorrow, it would be you lot and the teachers against the Death Eaters. The rest of the students would be worse than useless. So let's change that," Harry suggested firmly. "That's what we're here for," James confirmed. The following day, the Daily Prophet reported another mass breakout from Azkaban. Harry sighed as he watched the picture of Bellatrix Lestrange glaring up at him, and he couldn't help but glance at Isabel, who was scowling at her own copy of the Prophet. The breakout confirmed yet again, in Harry's eyes, Minister Fudge's incompetence. As Ron had rather pointedly reminded Harry, Wednesday was Hermione's birthday, and there had been a huge party in the Gryffindor common room when someone, accidentally, let the date slip. After Harry's story, Hermione and Ron were almost as famous as he himself, and most of Gryffindor turned up. Someone had apparently been talking to the Milton twins, as they disappeared for an hour or so and returned laden down with butterbeers and Honeydukes sweets, and followed by Dobby and several other house elves all carrying assorted food and drinks. When questioned, all they would say was that they had help from Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, and it confirmed Harry's suspicions, as he had yet to show the map to the twins. Dobby, of course, was ecstatic to be providing food for one of Harry's friends, even as Hermione looked the other way and pretended not to notice, a disapproving look on her face. She did eat the food, though. By the end of the week, Harry was up to date with his school work. A particularly lenient Friday meant he had almost no homework for the weekend, and he stayed up late on Friday to get the small amount he did have done. On Saturday morning there was a distinct cold snap in the air, announcing louder than words that autumn was well and truly here. Harry and Ginny went for a walk around the lake after lunch when the temperature had risen slightly. They walked in companionable silence for some time, just enjoying each other's company until Ginny finally spoke. "I used to dream of this," she said wistfully, linking her hand with his. "The two of us, just being together like this. I never thought it would actually happen." Harry laughed quietly. "Neither did I," he admitted. "My dreams tended to involve show, actually." His voice was sad as he spoke, and Ginny squeezed his hand. But when I woke up in the hospital wing, you were there. I don't think Cho would have done what you did. Ginny groaned. I can't believe I screamed at Dumbledore. They shared a laugh, but it didn't last long. Cho would have been really logical, Harry said pensively. She would have decided there wasn't any point in waiting in the hospital wing for me to wake up, and would have asked Madame Pomfrey to get her when I did wake. I couldn't stand it, Ginny said in a small voice. Knowing you were lying there going through God knows what and I couldn't help you. I just wanted to scream. I couldn't leave, I had to stay in case you woke up. I thought. She trailed off, gazing out over the lake, and her eyes filled with tears. I thought I'd lost you, she whispered. Harry stopped walking and pulled her into his arms. As during his duel with Hermione, Harry could feel another awareness behind his own as he held Ginny close. It was gentle, compassionate, but with a touch of fire. It seemed to guide his hand as he stroked her hair softly. Ginny sobbed quietly, her arms sliding around his neck. She lifted her face and keyed him, and Harry could taste the saltiness of her tears on her lips. I'm not going anywhere, Harry assured her gently, catching her chin and lifting her face. She sniffed. Promise, promise, Harry said firmly, leaning down to key her again, all thoughts of Cho Chang and the strange awareness forgotten. The first Gryffindor Quidditch practice went smoothly. Harry was pleased with the way his new team worked together. The Milton twins were superb, almost as good as the Weasley twins. Their intimidation-style tactics never ceased to amaze Harry. Instead of actually hitting the chasers with the bludgers, they would use the heavy iron balls to maneuver players. The technique worked amazingly well, repeatedly forcing the chasers to flinch. Ginny, Melinda and Greg worked well together, too. Although Melinda was only a second year, she was light and speedy, darting through the mass on her Nimbus 2001 with considerable skill. She was much louder than her sister, Harry noticed, yelling complaints or compliments to her teammates as they practiced, and always laughing. Harry remembered rather painfully the previous year, when every time he had gone near Cho, she had acted like a human downspout. Thinking back, he realized he had only ever seen her really laugh a few times. He firmly closed the door on that train of thought. Greg, on the other hand, was huge. A fifth year and obviously a gym buff, he was easily twice Ron's size at the same height, and Ron wasn't really all that small. Harry once saw him casually backhand a bludger and send it rocketing back at Cassie, who grinned and sent it back, until the two were playing a kind of tennis. It had ended about 5 minutes later when Greg had complained that his hand was starting to hurt. Despite looking like a meathead, however, Harry found him to be a generally quiet boy, with an intense loyalty to his house and friends. He wasn't the cleverest, but he made up for it with his other traits. For the most part, predictably, Harry's attention remained on Ginny. Whenever he tried to focus on the game, his eyes would almost automatically seek her out, and he would sit idly on his broom watching her play until Alex or Cassie would wake him up by sending a bludger his way. Then he would fly down the other end of the field and stop to contemplate Ginny again. She really was brilliant on a broom. Right now she was teaching the other chasers to perform an accurate reverse pass. Idly he wondered what Mrs. Weasley would say if she saw him ogling her daughter like he was now, and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Harry was so caught up in watching her that he didn't notice the Milton twins creeping up behind him, holding a small box between them and with identical grins on their faces. Ever so slowly they extended the box until they were only inches from Harry, and then they touched it with their wands. Harry almost leapt off his broom when there was a huge sound from right behind him. He dove away sharply, his hand going automatically into his robes for his wand. Without looking he shot a stunner over his shoulder, then pulled his broom up sharply and turned to look. Cassie was holding her twin on his broom with one hand, and trying to stifle her laughter with the other. Alex was lolling sideways, obviously unconscious. Suspended in the air in front of them, in red neon letters, were the words, "Wake up, Harry." He was laughing too hard to see the stunner coming, Cassie said through her giggles as Ginny, Greg and Melinda flew over to find out what was happening. "Wake up?" Ginny asked curiously, glancing sideways at Harry who had suddenly turned a similar bright red to the suspended sign. He started nervously. "Oh," Ginny said, trying to suppress her own grin and failing miserably. I see. Greg was watching Harry shrewdly. Too busy watching your girlfriend to play Quidditch, Potter. Never though I'd see the day. Merlin, you've got it bad. The whole team minus Harry cracked up, Cassie so badly that she almost lost her grip on Alex, who swayed dangerously until Harry came forward to take him to the ground, his face and ears burning. Ah, cheer up Harry, Ginny said, following and helping him get Alex safely to the ground. They're just jealous, she breathed into his ear. If anything, Harry blushed harder. Ginny laughed quietly. You're cute when you blush, she said, keying him on the cheek, which earned the couple more laughter and catcalls from above, mostly from Cassie. Melinda was just watching the two, a thoughtful frown on her face, and Greg was smiling indulgently. Harry turned to Alex, of a mind to levitate his body to the hospital wing, and came face to face with James. Professor Milton, Harry blurted. Yes, that's me, he said with a smile. Dismissed, he said to Greg and Melinda, who flew down and headed for the change rooms. I couldn't help but notice that my wayward son is unconscious during your first practice session. James continued when they had disappeared. Care to explain why? Harry stared at him blankly, his mind frozen. His mouth, obviously wanting to fill the void, started babbling incoherently. James grinned. Settle, Potter, I saw the whole thing. He shook his head. Honestly, you look like you've been caught doing something you shouldn't have been doing. He threw a sideward glance at Ginny, who smiled innocently. Cassie, come here, James called, and his daughter obediently flew down. What? Nothing, James smirked. I just wanted you both in range. Cassie's eyes widened in realization and she turned her broom to fly away, but James was too quick. He snapped his fingers, and suddenly both Cassie and Alex's black hair turned a violent shade of pink. At the same instant, Alex awoke. Wasamata, he said blearily as he sat up. A strand of shoulder-length pink hair fell into his face, jolting him fully awake. Ah, not again. You know the rules, James said, helping Alex to his feet. You can play all the jokes you want, but if I catch you then it's pink hair for the rest of the day. Thanks Dad, Cassie said resignedly, fingering a lock of her fluorescent hair. Harry and Ginny glanced at each other and concealed grins. All right, James said without preamble when the 15 students were all present. You lot are going to be in charge of things today, all right. 15 nods later, he continued. Keep a sharp eye out for anything suspicious, and the instant something happens send up red sparks. The teachers will be waiting for that signal. The other students will be instructed to find one of you if they happen across anything. He looked sternly around at the group. Got it? Yes sir, Harry assured him for the group. The letters accompanying the badges had already gone into detail, and Harry himself knew the plans backwards, having had a large hand in their formulation 3 days ago after several hours closeted with James and Dumbledore. Taking the idea from Umbridge's inquisitorial squad the previous year, they had decided that the best students from Harry's advanced defense classes would form a sort of elite force that would answer directly to Harry. Harry himself had objected to the idea until Dumbledore pointed out that the students already looked up to him and would be much more likely to bring any problems they came across to him, rather than to a teacher. Good, James smiled. Knew I could count on you lot. All right, head on down now. The other students won't be far behind. The group making their way out of the castle had been handpicked by Harry and James, and were some of the best students currently attending Hogwarts. Jokingly called Dumbledore's army after the fiasco last year, they were also almost exclusively XDA members. The only exception was Isabelle Lestrange, who had been included at Harry's prompting. Her solitary green-trimmed robes contrasted starkly against the sea of red, blue and yellow. Over the last couple of weeks, the fifth-year Slytherin had shown that she was almost a match for Hermione's intelligence, and she had an intimate knowledge of the dark arts, probably a legacy from her family. She seemed to be out to prove something, and although she usually tended to keep herself aloof from other people, she seemed to be going out of her way to befriend Harry. Ron, of course, had immediately become suspicious. He had started sprouting wild theories about Isabelle's motives until Hermione had told him to stop being silly. Then he had gone very red in the face and stalked off, muttering to himself. All that was forgotten now as the group walked to Hogsmeade. Almost automatically, the students had formed up around Harry, who found himself walking right at the middle of the group with Ginny on one side and Isabel on the other. Ron and Hermione were walking a little apart from the rest, their heads close together. As Harry looked around at the grim expressions that even the Milton twins wore, he realized that without exception this group would defend him to the death, and the thought both relieved and sickened him. "What's wrong, Harry?" Ginny asked quietly, noticing his faraway look. "Nothing," Harry said quickly, hauling his thought back into the present. "Just thinking." Ginny was shrewd enough not to press him into speaking, so settled for linking her hand with his. On his other side, Isabel leaned in close and whispered into his ear as they passed through the main gates. "Do you think the Dark Lord will attack?" she asked as if she were inquiring about the weather. She obviously feared Voldemort not at all. "No idea," Harry answered honestly. "I suppose it would make sense, but I hope he doesn't." Approaching the wards, Ernie Macmillan's voice came from the front of the group. Looking around cautiously, the students crossed the invisible line and stood tensely, their wands out and trained on the surrounding trees. "He's not going to attack here," Harry said loudly, causing several people near him to jump. "Come on, we have to keep going. I want to check the village first." The teachers had already done a sweep of Hogsmeade that morning, but where the students' safety was concerned Harry didn't want to take any chances. A thorough search turned up nothing. They met again in the village square as the rest of the Hogwarts students began to arrive in small groups. "All right," Harry said tersely. "Split up into pairs. Each pair can take an area or a shop, so we have everywhere covered. I'll stay around here, so if anyone needs me they'll know where to look." "Okay," everyone nodded. "Come on then, we have a village to protect." In pairs, the members of Dumbledore's army split up and scattered through the village, leaving Harry, Ginny and Isabel alone in the square. The Slytherin shrugged at Harry's inquiring look. "There's an odd number of students," she explained, and Harry nodded. "Okay, you're with us," he motioned to Ginny, who was looking less than pleased at the third member of their party. "It's all right, Weasley," Isabel said with a half-smile. "I'm not out to steal your boyfriend, so stop glaring at me." Ginny immediately blushed bright red. "Don't you forget, my boyfriend," she growled, linking her arm firmly through Harry's, who stared at her blankly. She had never been that possessive before. He shook his head wryly, he'd never understand women. Everything else aside, it still felt very odd to be referred to as a boyfriend, and his mind was still having trouble with girlfriend being a label that could be applied to Ginny. Isabel shook her head in amusement. "Gryffindors," she muttered. "I'll take the other side of the square, then. Younger Slytherins will come to me when they wouldn't come to you, anyway." "Okay," Harry consented. "Be careful." "I'm always careful." Isabel's pale features formed a smirk that reminded Harry sharply of her mother. The Slytherin turned and walked over to the other side of the square, where she sat on a bench and rested her back against a wall, watching the milling crowds of students with a watchful eye. "Do you really think she can be trusted?" Ginny asked uncertainly as she and Harry sat on a similar bench. "Absolutely," he said firmly. "She's about as like her mother as you are to Draco Malfoy. I spoke to Professor Dumbledore about it, and he agreed." Ginny nodded resolutely. "If you and Dumbledore say she can be trusted, she can be trusted," she said, laying her head down on Harry's shoulder. He tilted his head slightly so it rested on top of hers. "Don't know why I'm trusting Dumbledore's opinion," Harry said with a sudden trace of bitterness in his voice. "He trusts Snape." Ginny growled softly under her breath. "Greasy git," she said darkly. Suddenly she tensed, her body going rigid against his. Her head snapped up, colliding painfully with his chin, but she didn't seem to notice. "Ginny." Harry rubbed his chin. "What are you doing?" She didn't answer. He stood and faced her, and was surprised to see her eyes closed and her lips moving. He immediately remembered the morning during the holidays when she had been talking in her sleep, and decided to wait her out. After a moment, she stood and began to walk across the square, her eyes closed and her mouth still silently forming words. For a brief moment as he hurried after her, Harry wished he could lip read. People seemed to melt out of their path as Ginny walked towards the edge of the village. Ginny, Harry yelled, grabbing her arm. She hissed at him, her hand suddenly swiping at his arm, leaving long bloody gashes where her fingernails dug in. Harry completely ignored the pain, twisting her around so she was facing away from him and tightly pinning her arms to her sides. She kicked him sharply in the shins and he winced, almost letting her go. Harry, Isabel came running up from the other side of the square. One look at Ginny's face and she immediately sent up red sparks. "Keep her there," Isabel commanded, as other DA members came sprinting from all directions. Students were beginning to gather, trying to see what was happening. "It's a possession spell," Isabel continued in a hushed voice that only Harry could hear. Ginny was still fighting him, trying to get away. "It's very hard to cast, and it takes a long time to implement. You have to talk to her. Snap her out of it." "Ginny," Harry said sharply, shaking the struggling girl in his arms. "Listen to me," she hissed at him again, and Harry was astonished to find that he understood her. She was speaking Parseltongue. Suddenly it all clicked into place. "Voldemort," Harry hissed, "I know you can hear me. Let her go, now." Harry was only vaguely aware of Isabel trying to keep Ron and Hermione from reaching them. Ginny stopped struggling, and her eyes finally opened. They were no longer the chocolate brown Harry knew, but red slits. "Potter, so nice to see you again." "Let her go," Harry shouted in English as Dumbledore, James, Professor McGonagall and Snape appeared nearby. "I don't think so, Potter," Ginny smiled thinly. "I think I might have a little fun with your girlfriend first." And suddenly Ginny screamed, her body writhing in Harry's arms. There was nothing he could do, only watch helplessly as her eyes, back to their normal brown, pleaded with him to stop the pain. "No, get out," Harry screamed, and was driven to his knees as a massive burst of power surged out of him and into Ginny. Instantly she sagged down against him, panting heavily. There was a disembodied scream that echoed loudly around the square, and quite a few students fainted as a wave of magical energy engulfed them. The scream faded slowly, and Ginny sank into unconsciousness. He could have used magic. Any number of the people surrounding him could have done it. But Harry chose not to. Instead, he tenderly picked Ginny up, snarling at Dumbledore as he tried to approach, and carried the girl up to the castle the old-fashioned way, totally unaware of a platinum-haired boy smirking in the crowd. All through the day and the following night, Harry sat with Ginny in the hospital wing. She had yet to move an inch, and he was desperately worried. When Dumbledore tried to talk with him he had pulled his wand on the older wizard, who had wisely chosen to continue the discussion at a later date. Some hours ago Ron and Hermione had entered the hospital wing and without saying a word had stationed themselves on the opposite side of Ginny to where Harry sat. They had yet to speak, for which Harry was terribly grateful, and were doing a good job of keeping the unwelcome visitors away. Isabel had stopped by briefly, not at all fazed when Ron told her to piss off. "I just wanted to tell Harry that what he did today was amazing," she said calmly. "I don't think he realizes that. If he hadn't done whatever he did, Ginny would have died." With that she had turned and left the room, leaving a flabbergasted Ron staring after her. And all the while, Harry sat and held Ginny's hand, waiting for her to wake. Darkness. Silence. Slowly Ginny's eyes opened. She knew immediately where she was. Hospital wing. Her head was throbbing painfully, and her eyes hurt. Not from light, because there was none, but just pain. The even sound of breathing came from one side of her bed, and she tilted her head to get a better look. Harry was slumped in a chair, his head lolling forwards and his hand still loosely gripping her own. "He's here. He's with me." Suddenly the pain didn't seem important anymore. She settled back down, a contented smile on her face, and drifted off to sleep. Sunlight was streaming in through the windows when Harry suddenly bolted upright. His neck cracked alarmingly, and his free hand rubbed it absently. He hadn't meant to fall asleep, but he had been exhausted after whatever he'd done back in the village. He could feel it there now, like an awakened serpent. A mass of power just beyond his reach, but ready to strike on his command. He didn't know what the hell it was, and frankly he didn't care. His thoughts dwelt on the girl in the bed before him. It may have been his imagination, but he was pretty sure she hadn't been smiling in her sleep last night. The next time Ginny became aware of her surroundings, bright light was making her eyes prickle even through her eyelids. She squinted them tightly shut, and heard movement next to the bed. "Ginny." Harry's voice seemed abnormally loud on her ears. She tried to open her eyes, but the sunlight was like twin daggers stabbing directly into her brain. She squinted them shut again. "Hurts," she mumbled. Harry muttered something, and the room was suddenly soothingly dark. She opened her eyes and found that Harry had sealed all the windows shut with a layer of stone. "Harry," she breathed, mutely raising her arms slightly. He sighed with relief, leaning forwards and taking her into his arms. There was a brilliant flash of light, and before either knew what was happening they both blacked out. When Hermione and Ron entered the hospital wing a few minutes later, both had vanished. Once again Harry found himself on the featureless white plain, but this time Voldemort was nowhere to be seen and Harry wasn't alone. Ginny stood at his side, her eyes wide as she looked around in confusion. Sirius stood slightly off to one side, a dark look on his face. Only James looked at ease with their predicament. His arms were folded as if he were waiting for something. "Harry," Ginny asked nervously, "where are we?" "The dream plane," a voice answered. Harry looked up to see a man striding towards them across the emptiness. He wore long, archaic robes of a deep, his sweeping chestnut beard was longer than Dumbledore's, and a very familiar sword was belted at his waist. "Godric Gryffindor, at your service," the man bowed grandly as he reached them, sweeping one hand out in front of him. Harry and Ginny could only stare in dumb disbelief. "I was wondering how long it would take," James commented. Gryffindor smiled knowingly. "You always were too clever for your own good, James. Or should I say, Joseph?" "It's James in this particular time and place," James said firmly. Gryffindor shrugged. "As you wish. What are you doing here, Gryffindor?" Sirius growled. "This isn't what we agreed on." "Sometimes even the best plans change," Gryffindor sighed. "It has become necessary that we tell them, now, so that they can take full advantage of the opportunities being presented to them." "Excuse me," Ginny said politely. "Tell us what?" Harry could tell from her voice that she thought she was going insane. Gryffindor looked at her penetratingly. "She is fit," he said finally. "She has beauty beyond our expectations, but also a hint of steel. She will be perfect." Ginny blushed at his words, her eyes lowering. "And Mr. Potter?" Gryffindor turned to Harry, who was still staring at the robed man in disbelief. He couldn't quite persuade himself that what he was seeing was real. "I'm quite real, Harry, at least on this particular plane." He smiled indulgently. "I believe you are more than ready to accept full responsibility for who and what you are." "Are you sure?" Sirius started, but Harry cut him off. "Who am I, then? And where's Voldemort?" he demanded. Gryffindor chuckled lightly. "The Dark Lord is not the only one who can create a dream," he said, then stepped forward and placed one hand on Harry's shoulder and raised his free hand, placing the palm against Harry's forehead. "As to who you are my heir," he said simply, and blue light engulfed his hand, flowing into Harry's head. Several things clicked into place in Harry's mind, and quite suddenly he knew. It was as if a door had suddenly opened in his mind, a door that led to unimaginable power that had always been sealed tight. His eyes wide and his breath coming in sharp bursts, he felt power beyond his wildest dreams coursing through his veins, and his mind shied back from the immensity of it. "Harry." Ginny took his hand, seeing the almost frightened look on Harry's face. Harry closed his eyes, and suddenly the hair on the back of Ginny's neck stood on end as a massive wave of power radiated out from raven-haired boy. Suddenly it wasn't an empty whiteness anymore. They stood in the middle of an immense forest, surrounded by massive trees fully 1,000 feet tall. Flowers the size of cars bloomed nearer the ground, and brightly colored birds flitted through the lower branches, their calls filling the forest with noise. The whole scene just reeked of life, and Gryffindor looked at Harry proudly. "You see, my son," he beamed, throwing his arms into the air. "You see what you will be capable of." Harry was staring at his outstretched hands in disbelief. "How?" he whispered. Gryffindor's face grew guarded. "Now that I cannot tell you," he said regretfully. "You must learn this on your own." "I don't think you'd want to know, anyway," Sirius said bitterly. Gryffindor caught Harry's eyes. 1,000 years ago, on the 31st of July, a prophecy was made. It spoke of a boy who would defeat a great evil that would engulf the land. It was very specific in how we would recognize this boy, and who would help him on his quest. It mentioned a guide, a mentor, and a huntress, amongst others. A prophecy about a prophecy? Harry asked, a little incredulously. More like a set of instructions, Gryffindor corrected, a map to help the one who would come to stop the great evil which, quite obviously, is you, Harry. Who made the prophecy? Ginny demanded. I did, Gryffindor said simply. We have identified these 3 main helpers, and we felt it time for you to know. Who? Gryffindor smiled. Your godfather Sirius Black is the guide. Sirius snorted. And I'm doing a bang-up job, too, he said bitterly. Mr. James Milton is the mentor. Speaking, James said with a faint smile. And Miss Ginevra Weasley is the huntress. Me. Ginny's eyes went very wide. Yes, you, Gryffindor said with a smile. I have every confidence in your abilities, Miss Weasley. I am sure you will complete your appointed tasks perfectly. What tasks? Ginny demanded, her eyes afire with curiosity. Gryffindor smiled faintly in a way so like James that Harry almost laughed. That would be telling, he said with a twinkle in his eye that was very reminiscent of Dumbledore. Now, he continued, if you'll all excuse me, I'd like a word with my heir. James and Sirius wavered and vanished. Ginny wavered, but Harry concentrated briefly and she solidified again. Gryffindor raised one eyebrow. Anything I know, she knows too, Harry said firmly, his arm going around her shoulder. She smiled gratefully at him. As you wish, Gryffindor nodded. He raised one hand, and one of the car-sized flowers transmuted into 2 comfy-looking lounges. Will you sit? He motioned to the lounges, taking a seat himself after removing his sword belt and laying it aside. Harry and Ginny sat on the other. I imagine this is all coming as a bit of a shock, Harry, Gryffindor said gently. You could say that, yeah, Harry's head was still spinning wildly, trying to sort everything out. He wasn't making much progress. Gryffindor sighed, clasping his hands together. I'm sorry to just dump all this on you at once, but you have to believe it is necessary. I believe it is better for you to know now, so you can begin to make preparations for later. Yeah, Harry said, thinking back to his explosion in Dumbledore's office at the end of last year. Yeah, it is better to know. Gryffindor staring piercingly at him. This isn't going to be easy, Harry, he warned. Here on the dream plane your powers are easy to control. In the real world it doesn't work like that. The powers that be have agreed to amplify your abilities in accordance with the prophecy, but the human mind cannot handle power of the kind I'm talking about. Perhaps some will manifest under your direct control, but most will stay separate from you, almost as a separate entity altogether. It will obey your wishes, but it will read your wishes from your emotions. You will have to learn self-control, Harry, otherwise you could seriously hurt someone. Harry nodded slowly. I understand, he said hollowly. Gryffindor smiled faintly. I believe you do. You have felt it already, haven't you? Harry nodded again. In the village, when Ginny was in trouble. I wanted Voldemort gone, and he just kind of went. Gryffindor smiled at Ginny. Already your task has begun, he said cryptically, then spoke to Harry. This is what I mean. If you had wished harm on a student instead of well-being, the student would be in trouble. Do you understand? I think so, Harry said wryly. It may take a few days to sink in. Gryffindor laughed heartily. Fair enough, he said, his eyes twinkling again. Now I believe it is time for you both to return to Hogwarts. One more thing, Harry said suddenly. Why does my power feel like a snake? Gryffindor looked startled, then closed his eyes briefly. Ah, he said finally, opening them again. Do you remember the basilisk you slew in the Chamber of Secrets? Harry felt Ginny tense beside him. Yes, I remember, he said shortly. It appears to have been impressed with you, Gryffindor said, his smile back. Apparently it volunteered to become your familiar spirit. My what? It was Harry's turn to be startled. It has become the repository for all your extra power, Gryffindor explained. It is the basilisk who wields that power for your benefit, and that is why the power feels snake-like, because it is. Suddenly Harry felt something thump him in the chest. He almost leapt out of his seat, scrabbling in his robes for whatever it was, and pulled out the amulet Ginny had given him for his birthday. Only now, it had changed. Before, the amulet had depicted the sword of Gryffindor, point down, with a crown around the hilt and a snake biting its own tail surrounding the whole thing. Now, entwined with the sword was another serpent, this one depicting a basilisk complete with emerald eyes. Now is the true form of the talisman revealed, Gryffindor said softly. He smiled apologetically at Ginny. I'm sorry I had to use you to create it, Miss Weasley, but that's how these things work. Mr. Gryffindor, sir. Ginny started hesitantly. I know what you are going to ask, he said kindly, and the answer is no, he cannot. Ginny breathed a huge sigh of relief, and Harry looked puzzled. Let me explain something, Gryffindor went on. Voldemort has no concept of what love is. Lust yes, but love, no. It can be one of his greatest weaknesses, if you can find a way to exploit it. Keep in mind that most of his followers follow out of fear alone, they hold no love for him. He looked piercingly at Harry. That is where you are very, very different, Harry. Your people follow you out of love. What you and Miss Weasley feel is entirely of your own making. Voldemort had no part in it. He smiled at them as the forest dissolved, and Harry closed his eyes, keeping a tight grip on Ginny. When he opened them again they were in the Forbidden Forest some distance from the castle. Harry was lying on his back on the loam and Ginny was on top of him. How did we get here? Ginny asked, her arms still tightly around Harry's neck. No idea, Harry breathed, his face inches from hers. I don't know about you, but I'm not one to waste a happy opportunity. He smiled up at her, and closed the distance to her lips. From far back in the trees there came the thudding of many hooves. Harry and Ginny sprang apart and scrambled to their feet, each going for their wand. Suddenly the trees seemed to erupt as fully 50 centaurs charged towards them, pulling up sharply a few feet away. Bane was leading the group, and he stepped forward now to face Harry. You are trespassing in our woods, he said flatly, ignoring the two wands trained on him. They're not your woods, Ginny shot back. They're on Hogwarts grounds, so there actually are woods. She pointed to the Hogwarts crest on her uniform. Bane's eyes went wide with rage. Impudent human, he roared, and two centaurs grabbed Ginny from behind. She dropped her wand, trying in vain to kick at the centaurs. Touch one hair on her head and you will regret it, Harry said in a deadly voice, and within him he felt the sleeping serpent stir. Suddenly the centaurs released Ginny, shaking their hands as if burned and glaring at Harry. You dare use magic on us, human. One snarled as Ginny grabbed her wand and hurried to Harry's side, who ignored the centaur and sent Ginny a look of concern. She smiled back, although it was slightly strained. Move, please, Harry said in the same quiet voice to Bane, who shifted slightly before his nostrils flared. I am not a common mule to be used by a human. He flared. Take them. Kill the girl first. As several centaurs moved forward, their bows at the ready, Harry felt a rage within him that flared brightly, forcing the serpent to react. Bane was suddenly knocked off his feet, sent flying into a tree some 10 feet away. The centaurs that had been about to grab Ginny again suffered a similar fate. There was a collective roar of rage from the gathered centaurs, and as one they charged forward, only to slam into an invisible wall and fall backward 3 feet from where Harry and Ginny stood. By now Bane was back on his feet, watching the two with a mix of awe and fear. You are the one, he whispered. He is the one. He has the mark of the serpent. He cried, and all movement stopped. Touch him not, Bane commanded, then suddenly shocked both teens by bowing to Harry. You are free to pass through the forest at any time, master, he said wonderingly, and one by one the rest of the centaurs joined him in his bow. Harry stared at them, bewildered, as they rose and melted back into the trees. He turned to look at Ginny, who was blinking rapidly as if she couldn't believe what had just happened. What the hell was that all about? She demanded. The one what? I have no idea, Harry said honestly. I think it's time to speak to my mentor. Their search for James proved fruitless, as they had barely walked into the castle when Ron and Hermione came sprinting down the stairs with calls of, Harry. Ginny. Where have you two been? Hermione demanded, noting the long bloody scratch along Ginny's forearm where a stubborn bush had grabbed her as she and Harry had made their way out of the forest. The bush no longer existed. The basilisk had overreacted at seeing Ginny in danger, and turned it to dust, taking the sleeve of Ginny's robes with it. Harry could tell already that this would take some getting used to. Ginny rolled her eyes. You wouldn't believe it, Hermione, she shook her head ruefully. Honestly, you wouldn't. Ron looked at them suspiciously. Have you been out in the forest snogging? Harry almost choked on that, but Ginny just smiled sweetly. Oh, course not, dear brother, she said in honeyed tones. That's what we're going to do now. She turned and pulled Harry into a key asterisk, much to his surprise. His arms flailed about for a few seconds before settling around Ginny. Get a room, you two, Alex said as he and Cassie came out of the Great Hall. Ron had turned around and was now resolutely staring at the far wall, muttering to himself while Hermione was trying not to laugh. When Harry and Ginny parted, she was wearing a sly smile and he a silly grin. It's all right now, Ron. They've stopped trying to beep each other's tonsils out, Cassie said, obviously with a great effort not to laugh as she spoke. Ron half turned and glared at her as Harry and Ginny blushed. Oh, grow up, Ron, Hermione said exasperatedly. Before this turns into a full-scale riot, Harry said pointedly, turning to Alex and Cassie. Do either of you know where your father is? Nope, Cassie shook her head. Not a clue, Alex agreed. Vanished this morning, funnily enough about the same time as you two. Care to comment? Harry and Ginny glanced at each other. Later, Ginny said shortly. Fair enough, Cassie said. Now if you'll excuse us, Alex grinned evilly. We have a ferret to torment, Cassie finished with an identical grin, and the two slipped down the stairs leading to the dungeons. What's Malfoy done now? Harry asked as the remaining four headed for the marble staircase. Ron scowled. When you, Ginny and Professor Milton vanished at the same time, he said something stupid about a threesome. What? Harry asked, startled. McGonagall overheard though, Hermione added. He got a detention and lost 20 points. Did Slytherin even have 20 points left? Ginny asked with a half smile. Nope, Harry said serenely. For some reason, they keep losing them. Oh wait, that's Malfoy too. So far to date, Harry had taken almost 100 points from Malfoy, and it was only the fourth week of classes. The four Gryffindors shared a laugh as they headed up to Gryffindor Tower. They spent the afternoon telling Ron and Hermione everything that had happened on the dream plane. It was to their credit that they accepted the story without comment. They had seen too much to doubt Harry's word. When they finished, Hermione was deep in thought. I wonder if we could get our hands on a copy of the first prophecy, she mused. Maybe there's one in Dumbledore's library, Harry said doubtfully. Hermione just nodded, obviously distracted. Wonderful, Ron muttered sourly. First my best friend is in some prophecy, and now my sister. At dinner time James had still not appeared, and Harry was staring to get worried. They filed into the Great Hall with the rest of the students, taking their usual seats, where they were joined by the twins who had evidently spent the day doing Merlin knows what down in the dungeons. Isabel shot Harry a curious glance from across the hall, to which Harry just shrugged. About halfway through dinner the doors sprang open and James strode in, looking distinctly the worse for wear. He was smiling, however, as he made his way to the Gryffindor table. We need to talk, he said quietly. He then left the hall as abruptly as he had entered. Harry, Ginny, Ron and Hermione shared a look and followed quickly. When they reached his office, James closed the door and placed a privacy charm on the room with a wave of his hand. Now we can talk, he said, then raised his voice. Here boy, come here Padfoot. A massive bear-like dog that Harry recognized immediately bounded out from behind James's desk and immediately leapt at Harry, hitting him in the chest and knocking him to the ground where it proceeded to lick every part of his face it could reach. Laughing, Harry tried to push the dog off, but it was rather like trying to dislodge a boulder. Finally he pushed it off, and lay on his side, panting. The dog sat nearby, his tongue lolling out in canine laughter. Serious, Harry said in wonder. Is that really you? He reached out to touch the dog's face, hardly daring to believe. The dog barked sharply and nuzzled Harry's hand. Unfortunately, that is indeed your godfather, James said wryly. The one and only Sirius Black. Apparently someone spoke to the powers that be and pushed their timetable forward a bit. He made a face. They also have a very warped sense of humor. They dumped the both of us on the far edge of the forest, and we had to walk back. That's what took so long. Harry said a silent prayer of thanks to his ultimate grandfather as he scratched Sirius' ears. Ron and Hermione each gave him a pat, but when Ginny scratched his muzzle he looked at her sharply, then back at Harry. His tongue lolled out again and he barked what Harry would almost swear was laughter. What? Harry asked, looking at Ginny in puzzlement. What's wrong with her? Thanks, Harry, Ginny said with a half-smile as Sirius looked pointedly between Harry and Ginny and then licked his lips and sniffed exaggeratedly. Oh, Harry said in sudden understanding. You can smell me on her. Hermione and Ginny burst out laughing at his choice of words, and even Ron cracked a smile. Sirius rolled over onto his back, his whole body shaking, and started making odd little whining noises. Harry just stood there wondering what he'd said wrong. So, James called them to attention when they had calmed down a bit. The reason I asked you here, Harry, is simple. How much have you told these two? He indicated Ron and Hermione. Everything, Harry said immediately. What I know, they know. All right then, what about the rest of the DA? And the school? Harry considered. We'll tell the DA a little, he conceded. But I don't think the rest of the school needs to know. Fair enough, James nodded. Just thought I'd let you decide. How much do you think we should tell them? Harry thought a moment, absently scratching Sirius' ears. We'll tell them something vague about the extra power, but I think we can leave the bit about being the heir of Gryffindor out of this. He made a face. I'm getting enough hero worship as it is. It's your call, James shrugged. We're all just flunkies. Sidekick, Ron corrected, coming to stand beside Harry. Girlfriend, Ginny said firmly, taking Harry's hand possessively. Sirius' tongue, Harry noticed, was once again lolling out of his mouth. They all looked at Hermione, who shrugged. What the heck, I'll be a flunky, she smiled, eliciting laughs from all present. Thanks, guys, Harry said, his eyes catching each person's in turn, including Sirius. I couldn't have done this without you. Of course you could, James said with a grin. It'd just take a hell of a lot longer. That got more laughs. On a more serious note, James said when the room was quiet again. Harry, have you had any more visions? A little startled by the question, Harry was even more surprised to realize it had been more than a month since his last vision of Voldemort. No, he said, his voice betraying his puzzlement. James looked at him piercingly. Has your scar been hurting? No. Harry stood up straighter, his forehead creasing into a frown. Why would that be? He asked, half to himself. We have a theory, James said a little cautiously. Will you let us observe a little more before we tell you? Let's not give anything away before we're absolutely certain. Okay. Harry nodded, still a little puzzled. Good. James clapped his hands together sharply, and the door sprang open. Now all of you can get the hell out. I have work to do. He grinned, an eerie expression that Harry had seen many times on the Weasley twins' faces just before a major prank. Harry decided it would be the course of prudence to leave. Quickly. They were passing through the entrance hall when Harry suddenly stopped, his head cocked to the side as if listening. What? Ron asked, realizing that Harry wasn't walking anymore, but Harry waved him to silence. Something was telling him very strongly that he should investigate the dungeons. Sirius was also watching the stairs down to the dungeons, and a low growl escaped him. Cautiously, Harry crept closer to the stairs leading down, until he was against the wall on one side. The others, trusting him without question, followed, all moving as quietly as they could. Harry started down the stairs, keeping to the shadows along the wall and trying to move as silently as he could. When he reached the bottom, he could hear the voices more clearly, but the echoes in the dungeons made it impossible to make out any individual words. He could tell they were close though, probably just around the next corner. He wanted to swear in frustration. A hand suddenly touched his shoulder and he turned his head to find Ginny holding several long flesh-colored strings. Extendable ears. Smiling quickly in gratitude, Harry took one and inserted it into his ear as the others did the same. The string immediately wriggled around the corner, and suddenly Harry could hear the voices clearly. "Are disobeying a direct order," the unmistakable voice of Draco Malfoy hissed. A low growl escaped Sirius, and Harry nudged him with his foot to quiet him. "So what if I am?" Isabel Lestrange sounded unconcerned. "Unlike you, I don't feel the need to bow down to a half-blood deluded moron who thinks he can defeat the entire world." "News flash," Draco said bitingly. "He's succeeding." Isabel snorted softly. "Hardly," she said scathingly. "Hasn't managed to kill Harry or Dumbledore yet, has he? And he's been trying for, what, 16 years now? Thanks, but no thanks. I think you need to get your loyalties straightened out, Miss Lestrange," Draco warned. "The Dark Lord is not lenient when it comes to traitors." "How can I be a traitor if I never swore allegiance?" Isabel said with contempt. "Not all of us are carbon copies of our parents, Malfoy." Malfoy hissed softly in annoyance. "If you don't stop associating with those muggle-loving mudbloods, then I won't be able to protect you," Malfoy tried, although his anger showed through his words. Isabel laughed quietly. "Like I need a deluded fool like you to protect me. Potter is twice the wizard you are, and one day I'm going to be around to see him prove it." "You had best watch your back, Lestrange," Malfoy said, and Harry could hear the sneer in his voice. "One day you may just find a dagger between your shoulder blades." Faint footsteps could be heard as Malfoy walked off. "What an ass," Isabel muttered, before she too walked off, in the direction of the stairs and waiting Gryffindors. Harry and his friends stood frozen as she strode around the corner. Her eyes widened in surprise at seeing them there, then she smiled slightly. "I thought it was Slytherins who were supposed to be the eavesdroppers," she said lightly, looking from face to face. The 4 Gryffindors stared back, until she shook her head in amusement. "Come on," she said, motioning towards the stairs. "We need to talk. I'm sure you all heard my little chat with Malfoy. Suffice to say I'm not very popular at the moment with some key members of Slytherin House." "So we figured," Harry said. "That little threat session of Malfoy's was about some orders he got from his father. He's supposed to try to infiltrate the DA and weaken it in any way they can. Apparently the Dark Lord doesn't want any opposition when he comes after Hogwarts, and he is coming, of that I assure you." "When?" Hermione asked bleakly. "No clue," Isabel shrugged. "Malfoy knows, but he wouldn't tell me." "Is there anything you do know?" Ron asked, his suspicion clearly showing in his voice. Isabel sighed heavily, leaning back against the wall. "Not as much as I'd like," she answered. "I'll try to trick some answers out of Malfoy, but I don't know if I'll be able to." "But there's more." She looked into Ginny's eyes. "I recognize the spell the Dark Lord used on you, Weasley. It's a spell that's been around for thousands of years, originating in ancient Greece. Back then, wizards and witches were a lot rarer, and they were held up as gods, or goddesses, as the case may be. Anyway, this spell was created as a long-term method to control their followers. It's seldom used nowadays because it takes a long time to implement, usually about a month, and the Imperious Curse is easier and instantaneous." "So what did you mean when you said Harry had saved Ginny's life?" Hermione asked, looking intently at the Slytherin girl. "The spell doesn't just command, like the Imperious Curse does, it actually replaces the conscious thoughts of the victim with those of the caster. Voldemort was doing Weasley's thinking for her." Harry remembered with a shudder when Ginny's eyes had changed to the serpentine ones of Voldemort. He could have commanded her to stab herself, for instance, and she couldn't have done anything to stop herself. "The only thing that puzzles me about all this is that the victim has to have a strong personal connection to the caster for the spell to work." Isabel was watching Ginny carefully, looking for a reaction, and her expression turned satisfied when Ginny's face darkened. "Don't worry, I'm not going to ask what it is, that's none of my business. Now, I have no idea what Harry did to drive the Dark Lord away, but if he wants to possess her again he'll have to start the spell from scratch. I don't think he's that patient, personally, but you never know. He's more likely to try a more direct attack, especially after the Azkaban breakout a while back." "Thank for the intel, Isabel," Harry said gratefully. "Anytime," She smiled slightly. You may be a bunch of reckless twits, but I'll take reckless twits any day over backstabbing, manipulating fools. Are you going to be safe? Ginny asked. You know, after giving us this information and everything. Isabel shook her head. Malfoy wouldn't dare, was all she said. She bowed slightly to Harry and quietly left the room. Well, Hermione said after a moment's silence. That was interesting. From his place near Harry, Sirius growled his agreement. Can we trust her? Ron asked bluntly. I think we can, Harry said after a moment's thought. She's not like Malfoy, or the rest of the Slytherins. Besides, haven't we already had this argument? Suppose, Ron shrugged. Just making sure. Could the argument have been staged? Ginny wondered. Hermione shook her head, just on the off chance that someone might walk by to hear them. No, I agree with Harry. I think we can trust her. Later, the four were sitting in the Gryffindor common room with Neville, Alex and Cassie, when there came a frantic banging from outside the fat lady's portrait. What's that? A second-year cried. Whispers spread throughout the room. Harry motioned with his head, and he and his friends drew their wands and made their way over to the entrance, where a small group of students had gathered and apparently arguing over who would be the one to open the door and take a look. They melted out of the way as Harry approached. Cautiously he placed his hand against the back of the portrait as once again there were bangs from the other side, and Harry could have sworn he heard a female voice curse. Throwing caution to the winds he pushed hard, sending the portrait swinging into the wall with a crash. Standing in front of him was Isabel, her usually immaculate black hair thoroughly mussed and her robes burnt in places. She was clutching her wand so tightly her knuckles were white, and there were black smudges on her face. Can I come in? She asked, glancing behind her quickly as if afraid of being followed. Of course, Harry stepped out of the way and helped her through the doorway. When she straightened, there were angry cries from many of the assembled Gryffindors. She can't be in here. One fourth-year bellowed. She's a Slytherin. If you have an argument, you can take it up with me, Harry said, calmly raising his wand. Immediately the room silenced. Suddenly tired with the constant prejudice, he scowled around the room. She's under my protection, so you can all shut up and leave her alone. What happened? Hermione asked Isabel, looking the girl over anxiously. Bloody Malfoy. The Slytherin burst out, stuffing her wand into her pocket angrily as Harry led her through the crowded students to a seat in front of the fire. He ambushed me in the common room. He and his thugs. Blimey. Ron looked startled. Seamus and Dean came over from the corner where they had been working on homework and, after a brief nod to Harry, began herding away those who had been trying to get close enough to listen. They then took up positions behind the couches. Harry chose to ignore the fact that this put them into a position where they could listen themselves. House politics in Slytherin look nasty, Alex commented as they all took seats. Neville, Harry noticed, sat as far from Isabel as he could. I have some robes that might fit you, Ginny volunteered, gazing at the Slytherin's ruined clothes. Thanks, Isabel said gratefully as she followed Ginny up the stairs to her dorm. When they returned a moment later, Isabel was looking distinctly uncomfortable in Gryffindor robes. Much better, Cassie commented as Isabel took a seat again. Now you fit in. Wonderful, Isabel said sourly, pulling a brush Harry recognized as Ginny's through her long hair. You can stay here tonight, if you want, Harry offered. I'm sure McGonagall wouldn't mind. Noting the skeptical look on her face, Harry smiled. And too bad if she does. Spoken like a true Slytherin, Isabel winced as the brush caught a particularly stubborn knot. Damn, I'm going to kill that bloody bastard for this. As they all prepared to sleep, Harry couldn't help but marvel at the change in the Slytherin girl. Always before she had been totally in control, so self-possessed. Now she was almost seething, and she suddenly seemed much more real, more human. The shock of being attacked by Malfoy had obviously shaken her self-confidence a bit more than she was letting on. They bedded down before the fire that night. Harry and Ginny took their couch, Ron and Hermione theirs, and Isabel was left with the one usually occupied by Neville and Luna. Alex and Cassie took the floor, and Neville retreated up to the dorm with Dean and Seamus. As they all settled down, Harry felt Ginny's head come to rest on his chest, and it was as if he suddenly found something he had been missing for a long time. He smiled down at her as she watched him, keying her on the forehead. He also totally missed the envious look that flitted briefly over Isabel's face. One in the room was more observant, however. Seeing an opening, Sirius jumped up onto the couch beside Isabel and curled up into a ball, his tail lightly thumping the cushions. Isabel looked startled, one eyebrow raised, then almost hesitantly reached out and scratched the massive black dog's ears. Sirius turned his head and licked the side of her face, then lay down again. Encouraged, Isabel rested her head on the dog's broad back, a slight smile coming to her lips. Isabel got some dark looks the following morning as she entered the great hall for breakfast surrounded by Gryffindors. She walked at Harry's side, still wearing Ginny's robes, announcing louder than words where her loyalties lay. Harry glanced over at the Slytherin table. Malfoy looked livid, although the effect was spoiled somewhat by his shining black eye. Harry noticed that Pansy Parkinson was nowhere to be seen, and had to wonder what had happened to her. Before they even reached the Gryffindor table, McGonagall intercepted them. "Mr. Potter," she said crisply. "Why is there a Slytherin wearing Gryffindor robes in your company? You know it is against school rules." "Professor." Please, Professor," Isabel spoke up. "There was some unpleasantness last night in the dungeons. Harry was kind enough to let me stay in Gryffindor Tower, and since my robes were ruined in the unpleasantness, Miss Weasley offered me some of hers to wear. I haven't been back to my dorm yet to change, but I assure you I will at the first opportunity." McGonagall surveyed the Slytherin for a short while, then nodded. "Very well, Miss Lestrange, but do not make a habit of this." With that she turned and walked away. "Nicely done," Alex whispered to Isabel as they all took seats at the Gryffindor table. Isabel smiled slightly in reply. Dumbledore stood from his place at the head table, and immediately all conversation ceased. "Your attention please. Since Saturday's Hogsmeade visit was cut short of necessity, I have hired the services of Madame Malkin for the coming weekend. She will be bringing an extensive selection of robes to Hogwarts for the perusal of those who missed out on Saturday." "Thank you. We need to get some robes, Harry," Ginny said, entwining her hand with his under the table. "Robes," Isabel muttered, then her eyes widened. "Oh Merlin, I forgot the Halloween ball." "You forgot?" Lavender gasped from a few places down the table. "How could you?" "I've had a few things on my mind, thank you," Isabel said tartly. "Well, it's not so bad, you can get robes next weekend, and I'm sure someone from Slytherin will want to go with you," Hermione said bracingly. Isabel glanced at the Slytherin table, then shook her head. "Unlikely," she muttered. "No one will want to get into Malfoy's bad books by going with me." "If you wouldn't mind going with a reckless twit, I'll take you," Alex volunteered with a smile. Harry immediately recognized the words Isabel herself had used the previous day, and had to wonder how Alex would know them. Isabel was looking at him suspiciously. "I don't take charity," she said finally. "It's not charity," Alex assured her. "Look, you're pretty, you're charming, when you want to be, you have a sense of humor, you're clever, what more could a guy want?" Isabel's lips were twitching, threatening to form a smile. "In that case, I suppose I could put up with you for a few hours. If nothing else, your flattery is good." "Great." Alex clapped his hands together. "It's all settled then. Next weekend we'll go with Harry and Ginny and get some robes, okay?" "Sounds good to me," Isabel said with a smile. The doors crashed open, and James strode into the room, his face like a thundercloud. He stopped at the front of the hall, and his eyes flashed. "Last night, some filthy slimeballs attacked a member of my DA," he said bitingly, his anger almost a palatable force. "If I catch those students, they will be expelled. No exceptions." His dark gaze took in the entire hall, lingering on the Slytherin table. Harry noticed in satisfaction that Malfoy was as pale as a sheet. "Let this be a warning to all of you. Do not cross me again, or you will regret it." James spun and stalked back out of the hall, doing a very good impression of Snape, in Harry's opinion. "That's Dad for you," Cassie commented. "He's normally pretty laid back, but if you hurt someone he cares about, you'd better start running," Alex finished, smiling in satisfaction. Isabel said nothing, but her eyes expressed louder than words that although she was grateful, she was also somewhat confused by James's reaction. True to her word, Isabel changed back into her Slytherin robes before her first class. She entered Harry's class later that morning with Ginny, happily chatting away as they sat together not far from the front of the room. Harry concealed a smile. As he had known they would, the two got on well together, once they broke down the house barrier. Isabel sat with them again for lunch, and again Malfoy scowled at them from across the hall. Harry had to admit that one set of green and silver robes in a sea of red and gold did look a little peculiar, but Isabel seemed content to ignore the stares of those around her. Harry, Ginny, Ron, Hermione and Isabel left the hall together, climbing the marble staircase as they headed towards their respective classes. They turned a corner into the defense corridor and spotted Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle waiting for them. "So, Lestrange," he said casually as they drew near. "You've got Potter and his flunkies protecting you now, have you? I'd thought even you couldn't sink that low." "Sod off, Malfoy," Ron growled. "Oh, I'm scared," Malfoy said sarcastically. "Potter's tame ape is threatening me. Oh no, now I'm in trouble." Crabbe and Goyle laughed. "We mean it, Malfoy," Hermione said angrily. "Get lost now before I give you a detention." "For what? Loitering," Malfoy sneered. "Shut your hole, you filthy mudblood." Ron let out a roar, leaping at Malfoy. Ginny, Hermione and Isabel all grabbed him, struggling to hold him back. Harry just glared at the platinum-haired boy, trying very hard not to lose his temper. Even now, he could feel the basilisk stirring. "I'm warning you now, Malfoy," Harry grated. "Get out of here if you value your life." Malfoy laughed maliciously as Crabbe and Goyle sniggered. "And what is itty-bitty baby Potter going to do?" he said in a mock baby voice. Something within Harry snapped. He was instantly transported back to the Department of Mysteries. He watched Sirius fall through the veil. He was in the atrium, and Bellatrix was laughing. Voldemort and Dumbledore were fighting. Harry felt a searing pain in his scar, and a massive kinetic force surged out of him in a wave. Ginny guessed what was coming and dove to the floor, pulling Ron, Hermione and Isabel with her. The wave passed straight over their heads. Malfoy and his goons were not so lucky. The three Slytherins were picked up off their feet and slammed into the wall so hard that there were several distinct snaps as bones broke. The stones in the wall cracked under the immense pressure, and Malfoy's face twisted into a grimace of pain. Crabbe and Goyle both passed out as their head collided with the wall with twin sickening crunches. All three stayed against the wall, pinned in place. Harry's whole body radiated an intense nimbus of green light, and he was floating a foot off the floor. His arms raised, his head thrown back, he looked like a figure out of legend. In that moment, Ginny Weasley fully realized the power of the boy she had fallen in love with, and it scared her. Harry floated closer to the barely conscious Malfoy heir as students began to gather, drawn by the commotion. A Ravenclaw third year fled to get Dumbledore as Harry lowered his head so he was staring into Draco's gray eyes. Eyes that were wide with fear. "If you ever say another word to me, or any of my friends, I will kill you," Harry hissed, his voice distinctly snake-like as the basilisk made itself known. "Harry," Dumbledore's voice broke through his rage, and he spun to face the headmaster. Dumbledore's tall frame radiated power that would make almost any wizard flinch, and his eyes flashed with blue fire. Harry Potter was far from an ordinary wizard, however. "Harry, get away from him." "You listen to me, headmaster," Harry hissed. "Draco Malfoy attacked one of my friends last night. It was 1-on-5. He came here, insulted me, insulted the ones I care about, the same as he's been doing for 6 years. And I'm sick of it." The last words came out as a roar, and Dumbledore unconsciously stepped back. Harry pointed a trembling finger at Malfoy. "If he does it again, I cannot be held accountable for the consequences." There was a blinding flash of light, and when it faded, Harry had vanished. Ginny, still laying on the floor gazing at the place Harry had been in astonishment, was suddenly enveloped in the same green light that had surrounded Harry, and she also vanished. Ron and Hermione exchanged a long glance. "This can't be good," Ron said finally. "What the hell just happened?" Isabel demanded as all three stood. Later, Hermione glanced around at the gathered students, who were now being herded away by Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick and James. Harry reappeared deep in the Forbidden Forest. A second later, Ginny appeared as well, sprawled at his feet on the soft earth. "Ginny?" Harry asked, startled. The green light was gone now, and he appeared normal. He had intended to transport only himself, just to see if he could actually do it. He had no idea why Ginny had come too. "Are you all right?" he asked her, helping her to her feet. She didn't answer, but her arms went around him tightly and she buried her face in his chest. Without warning, she burst into tears. The anger left him in an instant. Harry didn't have to ask her why she was crying. He knew she was scared. Hell, he had even frightened himself back there. He hadn't even considered Ginny. His arms automatically went around her, his fingers entangling themselves in her fiery hair. He didn't say anything, but rocked her gently back and forth in his arms, his chin resting lightly on the top of her head. Deep down, he knew he had gone too far, and he felt guilty for causing so much damage. "Now I know what Gryffindor was on about," he thought moodily as Ginny continued to sob in his arms. "If Ginny wasn't so quick, I could have really hurt everyone." The thought of Ron, Hermione, Isabel and most of all Ginny laying in the hospital wing, battered and bruised because he couldn't control himself, almost made him physically ill. After a moment he became aware of an odd sensation in his right leg. He ignored it, his attention remaining focused on the redhead in his arms, until the sensation reached the top of his leg and began to climb up his side. It was only then that he released one arm to scratch himself. He was not at all prepared for the result. Simultaneously, there was a loud hissing noise and Ginny screamed, leaping away from Harry violently. A small, bright green snake about a foot long with a red stripe from nose to tail dropped to the ground in front of them, gazing with curious eyes at Harry. "Forgive me, Master," the snake hissed, raising itself slightly so it could see Harry better. "I did not mean to startle you or your mate. One felt the mark of the serpent on you and felt obliged to respond." The snake performed the same peculiar half-bow as the anaconda had all those weeks ago. Ginny was breathing heavily, staring at the snake in disbelief. Thanks," Harry said, glancing quickly at Ginny. "It is proper," the snake said. Harry got the distinct impression that the voice was feminine. "One is called Zith, and one offers you one's services, marked 1, as one must." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, curious as to the snake's meaning. "One will protect you with one's life," the snake answered, raising its head proudly. "It will be an honor to serve." Harry was about to say no when he again glanced up at Ginny's face. Her disbelief was gone now, replaced with a kind of cautious wonder. He looked down at the snake again, and an idea struck him. "Very well, Zith, I accept your offer of service," Harry said, instinctively knowing that the offer required a slightly formal response. To Harry's immense surprise, the snake began to purr. It performed the half-bow again, touching its nose to the ground. "Then one shall enter your service until you see fit to dismiss me," the snake said, slithering forward. Harry lowered his arm, and the snake coiled itself around his wrist, still purring softly. "Do you understand English?" Harry asked. "Of course," Zith replied, somehow managing to look amused. To attempt to speak it, however, would place one's tongue in much danger of being bitten. "Good." Harry looked up at Ginny. "This is Zith, and she just volunteered to be my bodyguard." "I know," Ginny whispered. "What do you mean, you know?" Harry asked. I. Suddenly Ginny's legs gave out from under her and she collapsed to her knees, burying her face in her hands. Harry was by her side in an instant, supporting her by enfolding her in a hug. For the second time she began to cry, although this time it was much weaker than the last. Harry waited patiently, wondering what had gotten her so upset. A rather disconcerting suspicion crept into his mind, but he pointedly ignored it. "I could understand what the snake was saying," Ginny finally whispered, so quietly Harry was sure he hadn't heard right. "Sorry," he asked. "Did you just say, 'I'm a Parselmouth'?" Ginny cried, shoving Harry away roughly. He sprawled backwards in the dirt, an expression of utter disbelief on his face. Zith hissed in annoyance as she was jolted by the impact. "How else do you think Tom could get me to open the chamber?" "With my teeth." "Ginny, Harry said carefully, "There's nothing wrong with being a parselmouth." "How can you say that?" she raged, abruptly back on her feet. "I thought you would understand." "I do," Harry said hotly. "I also know there's nothing you can do about it." Zith was watching them both curiously. "What is the matter?" she asked finally. "Ginny can talk to snakes, too," Harry said shortly. "She's a little upset by it." "Ah, one sees," Zith said thoughtfully. "She still believes that serpents are evil." "No, I don't," Ginny said, her eyes flashing. "This gift came from Tom, and I don't want anything to do with him." "A gift is a gift, Ginny," Harry snapped. "Do you think I feel any better about this? You've faced Voldemort once, I've faced him 4 bloody times. How do you think I feel?" Ginny shook her head in disbelief. "I can't believe you just said that," she said, her voice shaking. "You think my experience is worth so little? I had him in my head for a whole year. At least when you faced him it was only for a minute." "That's not what I meant and you know it," Harry said, suddenly feeling very weary. "Oh, do I just," Ginny said coldly, then spun abruptly on her heels and stalked off into the forest. Harry groaned and flopped backwards onto the ground, letting out a sigh. "Women," he muttered. "She will come around, Master," Zith said confidently. "I'm glad you're sure," Harry said dubiously. "Because I'm not." He lay there a while longer, and finally decided he could put off his return to the castle no longer. Summoning as much concentration as he could, he imagined the entrance hall. There was a brilliant flash of green light, and the hall materialized around him. Once again, Ginny appeared at his feet. Her hair was tangled, her arms were covered in scratches, and her robes were torn. She glared at Harry before picking herself up and stalking away. "Wonder why that happens," Harry mused as he climbed the staircase in her wake. Zith hissed softly. "Perhaps it is because you are linked so closely," she suggested as they reached the top of the marble staircase. "I think it's time for a little chat with Professor Milton," Harry muttered, heading for the defense classroom. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.